Hey everyone, it's a brain in a vat again, or a brain in the Vatican, if you're nasty. Does anyone remember that old joke where I actually put up somebody made a funny meme for me with my brain in a vat, the brain next to what's it called? In the Sistine Chapel, where God reaches out his finger to touch Adam. And so, anyway, that was the get it, brain in the Vatican, Sistine Chapel, Vatican City. Anyway, can you guys all hear me okay? Give me a one if the sound is all right. I'm on StreamYard tonight. Hopefully, it won't be a problem. But I was just thinking maybe some of those glitches and crackly noises might go away. I do think it's on this machine, but I talked with a friend the other night and it was crackling when we were having a conversation here. But then when we went over to Zoom, there were no more crackles, no crackles and pops. Okay. Well, hello, Amanda. Sorry about missing a conversation with you earlier. Hopefully we can catch up tomorrow or soon. Hello, Marlena and Nelly and Fraudulent and Quink and anybody else I missed. So this is just going to be an impromptu one tonight to discuss a couple of things. I thought it was a good sort of real time case study for discussing critical thinkings and what bad conversations look like, what bad faith conversations look like, to show you a whole host of logical fallacies. And I thought that I would sort of maybe use it as a test. So I'll show you a comment and then you can sort of respond. We can play a little bit of a game like, what does that look like? Does that look like a reasonable argument to you? Does it look like it's a logical fallacy? And if so, which logical fallacy do you think it might be? And then we can talk about what a more rational response would look like. And of course, this is in the context of, as you guys know, hello, Miss Honey Church. Oh, well, anybody that comes over from Hidden True Crime is always welcome here. I actually just sent a message to Lauren and John. There's actually a inroads to part of the thing I'm going to talk about tonight. But I wanted to show it because it's a good example of. I mean, we live in a weird time. We're on social media. Humans get in disagreements left, right, and center on the internet, and that's okay. It's normal. But of course, doing what I do as a critical thinking educator, I try to help you guys learn how to get better at having conversations, how to be better at influencing and persuading people in terms of learning good rhetorical skills, to try to, promote certain ethics like intellectual honesty and good faith. And then I try to help you guys, something I've been doing for about 10 years on my science and philosophy forum, how to help you identify arguments that you're going to see left, right, and center, which are fallacious. They're illogical. They're not rational, and many times they're done intentionally because somebody is not acting in good faith, and sometimes they're just unconscious. They're just because most of us are not um, all skilled in critical thinking. We don't all necessarily know our cognitive biases and our logical fallacies. That's one of the things that a scientific skeptic does. Something you're going to learn in, sort of a philosophy 101 course or critical thinking 101 course, to try to understand and learn to identify all the sorts of um, tendencies we have when engaging with other people and also engaging with ourselves in terms of evaluating truth claims and then how we respond to truth claims from other people. And unfortunately, as on the internet, conversations fail all the time, and it can get really nasty out there. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I 10 years ago started my science and philosophy forum, because all of the action is on social media these days. That means most of humanity is having a conversation on the internet and on social media. And given that I come from a academic and a scientific background, it seems like critical thinking is in dire need on social media. So I tried to sort of bring intellectualism and science education and basic philosophy and critical thinking education to social media because it just seemed, so necessary. The problem, of course, is that social media is a really bad medium for education. Not only because of the format, because depending on the format, basically posts just then sort of go down the page into obscurity, and nothing is sort of a stable knowledge base of information. You're better off doing that on like a website where you can classify documents, and you can create folders, and then people can then use a search engine and then go look up topics which are applicable, last week, 6 months ago, and hopefully into the future. But social media is mostly geared to real time conversations, and it tends to just sort of descend down or scroll down a page into obscurity, and then we just move on to the next conversation. So that can be very frustrating as a medium to educate people because, if you're teaching a course, for example, if you make a post on critical thinking, like let's say a singular logical fallacy, and then you explain it and you give it some examples. Well, you'd want that to be sort of a permanent post, like a blog or an article where it says, what is a straw man fallacy? And then anybody that then came to your forum could either see it easily, like maybe there'd be a folder on the right column that says logical fallacies, and then you can click and have a list of all the logical fallacies that have been explained. Or you can use a search engine and find content, because something like a logical fallacy, it doesn't change from day to day. It doesn't depend on the news story of the day. So you need some sort of stable knowledge base structure, like a library or like a website, somewhere that has sort of cataloging and some sort of taxonomy, so that you can quickly access reusable content. And social media is just not geared towards that. So I've had to learn the hard way. I mean, not only, when I first, who else am I missing? Hello, Delphi and Zia. I think that's all. So in that context, then, and see again, this is why I lose my train of thought. Oh, remind me, I wanted to talk about that too, in terms of how to manage a chat and what our expectations should be, how I need to improve, and then also ask sort of your advice and get your feedback on how to interact with a chat, and what the protocol should be for a live stream. So back to again then, having sort of a stable knowledge-based structure for education is a challenge on social media, because it's just not sort of set up for educating people. That's not to say you can't post a really good article and then people read it, and that's great. And maybe it is on a contemporary topic that's sort of out of date in 3 months, and maybe nobody would ever want to go back and read that. But if it's on something academic or educational or science claim, that should be a fairly stable piece of knowledge, and we would probably maybe want to be able to reconsult with it. Um, and unfortunately, social media is just not made for this purpose. So trying to educate on social media is a you know presents all sorts of interesting challenges. And like, for example, when I first came to Facebook, it was a completely different format. It wasn't pay to publish. Basically, all of my subscribers got my content. So I would do like an entire day of physics education, and an entire day of chemistry education, and an entire day of biology education, then another day on just basic critical thinking, formal logic, and we'd have a good time. It was sort of like attending an all-day course or a conference, and you could really interact with all of the subscribers, and it was far more speedy. So you could respond to somebody, and they could respond back, and the time lag was very short. Facebook has just gotten increasingly dishonest, in my opinion. They claim to provide a free subscription service, which would suggest I can create a channel. In Facebook language, it's a page, and then people can subscribe to it. And then if you subscribe to something, I imagine you expect to receive content from the content provider if you have subscribed. Well, at the beginning, Facebook used to give all of my subscribers my content. That's what they were signing up for. And that's why I agreed to allow them to mine my personal information and advertise on their platform because we were all there. I thought the business model was get all the people there, and then they can advertise so that our eyeballs see their advertisers. But then they went to a pay to publish model, and over the decade, they've just completely throttled the distribution of all of our content from more or less 100%. I mean, when I had 5,000 subscribers, my content would go out to about 4,000 subscribers, if not all 5,000, and it would go out instantly. And then I would get immediate feedback and I'd be able to interact with people. And then it went to 70% distribution, and then 50% distribution, and over the 10 years, it now gets distributed out in some cases to less than half of a percent, or even less sometimes. And then there's a big long time lag. So now basically they want me to pay them to publish, to distribute my content to my subscribers. So now with 127,000 subscribers, I once had 130, even more, but Facebook has just sort of become a wasteland now of just crappy clickbait, and they want you to advertise it, and that's not monetized. I do this for free, or at least on Facebook, I've been doing it for free for 10 years. Hello, Oz. And so basically none of my subscribers get my content anymore. We can't interact anymore, and now the subscription is down to a half, a quarter, even an eighth of a single percent. So out of my 127,000 subs, maybe now 1,000 people will get the content in 24 hours. So there's no need for me I can't interact with them anymore. They can't interact with me so that I can respond to questions. It's just now, sort of a complete waste. The problem is they own all my content. So I've written, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of long original essays. I have just this massive database of probably 30 to 50,000 scientific articles, scientific lectures, my own original content. It's very, very disappointing. Had I known, I mean, I got duped. It's my responsibility. I should have produced all of my content on my website, made sure that it was never on a third-party website that they own. It's not easily extracted from YouTube. Facebook. Facebook doesn't have a useful querying tool, which means that you can't query my Facebook page very easily. There is a querying tool, but it's very rudimentary. It's very slow. So like if you type quantum physics or something on my Facebook channel, you'll get, pages of articles and conferences and my original writing on the topic on philosophy of science and quantum mechanics and things like that. So, I went from a long form science and philosophy education forum where I would post 4-hour YouTube videos and write 3-page original essays on the philosophy of science or moral philosophy or whatever the heck I wanted to write about. And then as it just continued to get throttled, it was just increasingly obvious it was a waste of my time. So now I don't even do long form. I use memes. I try to have impact by posting, clever little tidbits of scientific claims, and I use a lot of parody and satire. I try to sometimes I'll spend a bit of time on a post, but it's just not worth my time anymore. But it's a bit sad. This was my labor of love, trying to bring intellectualism to social media. So that is a bit frustrating. And YouTube then has the same sort of issue with it being not really adequate for a sort of education medium. Now, YouTube's a bit better because if you have a good disciplined taxonomy and you name your videos properly, then your videos are more easily retrievable. They're more easily queryable. So it's a better forum than Facebook, but it's a very different medium. The medium is audio and video. I'm more of a writer. So I mean, I do stuff on community posts, but that doesn't get much traction because it's only a small subset of the whatever the subscribers here will see my community posts. So there's that whole aspect of it just being frustrating. So then back to the topic at hand. The topic at hand is essentially that um, that was sort of the reason why I came to social media, to help people learn how to have more effective conversations, to learn better critical thinking skills in general, so that they can just better evaluate the constant bombardment of truth claims on social media, probably the vast majority of which are misinformation or bombastic or hyperbolic or exaggerated or just not very high quality information. So, and I think just if you haven't noticed, we have a bit of a societal cultural problem where we can't seem to agree on anything, can't seem to agree on even what a fact means and how to go about trying to evaluate facts and different sources and try to determine which ones are high quality, which ones are low quality, how to do your research. And it's sort of a joke in the skeptic world where people say, "Do your research," and I say research instead of research because a lot of people can't spell either. So it's just sort of funny, if you don't know how to do scientific research, sorry, typing your confirmation on Google, like, is the earth flat? I mean, if you type, is the earth flat on Google, you'll get a massive amount of links. And if you believe the earth is flat, you'll find a gazillion articles trying to convince you that the earth is flat. And Bob's blog, you know how I always make fun of Bob. Bob It's not a real person, but Bob's blog is just sort of my reference to low quality information on the internet. So if you just type in, is the Earth flat? Is is Bill Gates trying to you know exterminate the human race? You'll find a gazillion links. Then you go, ha ha! I've done my homework. I've done my research. That's not research. That's not how scientists do research. That's not how academics do research. Well, good evening, Miss Platty. I was a bit worried about you. I hadn't heard from you, and I told you I was going to send in the cavalry, which was, a bunch of tough Aussies on ostriches, those big birds, and kangaroo. Um, you know, Hello, Tosh. Nice to see you. I've missed you. Um, So yeah, so then back to the point. The point is just then on the internet, it is not going to sound controversial to you to assert that very often conversations don't go very well on social media. And there's an interesting conversation. I sort of alluded to it. A public intellectual that I respect recently removed himself from Twitter, um, claiming that he was becoming a bit too misanthropic. He was spending too much time on it, and that he sort of didn't like what he was becoming. That he was sort of losing faith in humanity, and he was even his behavior was changing in a way that he didn't like. So he made the choice so that he can, get back to maybe more important projects than, uh, you know, the old meme of "Mom, I can't go to bed. Somebody on the internet is wrong." So it's hardly going to be controversial to suggest that on the internet, conversations fail a lot, and we often yell at each other, and we often can say mean things and get snarky and stuff. Now we'd all like to live in a more tolerant world where people got along, and we didn't do that. But it's sort of inevitable just by the nature of the beast. We're all keyboard warriors. We can hide behind our screen, feel like tough guys, and when people say things we don't like, we give our opinion, and then we, might say, the the text version of this. You might even use some big words. Hopefully, um, the the censorship bots don't kick in and ban your ass. That's why I use words like derp these days instead of expressing myself in a bit more emotional way. Um, in order to not get banned on Facebook, I've been on like 2-year unpublished lists as a science and philosophy educator because I used satire, and Facebook satire bots couldn't distinguish between obvious satire and a literal, sincere position. Um, no one gets your jocks, Marlene. I'm just gonna assume that was a spelling, a typo. No one gets your jocks. How many jocks do you have? I had a jock, but I haven't worn a jock in years. I used to be a jock, and I used to wear a jock because I played, like high school varsity baseball, and sometimes I'd have to be the backup catcher. And I think I told that whole story, or maybe I didn't. Oh no, it's too embarrassing. I'm not going to tell you the jock story. Anyway, whatever. So, hello, yup, another Maria, and hopefully I haven't missed any. Oh, and Patricia, I think you popped in. So anyway, back to the this problem of conversations that don't go so well on the internet and on YouTube, on Facebook, or sorry, social media in general. And so I've sort of tried to have discussions with you guys on what does the science say about how to change a mind, how to have better conversations. Yes, it's something that's studied. Yes, there is an academic body of work. I've sort of told you about the different ways you can go about it. um, Generally speaking, you can sort of, use a sort of modern take on the Socratic approach, where you sort of pretend to be neutral and not have an opinion and just ask questions and allow your interlocutor to develop their own arguments so that it doesn't appear, it's more like a dialectic approach. It doesn't look like you are being provocative or attacking, and then the other person might feel more relaxed and trusting, and then might be more open to a different sort of more positive conversation. You can develop trust and confidence with people over long periods of time. That can go a long way at improving conversations through establishment of trust and good faith, obviously. And then I've talked about sort of the other approaches. One of them is shaming, even just straight up ridicule. We are a social animal. Social animals want to belong. Social animals don't like to be shamed. They don't like to be ridiculed. And as I've shown before, yes, there is evidence that shaming and ridicule can indeed be effective. Anecdotally, over my 10 years of trying to educate on social media, because I cover everything. I mean, I cover very, very provocative, controversial topics across the gamut of science and philosophy, and somebody will get intellectually triggered and not like something and somehow take offense, and then the conversations can fail. But oh, I just lost my train of thought. Let me try to get back on my train of thought. I'm going to blame Platty, um, just cause. Um, so yeah, I guess anyway, the point is that there are different ways to go about trying to change a mind. There are there is a foundation upon which we can try to learn things about how to have more productive conversations. Plus, we can just become better critical thinkers, learn our formal logic, learn our cognitive biases, learn rhetorical skills, learn logical fallacies. Did I say that again? Cognitive biases and logical fallacies, formal logic, formal syllogisms, how to construct sound and valid syllogisms, and understand, you know, again, informal and formal logic. These are sort of the toolkit that you would be looking to if you cared about these sorts of things, if you cared about trying to get better at evaluating truth claims on the internet, if you cared about how to become a better persuader, how to learn your intellectual values, how to understand what good faith means, understand what burden of proof means, all these sorts of um, heuristics and tools that form a part of a sort of intellectual or critical thinking or philosophical toolkit, which will help you become more effective. Not only more effective for yourself in terms of being honest with yourself and learning more effectively, but also how to engage with other people and have more productive conversations so that we can avoid, more conflict more of the time. But in that vein, then it's rather inevitable that if you are just, engaging on the internet, unless you're just only engaging with the internet and exchanging kitten memes, and I guarantee you, even that can get ugly. One of these days, I might bring up a good friend of mine. Her name is Blanche, one of my best friends. Just adore her. She's Canadian, and she's a retired social worker, but she's basically, I think, in her free time, she's become just sort of a dog trainer. She loves dogs and she loves pugs, and she's, done, I think, the sort of fostering and a lot of training, and that's really, the most important passion in her life is sort of her dogs and training dogs and discussing dog behavior. So because she has a background in psychology and in as a social worker, she's very interested and very well versed in dog psychology and dog training. And so her and I often talk about all of the pseudoscience that goes on in dog circles, in dog communities, and how they fight and get just as political. It gets completely ugly even in the dog community. So when I make the joke, the only safe space is to like exchange kitten memes. I doubt that. I think eventually someone's going to get offended. You're going to talk about breeding ethics and and animal husbandry and parenting and training regimens, and then you're going to fight over proper nutrition and how to raise them. So there's sort of almost nothing these days that's safe in terms of being able to have a positive, productive conversation. Hello, Pebs. Thank you. You're making me blush. At the risk of sounding like a dumbass, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube are all doing what big corporations are doing, price gouging, not rocket science. We middle and lower class. Well, yeah, I mean, we are the product, Peps, which I think is the point. So I think that the illusion has always been that these are free services. And I think at this point now, we all have become savvy enough to understand that we are the product. And there are all sorts of privacy issues. And then we have, if you've seen The Social Dilemma, you're probably already aware of sort of things that we might need to worry about in terms of how the algorithms work, how they select um, and curate information for us and feed us up certain information at the expense of other information. So yes, so we are the commodity here being traded in. So yes, these social media companies are for-profit corporations, uh, and like any other for-profit corporation, their primary interest is maximizing the wealth of their stockholders or owners. So I think we've all become a bit more savvy and aware of that. Um, and so then, we need to then be understand, what the rules are, understand how, in a way, we're being manipulated, whether or not we're being, you know, manipulated beyond simply, a profit maximization motive, or if we're being manipulated in a more sinister, nefarious way. But that's bad enough. Being manipulated for with a profit maximization um, goal implies that our experience in a social community is going to be less than what? Perfectly transparent, perfectly legitimate, perfectly equitable, uh, perfectly just and fair. I think we pretty much nobody assumes that. And of course, that in this context, then, in the context of YouTube, as many of you know, I just recently I got a false strike from somebody who was upset because I used my platform to criticize the claims that they made, and this individual didn't like it, and so then they retaliated, I would argue emotionally, in order to silence my opinion, my criticism. and I think it's fairly obvious why that would happen. And so I believed that I obviously hadn't broken the terms of service, that what I was doing was completely legitimate, not only under my uh, right to an opinion on a social media platform. Now, of course, I've already had the big conversation with you that free speech is not actually a conversation which is relevant on a private platform like YouTube or Facebook or Twitter. But of course, I've often talked about we should have a nuanced conversation about the difference between the norm of free speech, which I think we should all have respect for, and then the jurisprudence of free speech, which is a conversation about the law and about a nation state and about the protection from a nation state to our right to free expression, but and also the inability of a nation state to dictate how a private company um, establishes rules of expression. So I often just use the simplest example. This is my platform. This is my home. My Facebook page is my home. It's like I'm having Thanksgiving at my house, and I initially open the door, and you're all welcome to come in and have dinner. Hopefully, I've made enough turkey and stuffing and gravy for all of you. Um, so I don't want to miss any funny things. But if you guys misbehave in my home, or you're mean to my other guests, or you keep changing the topic in a sort of rude and stubborn, obstinate fashion, then I can ask you to leave, and I don't really have to ask. I can just sort of show you the door, and then I can close the door behind you, and you won't be able to come to my house for Thanksgiving anymore. So those are the sorts of rules of private um, environments. This is not the public square. However, as I said, we can also have a conversation about the norms of free speech. And when we're discussing the norms of free speech, nothing related to the law, nothing related to your rights, simply a conversation about living in a civil society where we should be rather or rather very tolerant to the right of other people to express themselves. And on social media, I think we should respect that right. And I think that the social media companies should also respect our right. They have a vested interest. If they want to have a flourishing business, they probably want to allow people to express themselves, as that is what we are doing on their platform. But they have every right to do exactly as I would do at my Thanksgiving dinner, to simply throw you out if they don't like you. And they don't they don't necessarily need to justify it, but they do attempt to have rules in place. Like I would like to think I would have rules in my house. I would like to believe that I wouldn't throw you out of my house because I don't like your face. That would seem rather rude. Sort of goes against my ethics, my humanist um, tendencies. But so I wouldn't throw you out of my house because I didn't like your face. Maybe you look like my ex-girlfriend who broke my heart when I was 16 years old. And so I just don't want you there. Well, that wouldn't be very fair of me. You're not my ex girlfriend who broke my heart. And I should be a mature enough person to not hold that rather incidental um, phenomenon against you. So you would be free in my house, I would hope, to be able to express yourself. But if you get belligerent, if you start using inappropriate language, if you're consistently becoming problematic, if you're being rude to the guests, you're not participating in the actual conversation, you'd be starting to not fulfill my rules about who I want in my home. And so that's how then these big platforms, this is analogous to what platforms essentially do. They create the terms of service. So my rules at Thanksgiving dinner are my terms of service. And if you don't satisfy my terms of service, and I'd like to believe I would be fair and treat everybody the same, and unfortunately, a lot of the social media behavior does not seem to be equitable. It just spanked me. Um, but they at least pay lip service to the idea that we have a lot of leeway to express ourselves, similar to a civil society, similar to our our respect for freedom of expression, but there is no free speech protection in a private environment, a restaurant or my home at Thanksgiving. Um, Yeah, Platty, I can just see, you getting belligerent on me, and then you would just like, I don't know, you would duct tape yourself to my cat tree in the corner, and then like, God damn it, Platty has frickin' duct taped herself to the cat tree. I can't get her loose. How the heck? Somebody grab her leg. Somebody grab her leg. Okay, somebody get some scissors. Cut the oh damn it, she's really not letting go, is she? Oh God. All right, Platty, I don't want you to leave. So if you can just behave, then I want you to stay. But if you can't behave, then I will cut the duct tape off of you and separate you from my cat tree. And I'll remove you, even if it takes all of my Thanksgiving guests who are all drunk and will all probably just fall over and start laughing, but whatever. Anyway, so I'm digressing. Use super glue on it. So anyways, just to explain again, give you a setup that, we're in this space together, and it's sort of it's analogous to real life, sort of like we're all in a big room and we're just hanging out, but there's a way in which the internet is very different from real life. And since I referred to a public intellectual who's recently removed himself from Twitter, he made some really interesting relevant points, which I completely agree with. I think we all have the sense that, um, and I've been saying this for years, and I'm sure you guys have said the same, that you recognize that the relationships are different online. It clearly has something to do with this anonymity thing. The fact that we're at a distance. You don't have to deal with the social consequences of being a jerk face to face with somebody. So, the good news is that as much as there's a lot of strife and conflict on the internet and on social media among fellow Homo sapiens sapiens, we do at least behave far better with each other in real life than we do um, on social media. So we just time will tell whether or not we develop better manners, or if we will have to do something, whether that will fall on the responsibility of the social media companies to change in order to clean us up and force us to behave better vis-a-vis each other, or hopefully the states don't have to come in and regulate it, because I think we mostly share the common view that we want the internet to be as open as possible. At the same time, when radio came and when TV came and cable came, we have FCC regulations, we have radio regulations, we already have all sorts of restrictions on free speech, um, in all aspects of life. That's why in one of my videos, I had a conversation about the curation problem. And I'm not going to go into the curation problem again, but it's just a $1 million question. Do we need curation, better curation? And if so, who should be the arbiter and the supplier of this curation? You love vis-a-vis? So then back to the topic. So what's the topic? The topic is then, if you hadn't noticed, there are a lot of failed conversations and an awful lot of conflict on social media. And as much as we would love to be tolerant, as much as we would love to live in a world where we all get along, it's just not realistic. We're going to fight. We're going to disagree. And it may get a bit nasty. and you know, oh well, grow up or get off the internet. Unless you have a solution, um, it's just sort of the nature of the beast. So of course we all have the right to just, develop sort of attitudes towards negativity. So you just do this privately. The person can't see it. You don't respond. You leave, or you block them, or you do like I do sometimes, just say derp, or try to be, act in really good faith and try to reason with them and try to see if you can remedy the disagreement and somehow get back on positive track with these people. And after 10 years on social media, I have spent a, a inordinate amount of time trying to be patient and have good conversations with people. But I must admit, I've lost a lot of my patience. I get, legitimate trolling because, I've talked to you guys a lot about we need to distinguish between false claims of trolling, which is just somebody who's got a valid question that you don't like. And so then you just throw them into the basket of troll or hater, which which will become again relevant soon. Um, and somebody who's a legitimate troll, who just shows up to get in a fight, or they just don't like you, and that's okay. Nobody needs to like us. They don't need to like me. They don't need to listen to me. They don't need to like you. There is no requirement that we have to like each other or get along. If we can, that's great. When we do, that's wonderful. But if not, not the end of the world. Get over it. Figure out your ways to maintain your sense of well-being, to not lose too much sleep over it, or to get too upset. But sometimes, people are going to say things that bother you, and sometimes it's worth fighting over, and sometimes you're going to get angry, unless you're, you know, Mother Teresa, or you're an expert Zen guru master who can completely control your emotions. So I think we all have our days. Some people are better at it than others. I can be a saint and very patient if I'm in the mood, and then I can get snarky and sarcastic and nasty and all uppity and condescending when I feel like somebody's not being fair or representing my arguments or even willing to deal with my arguments. And then I can get snippy and you know oh well. As I always say, um, I'm a pretty sensitive guy. I like to be liked. I would like to be liked. I think I'm likable. But you need to, if you're going to be out there on the internet and you're going to, especially talking about controversial topics, it's just not going to go your way sometimes. That people are just not going to like you, and people are just going to, say mean, nasty things, and you have to just sort of get over it. Hello, insightful. I hope you're feeling better. Everyone, give insightful a hug. She hasn't been feeling well. Before I keep going, let me because I've already been yakking for a while and I haven't even gotten to the topic. So before I start, because I watched a video replay the other night, and I was doing the last couple of videos. I've been doing these really long ones. Whether or not that's a good idea, it is for somebody else to decide. But sometimes when I'm trying to make these very comprehensive intellectual arguments with a lot of content, and I already have a hard time interacting with the chat room. The other night, I noticed some people were like, can you please stop? We have some questions. Can we have some questions? And they were. I missed all of those comments, and I do try to take time for questions, but I'm not perfect at that. And sometimes I'm so afraid to lose my train of thought, or I just completely forget, and I just again time passes. So I apologize that I don't do that perfectly. And that's or it would be almost nice if the mods had a little button that they could push that would like give me a little electric shock or something in my neck. Yeah, let me bring Platy up, and because I mean I do still want to talk about some things. Um, but Platy, if you want to come up and hang out with me, But I also want to, and maybe I'll just say it now. There's another thing too, which is that we can maybe we can have this conversation about what is the contract here. Like for example, I think I made a mistake. I had a conversation with Mr. Homemaker, and the original format was that he was going to interview me. It was basically his show, so I was going to defer to him. But then things happened technically, and then we just decided to do it on my platform. So then, by definition, it became my channel. Therefore, I'm the host. Therefore, I need to manage my chat room. And then what happened was then the chat room started asking a lot of questions. And then my guest, who I also have an obligation to protect, I have an obligation to protect you guys, and I have an obligation to protect my guests. Now, my mods, of course, are, completely important in protecting you guys as well as also protecting my guests. But it also falls on me. So then my guest, who was supposed to be the host, was then getting questions asked, and then he was more than happy to have a conversation and respond. The problem was that that took us away from the main topic, and I had a different agenda in that I was trying to establish good faith with him, build a rapport, agree on first principles, and then we were going to address a whole lot of topics. But then the chat room became impatient and wanted to ask the questions early. So it all got off track. And then I realized that it taught me something about how I need to get better at maybe there are different sorts of lives. Maybe there's some lives that really you're just essentially interacting full time with the chat and taking questions and interacting with the comments. And that then there are sort of different formats where maybe I need to spit out for an hour or 2 hours, more like a intellectual lecture, my topic so that I can get it out, not get distracted, and then leave it open for Q&A at the end. And then everybody can then just sort of have the presence of mind to maybe collect questions that can be asked at a particular point in time. Because the problem is that if you have a comprehensive, complex topic, if you stop all the time, not only can you get off track and it can go much longer, but you can also end up then having to answer questions prematurely that are going to be addressed later on. And so it just poses some challenges, and I'm trying to learn it. And that was a good case study where, because the format changed at the last second, and it was supposed to be his show, but then it became my show, and I was supposed to be just the person being interviewed. Then it became, I felt like I had a different role, and I had to protect my guest and all sorts of things. So on that note, then before we get on to the next step, good evening, Miss Platty. Give me a hug. Miss you. Haven't seen
Oh,
you.
how do we do this?
How do we do what? What do
This
we do?
hug? Like,
Oh,
I don't
oh
know.
my, oh my God! Was that just like a free cleavage shot or what?
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
hang on.
maybe
Oh,
it
I'll
was
give you another one.
okay. Yeah, maybe it was incidental, but okay. I just wondered if it
No,
was
but
like
I
a
was trying to, like, go for the whole, reach around hug.
Yeah, I didn't realize that that's what you were trying to do. You were trying to like get behind my wall or something. You were trying to go across
Yeah,
continents. You were trying to reach behind
honestly. It's
across
like
Australia and around the peninsula of Florida, weren't you?
it's like working with monkeys, Scap.
Yeah. So how you doing?
Seriously. Hello, beautiful
Oh yeah.
motherfuckers.
So first I
I've
have
got
to
to
let you say hi. Do
I
your thing.
have to
Do your thing. You haven't been here in a while. I'm sure everyone's missed you.
No, nobody's missed me.
Well, I've missed you. Damn it.
Doohickey, quink, Nellie Bly alibi. Patricia burns deep in my soul. Moonlit view, moonlight view.
Oh yeah. Hi Moonlight.
Zia or Zaya,
Hi
I'm
Granny.
not sure, but you're no liar.
I would say
Yep,
Zia.
another Maria. I'm a
Maybe.
crazy lady, yeah.
I need to turn my headphones down.
Granny Juju, I hope it's not bad juju. Where have I been? Look, I've been a bit of a cunt. Oh, I did it straight off the
Yeah,
bat.
there we go. Demonetized right off the bat. No,
I
you do your
really
thing. I'm gonna go up and see if I've missed. Please forgive Skep for being an asshole. That was nice of you. I hope they do.
I know. Love you.
Love you too. Are you done? 'Cause
No.
oh, n-
Insightful. Boom. Um, Granny Juju is short for Julie. You are so funny. Platty. Yeah, I know. Who's funnier, me or Scap? Uh-huh.
uh,
How are you, Skeppy? Skepperoo? El
I'm
Skepperino?
well, I'll be better now because you're gonna cheer me up.
Yeah.
Who's
What?
being
You weren't
who's being too
happy?
generous? Doohickeys being too generous. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very generous. Well, I'm crabby. I would describe myself as crabby.
Crabby?
Yeah, I'm crabby.
Oh, Pebs W. Thank you for being you. Thank you for your generosity. Pebs W and Doohickey.
And
Motherfuckers.
many
Okay, yeah.
more.
I don't
Um,
know how many, who wants to be shouted out, motherfuckers? Just hurry up
well,
and I'll,
I was gonna
yeah.
say I just I want her to get it out of her system because I always know I have to like take almost like a professional hiatus. When she comes in the room, she needs to say hello to all of you, her most beloved children in the universe.
Well, Scap,
No,
that's
I always allow it. I
that's kind
recognize
of
that
my fucking job.
I know I need to just allot time for it is my point.
Yeah. Just hello, all you beautiful
Thank you again, Quink.
fuckers.
Very generous, Quink. Um,
Love you. And thank you. Oh, Quink sent a super sticker.
I mean, I
Uh,
don't know if
Patricia burns,
I
but
just
not the
wonder.
kind of burning in your nether regions.
Yeah, no, not that kind of burning, but I sort of
Nelly,
I wonder if
Nelly, what
I
does
have.
that mean?
Well, sometimes I don't. I defer a bit and I'm a bit passive, and then I realize I need to like assert myself and take control,
Do
and so it's
you?
kind of like,
So you're about to assert yourself.
do we have to
Shut up.
establish a sort of like protocol where like you get, I don't know, what would be fair?
Half an hour?
Half an hour? Really? That's a lot. I mean,
I
how how
know.
how long does it take to
But
sing us?
I'm
I only have 32 people in here. I mean, how long does it take to
I'm a
sing the
lot though.
names of 32 people?
I'm a lot though, Scap. There's a
Oh,
lot to handle here.
oh, I know you're
Uh-huh.
a lot. I I'm, I'm totally aware of just how much you are. Um, and it is a lot. I mean, when you look up a lot in the dictionary, yeah, I don't know if actually a lot is. I suppose it must be in the dictionary, right? I mean, even though it's two words, even though most people, again, is I'm a grammar Nazi, so some people
This is
spell it
one
like,
of those things,
oh yeah,
isn't
no,
it?
it's gonna trigger people because sorry people, but a
Me
lot
too.
is two words. So I know that
I
most of you probably spell
know.
it one word, but that's wrong. And then a lot of people also use ALLOT, like to allot some time to do something to it.
Oh,
Also not really the language, but
do
that's okay.
people do that? Because that's a fucking travesty. That's a
I
war crime.
I see a lot. I see a lot, but I mean I do get a kick out of when you like spell chagrin with an S.
I
And
know.
oh
I
yeah,
know. And I
that
do
that
it
that
just for
gives
you.
that blows wind up my skirt. I must say every time you do that. So I appreciate
Well,
that.
you do have a pretty skirt on today.
Thank you. I do have my pink frilly one, the one that you like. But no,
That
I'm
one.
not. I'm not going to show it.
Oh, Quink, you're
I'm
so
not going.
sweet.
And I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna show my banana hammock tonight unless I drink 3 more glasses of wine.
Are you on
Because
the wine?
yeah, but I only have a half a bottle, and I'm gonna go very very slow. So I will probably
I've
not be.
heard I've heard that before.
I probably won't be compromised this evening, but you never know. You never
You
know.
absolutely will be compromised.
I mean, the reason I might be compromised is because um I should have spent more time with my bacon. You know about bacon, right? You know about how
Well, I
everything
I
is
have
related.
heard I have
But you know
heard
how
of bacon.
everything reduces down to bacon, right? About 6 degrees of bacon.
Of
Yeah,
course.
I mean that's Kevin bacon, but anyway. So the point was,
Yeah.
I made a pound of bacon. Planning
Mm.
this evening to make these lovely. I don't have avocados, so I can't make blats, but I can make BLTs. You know what a BLT is? Well, what would a blat be?
Breakfast, lunch, and tomato.
Okay, and then what would the A be? Oh, and no, normally
Oh,
you don't.
and
No, and obviously you never include an A in an acronym.
well, I might do now.
You might anyway. It's avocado.
Fucking don't
So,
be telling me what I'll do with the
anyway,
English language,
I
motherfucker.
think I invented the blat to improve on the BLT. Now, maybe
Did
I'm not
you?
the first.
Did you though?
Okay, I probably didn't, but I like to believe
No.
that I invented the blat. I like to believe that I improved on the caprese salad, tomato and mozzarella, in olive oil with fresh basil. I've also
Caprese.
I've added avocado to that. Well, it's caprese, but
Ugh.
we're being Anglos, so caprese, bro. Anyway, so I should have occupied myself and just taken care of my
Wanker.
my bacon tonight because I made a pound of bacon, but then I got cranky because some things happened. So
What
my
happened? What
well,
happened,
well,
Scap?
I'm gonna
Talk to
tell you.
me.
Well, that's why I'm making this video because I'm cranky. Hopefully it's
Are you?
educational, but I'm also cranky. But
Mm,
but I
it's anyone's. It's
but I have a
anyone's sort of.
but I have a I forewent a pound of bacon sitting
Oh,
waiting
he
for me.
forwent. Mm.
I forewanked. What do you
Forwanked. A pound of bacon.
a pound of bacon
Right.
has been foregone for yeah for
Forwent.
no, it's the past participle. Past participle would be foregone. No,
No, I know, but I just want to
or
trigger you a
Doohickey
little
says
bit.
foregoed
For
for
goat.
or
For
gooey
goat.
for
For
gooey
goat.
for goat. Yeah,
For
I
goat. You
I
know.
have mm, uh nay that no what's a goat noise? I think a donkey and a sheep. What the hell's a goat? No, what
I don't know why I did that.
I don't know. Anyway, the travesty is that I have taken my time away from a pound of bacon that has done nothing to me personally, and yet
But
I'm
humiliate
leaving
you.
it all alone in the kitchen instead of
Why?
eating it, which is what its sole purpose, you know, is. So
Well, that
anyway,
was
so I'm here,
silly.
and so the point being that I might get compromised with the wine because I didn't eat today, and that's what sometimes I make that mistake, which is why you always yell at
Oh
me
my
because
God. We
I
have
don't
to, I'm
eat.
sorry, but Scap,
Well, I eat once a day.
we have to talk about the elephant in the room.
Look at Insightful. She's just straight up lying. She's saying I made some typos. I mean, can you prove that, Insightful? Or did I correct them before you took screenshots? Because if I corrected them before you got screenshots, I'm going to lie and uh, and just claim that you're making stuff up because that's part of why I'm cranky is because I got called a liar. I
What?
don't like being called a liar.
What have you done? No, I need to talk to you
I'm
right
cranky.
here and right now. What have you done to Pebs?
What have I done to Pebs? What, is Pebs
Yeah.
mad at me too?
No. No. No, Pabs is starting to get, a little fucking
Oh,
hot under the collar.
well, hey, I'm
Hey,
what? I'm just I'm just doing me. Just this is purely educational. Um, had I prepared for that, I would have brought the banana hammock. I would have changed my guitar strings, and then I would do a whole, Tom Jones skit, with the kind of low voice,
really?
hope hoping to get,
From from
you know,
Jones?
yeah.
It's not unusual to be loved by
No,
anyone.
but what's the more recent one? The sex bomb. Yeah,
What?
come on, sing some sex bomb
Sex
for me.
bomb, sex bomb. You're my sex bomb. Baby, you can turn me on.
Right. I'm not in the mood to sing because I didn't sleep very much.
No,
Because
of course
because
not.
also
And
the World Cup has thrown me out of whack because I get up at 5 in the morning to watch some of the rounds because I don't watch sports anymore. When I was a kid, I watched all the sports, but then I moved away from the U.S. for 20 years, and I whatever completely just
Mhm.
lost interest in sports. But the World Cup, it's a thing. It's like once every 4 years,
I got a little bit
and
moist because Australia got so
I
far.
thought Australia played really well.
Moist.
Even the U.S. I didn't get personally. I didn't get moist over Australia.
I got moist.
Yeah. I imagine. It's your
Hmm.
country of birth. So
Yeah.
you were feeling nationalistic down there. Well, I mean, since we're
Down
talking about
under.
down under, see
Hmm.
now to the
Hmm.
room, we are just punny. We're not dirty. Did you notice the difference there? We were being punny. We were being clever because we're all about cleverities here, right?
Well,
I'm
I
pretty
was
sure I
I was being I was being dirty. I don't know about Scap. I
well
can't
exactly.
speak
I
for
I
him.
tried to clean it up
I'm
a
a
little bit.
disgusting animal.
I try to clean up your disgusting animalness so I can get us back on track. So where the hell was I? So what?
What?
You want
Kirstie
to
Alley is dead.
really?
What?
That's funny since I was going to talk about well, I mean, sorry, it's not funny, but it's interesting because I might have been talking about Scientology tonight because I've been watching some videos on it and I made a community
I
post.
love
So,
you too, Pebs.
is she
Come
really
at
dead?
me.
I
Come
mean,
at me.
obviously it's
I
not
don't
funny
know.
if Kirstie Alley
Fraudulent
died.
schemes is a bit,
I don't
you know.
tend to I don't tend to make light of people dying. There's probably a few people in this world that I'm not going to lose sleep
Kirstie
over.
Alley is
Oh yes,
dead.
she
Is this
is dead.
true?
She is dead. Kirstie Alley
What?
dead at 71. It's so funny, but like I said, I keep using that word funny.
What?
I've been watching
The fuck?
I've been watching videos on Scientology the last few days, and I had forgotten that Kirstie Alley
Danny Choo-choo.
was a member, and so
We're all dying, honey.
the timing is sort of interesting in that it does look like she died. So
Do you think that it's
rest
a
in peace.
deep state thing?
Oh, you think it's well? I mean, obviously, we're all about conspiracy theories here.
Christine McVie just died, not
Christy
recently.
McVie.
Well, not recently. Of course,
I
recently.
mean,
What am I talking
I
about?
mean, I don't know about you, but I get the
Mm.
impression that people die a lot. So
I've not
either
heard.
all
No,
of them are part of a conspiracy, or just these new
no,
recent ones, because we're using a
Scap,
recency bias. So it's just like the thing
Scap,
that's been on the media.
Scap.
Yeah.
Stop your nonsense. In all my time alive on this, flat Earth, um,
See,
I've never
Granny Juju,
heard
she uses wine as a. I was gonna say. I was gonna
keeps her
say a.
alive.
Yeah.
Mm,
I was gonna.
hmm.
I was gonna say an aphrodisiac. That's not the right word for keeping somebody alive. Well, I mean, could aphrodisiacs keep you alive? I don't know. I haven't looked into the science on that. But that's not
Fraudulent schemes is
what's going
talking
on
some crazy shit. We're
because
dying because we eat
we eat
cheese.
cheese. Sorry, I'm not buying that. That's
I
rubbish.
can't.
I don't know. I teach science literacy, and I'm pretty sure that sounds like a truth claim that has not met its burden of proof. Plus, I love cheese. Therefore, my confirmation bias is going to just say that's rubbish, because I
And
probably would
I,
just
I have
I would
to,
completely
I have to
ignore
say,
any evidence if that were true.
Fluffy Minx, where have you been my whole life? I love your name. You
Oh,
fluffy
oh,
bastard.
Fluffy Minx. Yeah, I like your name
Mm,
too. And
mm-hmm,
I think you're right because since I
mm-hmm,
was watching the Scientology videos recently, I saw Miss Cabbage's presentation when L. Ron Hubbard died. And if you
mm.
watch that video, the way he talks about L. Ron Hubbard's demise, it's like he just went on vacation
It's
because he talks
so
about
wrong.
his vehicle moving on to the next layer, to the next level, like the next study, like the what do they call it, OR8 or whatever their levels are, and then whatever the OR8 is the top one. So he's like moving on to hello Andrea,
Andrew
hello
of the
Barbara.
archaeology world, we love you,
Yeah, so happy to see you.
Andrew.
So yeah, so
No, I'm not happy to see her.
so
Like, I just
I'm crabby. I'm crabby. Should we
still.
get to why I'm crabby? Well, I mean I feel
Well,
better now. Well, I
I
haven't had
was
my
going to
bacon.
say, is
I
it?
had I'd
Does it
had the
even
bacon.
matter now? Because I've come into your world and not come.
No, because
Um,
I had a function. There was a purpose to this video, and if
really?
you just come in and completely just make us have another, like a AK Rocks ass event where we just,
Uh huh.
we have
I've just
fun.
basically derailed your whole life.
No, because we are going to talk about the topic because it's an important topic, and I want to talk about it.
You want to talk about it.
And you're going to get all like, ew, there he goes again. He's doing
There he
that
goes again with his
critical think
feelings.
thing. He's going to do
Ugh.
that critical think thing.
Criminaling.
Well,
Ugh.
of course. As again, we are those who have been
Howie?
implicated. I don't believe you've been implicated yet, but as
Oh,
the criminaling syndicate, we
yeah.
are,
No,
don't forget, we are grandeur criminal behavior, which again,
it's so
I've never
funny.
seen
They all
words
block me
used.
before I get fucking brought into
Why
anything.
why do they,
It's
I mean, that just seems,
boring.
and I talked about respecting freedom of expression. I mean, did you go in all belligerent, or did you
Of
actually ask
course.
decent questions?
No, you know me, belligerent always.
Well, no, I've seen you. Sometimes that's why you say, "Scap, stay the fuck out of this. Let me handle it." And then you come on,
Yeah.
you like you put on your diplomat hat, and then you ask these questions very fairly. But then you have this like amazing ability to be passive aggressive, snarky, c word at the same time, seemingly
Mm.
acting in sort of good faith and sort of
Good faith.
forcing them to respond in good faith, which is, I mean, it's beautiful because sometimes I'm crabby, and if
And
I'm
people
crabby,
love me for it.
yeah,
Go
sometimes I'm
figure.
crabby. Sometimes I'm crabby, and I'm just like sitting there going, I am going to destroy you with reason in a way that you have never experienced in your life. I'm going to atomize you. I'm going to atomize you with
Mm.
my brain. I'm going to reduce you down and just
To
splatter your
nothing.
neurons.
Ash.
I'm going to atomize you. And that's
You are.
when I'm crabby. Now I'm not always
I'm
crabby.
almost lactating at the thought.
Yeah. Is that
Yeah.
is that like when you watched Australia playing well? Or not
Oh
quite,
my God.
not quite
What do
there.
you mean when I watched Australia play well? Like they fucking always do?
Well, no,
What?
so I'm sorry to announce they're out.
Only because we gave it to Messi because it's his
I'm
last fucking
I'm
World Cup.
I'm
That
going to
old fuck.
I'm going to metaphorically say that Argentina and Brazil winning made me moist.
Is there a way to like electrocute
You
myself with a
you want
phone charger?
you want a USB port installed?
Yeah,
Ask
yeah.
Elon Musk. He's going to be installing a brain chip.
Who can send my handwriting sample to? Who can I send my to me, Marlene? I'll leave. Somebody
Oh
can
my God!
include my
Insight
email.
Insightful's trying to shame me. She actually, how I was saying,
What's she
did she
done?
actually? She said, she said I caught you in a typo, and I'm like, I don't
Oh
believe
yeah,
it. Give
yeah.
me the evidence. She
Uh-huh.
just proved it to me and showed me the evidence, and she's right. God damn her.
That's so sexy.
Oh my God. Okay, Insightful, you got me. Okay, I typed WORLD and so I typed world, and I meant to type word. Gotcha. You're right. I stand corrected. My tough guy persona just completely failed me because you own me now, and I'm scared
I
at
don't
what my
know that I
penalty
can
will
talk
be.
to you anymore.
Are you going to hold this against me forever? Insightful. I
I will
concede.
too.
Okay, I completely
Mm.
concede. Thank you, Pebs. That's very kind of
Oh
you.
my
Don't care
God,
what you eat,
Pebs,
for you know
Pebs
blood as soon as you're
again.
born, you start dying.
Pebs, you hoe. I see you, motherfucker. Don't care what you eat, drink, who you know, blow. As soon as you're born, you start dying.
True. I
Ah,
I feel it. I'm dying. You feel it?
that's
I
the
feel it.
sweetest fucking thing I've ever heard.
And I can't wait to eat that pound of bacon because I'm pretty sure that right before as I'm eating it, I'm going to feel like I'm not dying. But then as soon as it's over, I'm going to recognize
So
that
why
that
aren't
was just an
you
illusion, and I will
why
be
aren't you eating the bacon?
because I'm hanging out with you and I'm crabby.
How about you be crabby and do both? You
I
fucking
can't. I'm
douche
not.
nozzle.
I don't eat on camera. I drink
No, but you can
and smoke.
fucking
I drink and smoke on camera, but I there I have my limits.
wow.
I have manners. I chew with my mouth closed. I'm not going to have a blat on live stream. Yeah, well, you did,
It's got
insightful.
that from
So
a
you win.
Hallmark card. I
Okay,
love you,
so
insightful.
so
You're
Moonlight
amazing.
Moonlight wants to know what triggered me. So I should I so do you
Oh,
want to know why I'm crabby?
shush, Moonlight View, you brown noser.
I mean, do
Love
we
you.
should we just move on to the ass? What was the ass again? What did it stand for? What was
Um,
AK's?
wasn't it Scientology and
No, 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 no.
sexiness?
No, it was like Friday party. It was like my Friday cocktail live. But
Yeah, but
what did
didn't it
it?
involve Scientology and sexiness?
No, it did not. You just want to involve
Mm.
Scientology and sexiness
In everything.
because yeah, you're just obsessed.
Because hail Satan.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, whenever you're ready, I will tell you why I'm crabby if you want, but
Sure.
only if you insist.
I I insist.
I mean, I'm interested to see how long I can put it off.
Mm-hmm.
Because Platy's going to start getting a face. She's going to go, God, he's critical think again. There's your face.
Uh-huh. No. All right. I'm going to turn the camera off because it's distracting and I need to charge my phone. But tell us everything. I want to hear it all.
Okay. So anyway, in my last or maybe the stream before, Socrates jockstrap. I forget what the ass was. Anyway, AK should be here. I don't know why he's not here, but yeah. So anyway, I'm sorry for the family of Kirstie Alley. I don't tend to wish death on anyone, although it wouldn't matter really if I did wish it or not. I'm not a big fan of Scientology, but I believe that the vast majority of people are victims to gaslighting and psychological manipulation. But that still doesn't mean that I am going to experience Schadenfreude from Kirstie Alley's death. I'm sorry for her family and for anyone who
I don't
appreciated
actually
her.
feel
By,
Schadenfreude by her
by the way,
death.
well, yeah, no, that's what I mean. I don't either. I liked her in Cheers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know much about her. I always thought she was pretty, very interesting. Um, and what else? But the other day I also learned a new word. I often refer to Schadenfreude, but there's also. Do you know Freudenfreude?
Freudenfreude.
Freudenfreude. Who in the room
Not
speaks German?
currently.
I'm sure in the room because you guys are the smarty pants. Hopefully that's why you're here. But I'm sure you guys all know the word Schadenfreude. I know I use it all the time. Um,
Yeah.
but does anybody know what Freudenfreude means?
Not currently, no.
Not currently, but
Um,
you're willing to learn, right?
I absolutely. Somebody teach me. Teach me. But then spank me afterwards when
I
I
was going to
don't get it
say,
right.
learn me.
Learn me,
So
Daddy.
yes, Nellie's got it. I figured Nellie would be
Oh,
um, uh,
fucking Nelly.
one of the linguists in here. Well, she already speaks French, so
Ah, fucking
um,
Nelly.
yeah.
Nelly knows everything.
So it's sort of experiencing joy
I love you, Nelly. I'm
from
joking, by
from
the
the
way.
happiness and joy of
Asshole.
others. So if Schadenfreude is experiencing joy from other people's suffering, Freudenfreude
Uh-huh.
should be
Yeah.
something that we aspire to, right? To feel joy from people doing good things and experiencing joy in their life, right?
Yeah, you could say that. Oh,
So so
really?
so
Oh, Nelly,
fraudulent is
Nelly
asking
fucking.
a good question. Oh, so
Ooh,
wow.
I can.
Ich
Wow.
ich kann nicht Deutsch sprechen.
Spreckenhund. Fucking Nelly.
So
Wow.
she can also speak German. See, I can't speak
I can.
German. I can say
I can
ich
only
will
sing.
in große Bier or
I can
something
only
like that.
sing Wooden Heart in German. That's it, by Elvis Presley.
I know a lot more Dutch than I know German, and I lived in a frickin' mostly predominantly Swiss German country for 17 years. I even bought the DVDs. So like before I moved to
Ah,
Switzerland, I got this big DVD pack.
sprechen Sie
So,
Deutsch?
I'm yeah, Hunda. Well, it's a dog,
Hunde,
a female dog.
Glashausen.
I can read some German, but I know Guten
Can
Tag
you?
and Guten
Can
Abend
you?
and Willkommen,
Achtung,
meine Damen and Monsieur, or
cunt.
whatever.
What's
Whatever.
cunt in German?
Oh God, I know it in French and Spanish and Italian, but I
You've
don't know
never
it
taught me. Why don't you teach me these things, Scab? You're
because
supposed to be my mentor.
this is an intellectual forum, buddy. Now I know that
Bless.
you just randomly drunkenly walked down the alley and found your way in here, and I for some reason have felt an affinity for you and we've become friends. But this is, strictly speaking, supposed to be an intellectual forum, for
Okay.
Christ's sake.
I don't know, but Peaford is dick. Peaford?
Shot.
Peaford?
It's not Marlena. It's not Shah. That's the male version. It's shot.
Peafers.
It's also,
Peafers.
ironically, it's con, but it's no longer used
Corn.
as con. Con now means crazy in French slang,
Well,
but actually it comes from the same origin.
wasn't there a tennis player, Andre Leconte? I
Lecomte,
was like,
yeah, Lecomte, but I think that was COMPTE. No,
it doesn't matter. I just always was like, Andre the cunt.
I domo arigato. Okay, now we have Japanese.
Hey, yes.
Domo
Haidumo arigato,
Mr.
Mr.
Domo.
Roboto.
Yeah,
Did we both do that at the same time?
yeah. Well, of course, because we're
Oh my
both
God.
completely ignorant when it comes to speaking Japanese. We could say like sayonara and domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. It's like the only thing we know in Japanese because we're dumb like that.
Andre
But
Agassi. Agassi. Oh, say, ¿cómo está?
see, this is what happens. Is I bring you up here out of the kindness of my heart because I love you and I
Yeah, and I
and
love you.
and then it just gets completely derailed.
And
And then
this is
have
why I
I
do
have
this
the
to you.
well, and then I have the just naive belief that somehow I can bring you into the
Bring
fold
it back.
and get us back on track, which is just completely, I mean, already I had 5,000 viewers until you came into the
When?
room, and now I have 23.
When?
I had
When?
now maybe I'm wrong, but I think I had it might have even been 50,000 people in the chat room that were watching the live stream, and then you came
Really?
in, and now it's down to 23.
Is that how it happened? Or are you like,
I don't know if anybody
or
sprezzatura.
are you
That
being
is a good word.
an Andre Leconte?
Well, I think I've told my funny Italian joke. I was just learning Italian when I lived in Italy. When I was in a transfer program in high school, and I was so proud. I wanted to go make this fancy Italian dish that my grandmother used to make, and I went into a little shop
Mhm.
and I asked for finocchio, and I was so proud of myself because
You
finocchio
asked for
means
Pinocchio.
yeah, and it means fennel. Finocchio, not Pinocchio, finocchio.
Oh,
And the
Finocchio.
lady sort of laughed under her breath, and I didn't understand, and I was a little embarrassed, and I was like, didn't I pronounce it right? And she gave me the herb that I want. She gave me the fennel, but then I went back that night, and then they told me that Finocchio is a homosexual. So in slang, so I must have strutted in. I'm sure I was switching. I walked in and I
Oh
said like,
my
excuse me,
God.
but do you know of any nice young man that I could have for dinner tonight? But all I was asking for was the spice fennel, but I didn't know that Finocchio is also slang. But
Uh,
that's funny, right? I mean, it's something that can happen with when you're just learning a language.
of course.
Like
I
I was
think that
like in
um
French, for example, and Nellie will find this funny. For
will
a
she?
dumb anglophone like me that has a hard time differentiating between some of the French sounds, which I had to practice. Lamacoon, yes, insightful remembers Lamacoon.
Oh my God. Fucking
But
La
but
Macon.
but
Did
like in
you?
French, well hold on, but in French, there's the word coup, COUP, then there's the word
Mm-hmm.
cul, CUL, and then there's the word que, QUEUE. And for a dumb American who's got, you know, vocal apparatus not made to speak French,
Low
I
IQ.
had to
Yeah.
learn how to pronounce those three words that seemingly could easily be pronounced all as coup. Like if I told you to pronounce those words, you would just say coup, right?
Maybe. I don't
Right?
know.
But COUP means coup, pronounced
Cool.
coup. It's like,
Yeah.
like you punch someone. Right?
Merci beaucoup.
Like a shot, like a coup, right?
Yeah.
And then you
Yeah.
have like a coup de poing would be a punch, right? A hit with your fist, coup de poing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's Q, which is CUL, which means ass.
Hey.
And then like a Q sec is like a shot. Like if you take a shot of tequila, it would be a Q
A
sec,
shot of ass?
a dry ass. I don't ask me
Oh, a
why. I don't know.
dry ass.
Nelly
Look,
knows why. And then there's une queue, which means like a
who
line,
doesn't like a dry ass?
like if you're standing in line, faire la queue,
Mm.
you'd like
Uh-huh.
stand in line. But une queue,
Yeah.
it also means a tail, but it's also slang for a phallus, right? So so
Who doesn't
these
love a
words,
phallus?
you could say coup, q, and que. You could say them all
Que,
exact. You can say them
que
all.
de
You can
ça?
say them all the same, and there's like thousands of French slang expressions which relate to
Can you
ass,
direct me to the
penis,
cottage, please? How would you
and
say that
well,
in
a coup.
Francais?
A coup also is a fuck. Okay, so all these words are pronounced differently, but they all
Oh my
have
God.
slang meanings. So if you don't know how to pronounce them correctly, you inevitably will be the laughing stock of every late night discotheque situation. Sorry, club. God, I'm dating myself. Discotheque. Anyway, so the point is that like Nelly, right? I mean, if especially for an Anglophone, it's easy to just say coo, coo, and coo for all three of those words. And if you do that, you're going to make a fool out of yourself a lot, and people are going to laugh at you all the time because you're talking about you know copulation, penises, and asses,
Population?
and these
My
words
favorite
are
topic.
are in included in all sorts of idioms and slang
Did you say
expressions.
discotheque, by the way?
I know. I'm surprised it was like a delayed response because right as soon as I say that,
I
everybody
went
laughs at me, and I
I
was like,
went to
God damn it!
pee.
Why did I say
I,
disco? I should have said club, club,
I
club.
went to pee,
I'm sorry.
but I heard discotheque, and
I
I
know.
was like, oh,
I mean, I think at
there's,
some point I said disco
there's
instead of
my
club to be
dad.
funny, and then it got stuck. and now I tend to say disco even though it should be club. Anyway, right? Whatever. Anyway, so
Duke is now
if
saying disco balls and smoke machines.
if you guys all
Bitch,
speak, if you
we
speak,
haven't
try to
seen
speak
fucking.
French. If you try to speak French, please try to learn how to distinguish between un coup, un cul, et une queue. Okay, it's just subtle,
Do
but
you
it's really,
know?
really
And
important.
I, when I was at uni, I ran into I made a friend. Imagine me making friends out in the world, like a fucking weirdo, and
In the wild,
in the wild,
like
yeah,
face to face, real people.
yeah, and
You
they English. They were English, but they also spoke fluent French.
you made
And
you
so
made
we're,
friends with
we're
English
sitting
people,
there.
wild English
Yes,
people.
yes, I know. I
Wow.
know. And Hungarians. I've been around, man. Um, but this British cunt, um, what an asshole. All right. So I'm sitting there, we're knee deep in I don't know how many jugs of beer. But I'm like, worked out. He's gone to one of the most prestigious schools in all of Britannica, fucking
Yeah.
Eton
Yeah. Yeah.
College or whatever
Yeah.
it's called.
Yeah. Yeah. Posh.
Um,
Posh. Posh. Posh.
very very fancy,
Fancy.
and so I'm sitting there and I ask him to teach me something French,
Just
and he tells me,
before you get started, we will
right,
get back to the reason I'm
of
crabby.
course,
Okay. Okay.
I'll finish this,
Okay.
and
Okay. And then we get to why I'm crabby.
oh my goodness, Nelly says nobody says
Yeah,
cunt
oh, God
better
damn.
than Platty.
Of course you
That's
have.
such
Of
that's
course. Yeah.
amazing.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much. I feel really privileged and so blessed that you said that. Thank you.
Just like how
Um
do what should my about page description say? Like, come here for intellectual and profane discussion. Should I mean, has anybody ever tried to combine intellectualism and the profane? I'm just wondering. Profane intellectualism?
Probably. um but yes, I asked my
Insightful. I'm going to let you get away with that typo right there. Poofed. We are
coach, we
your
are you
only
are
friends.
only friends.
Did you do that on purpose?
I can't even look at her right now. Oh
Right?
my god.
Right?
But anyway, so this fucker from Britannica fucking says to me, that he'll teach me something French, and I
That sounds
can't
like
remember
that sounds
what
like a
it.
come online to me.
No, it wasn't like that.
Hey,
It
baby,
wasn't.
let me teach you something French. Isn't that like, isn't that like,
No, no,
paint me like your French girls? Isn't that like the counterpart to
no.
paint me like your French girls?
His name, Nelly. His name is Ricky. Actually, how
Ricky.
the fuck? She
It's
just
not a very,
said, "I love Ricky," but
not a
yeah,
very
his name
sexy
is
name.
Ricky.
Really, his name is
Um,
Ricky.
and Ricky fucking said
Ricky
he'd teach
Tikitabi.
me something French. And I thought that I was learning, something quite mundane, like, hi, my name is fucking whatever.
What are you, Eminem?
And
No, you're Eminem.
yeah, but he actually taught
Patricia
me,
has seen Ricky 3
what was
times.
it? What?
I
Let
am a
me.
big Ricky. I'm a big Ricky fan, by the way. Don't make fun of me. I like
I'm
Ricky.
I'm totally all about Ricky.
I like Ricky.
Um, oh
I
no,
I
hang on.
I sing. I do a pretty mean version of "She Bangs,"
I bet you do.
and
Let's not
if
talk about your fucking
I
sex
have
life for
four
a
more
second.
glasses of wine, I will sing "She Bangs" in my banana
Please
hammock.
don't. I'm
No,
afraid.
you don't want that.
I just feel like this is, a special
But just
song
just
for you and Dr. T.
finish your story.
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
want to
And
distract you because I need to get cranky.
it was basically a fucking, like trying to teach me, hi, my name is, I thought, but it was una petite garçon,
I made a
something
well
like
hung
that. And it was
joke the
like,
other day.
where are the little boys?
What?
Yeah.
Où sont
Where
les
are the little
petits garçons?
boys?
Où sont les petits garçons?
Yeah. And I didn't
Yeah, you're
know.
you're so no, that's Mickey. That Nelly, that's Mickey.
That's
That's
Mickey.
Tony Basil. Come on. Oh my God, I just dated myself again. Back to when I used to go to the
You
discotheque
did.
with Tony
No,
Basil and
and
Mickey
it's
or
Tony
something.
Basil. Stop your
Oh,
nonsense.
Basinigola in my
It's
grandmother's
fucking
accent.
Tony Basil. Nobody says basil.
Basilica.
Ah, oh my god. Like my whole fallopian
Hungarian
tube
Hungarian
is
makes me think of
tied.
goulash.
Hungarian makes me think of
No, you don't have to
like,
say no, you don't have to say it, Platty. It's there. We
oh.
see it. You don't have to say it. Just because like the only comments you read from the room are the ones that have the C word or they're profane. Just let them go and laugh at them and say, "What? Haha, Patricia, that's funny. What you said." You don't need to read them all live, especially
Why
Patricia. I mean,
not?
if we
I
encourage
love
Patricia,
it.
if we encourage Patricia between you and Patricia, you know where this will go.
Exactly.
Well,
And how fun. I'm seriously thinking about having like a cunt
are
stream.
you? Oh God, are you done with your story? Did you
Okay,
sleep?
yes, it's
Did
done.
did
It's
you sleep
done
with the guy?
now.
Did you sleep with the guy?
No, never.
See, fraudulent says pull the trigger. Okay, so I need to pull the trigger. Okay, so it's
All right,
time.
fine, fraudulent. Fuck. Ugh.
Okay, so
All
ask
right.
me ask me why I'm crabby.
Why are you crabby, Skep? Although
So
I know that you're not anymore.
no, because you've cheered me up, and the room
Yeah.
has cheered me up,
So
and
let's
Nelly
just
wants to talk about smelly cheese, camembert, which isn't
let's
partic-
let's just
it's not a particularly
pretend.
smelly cheese. It's not like Roquefort. Roquefort is a smelly cheese. Camembert is rather mild cheese.
Camembert. Ugh.
I
Let's
like
just
camembert.
pretend that you're still, you're still in your
Gouda,
feelings. What's
Gouda sort of
going on?
Gouda is sort of boring. Well, Gouda is great for me because when I was in Europe and I liked to make Mexican food, it was like the one of the only cheeses I could find that I could make tacos with. Because you can't make tacos with camembert. That's just stupid, right,
Really?
Lottie? Even
Really?
you know that, right? See,
Oh
fraudulent's
yeah.
getting upset
Yeah.
like fucking hell. See? Okay,
What's fraudulent
okay,
getting all up in their feelings about?
okay. So
Good.
the point. Skep needs to get laid. Maybe it's the opposite. Why isn't it Platty needs to get laid, Skep?
Oh, I definitely need to get laid.
Jesus.
People,
Okay.
you all know
Okay.
this.
Hold on. So you guys already
Help
know.
me
Hold
find
on.
me a
Well,
man that
we're
loves me.
losing viewers like they're dropping like flies, Platty, because of you. Because
They are not.
I had
Stop it.
150,000 people were watching this stream
Right.
when I so eloquently began my introduction, and then you came on, and it just I lost like 149,973 viewers.
And here's all the fucks I give.
You don't. I thought you cared about my brand. I thought you wanted to build
Oh, I
me up.
care about your brand. Of course, of course.
You
Here's
cared
me
about my brand.
caring about your brand.
So okay, okay,
So,
okay.
okay, tell
What?
us about
Okay,
that time that you
no,
got
and then
emotional and crabby.
no, not who said emotional? I said crabby. I mean, is it okay? Crabby sort of suggests a tad bit emotional. Okay,
A
okay, whatever.
little.
So anyway, my last live, I also gave you guys an update that I got an unfair and unjust um, um, community strike, my first community strike for using exactly 1 minute and 27 seconds of a video, which I stopped 4 times to analyze and give value added and transformative commentary about Babs. and
Oh my
and
goodness,
and
Hebs.
so I got
Jesus wept.
so I got a strike, which is against the fair use clause in the terms of service on YouTube, which means that somebody was abusing their terms of service agreement, right? So I
Uh-huh.
contacted a lawyer and I fought it and I won because clearly it was fair use.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And I think it was after my last live stream that I actually noticed that it was finally lifted and I no longer have a strike.
Mm-hmm.
So that video was reinstated and I was being critical on that video of a certain Mozzarella Martini, which is the pseudonym I'm going to go by because the person is rather unstable at this point.
Oh my
And
goodness. Nellie is totally like cock blocking you at this moment.
is she?
Do you see
Well,
what?
oh, right. Well, because she's playing the part of the cock blocker, because that's the point, which is why I'm crabby. So she's just trying. She's just trying to stick the thorn in my side right now, and she's going to try to make me extra crabby. But I'm not crabby anymore because I'm
I
talking
think
with you
she's
now.
milking your prostate at the
Yes.
moment.
Yeah. 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 It's mozzarella
Wow.
martini. So I had
Yeah.
posted some videos where I noticed some rather disturbing behavior that after the fact, first she deleted a video where she completely conceded my argument, which was simply that what she's promoting is a pseudoscience, but she's selling it as science, which it is not. And I simply used my platform and my critical thinking chops to
Yeah.
basically completely repudiate, excoriate, um,
Mm.
um,
Exsanguinate.
exsanguinate, good one, and intellectually destroy the claim that handwriting analysis, otherwise known as graphology, is a
Oh,
well-known and well-established pseudoscience. And I made an
of
entire
course.
video where I pretty much, um, took that whole argument apart. And she didn't take kindly to that. And I think sort of responded rather emotionally, probably in an effort to not only save face in front of her audience, but clearly attempting probably also to sort of justify her assertion of expertise and the products that she's selling to um, as part of her livelihood. So I can understand why nobody would like that. So I mean, if you're selling
Mm-hmm.
homeopathy or you're selling um, um, shamanism, or you provide exorcisms, or tarot reading or palm reading, or you're psychic. Of course, you're not going to
Fake,
necessarily like it.
fake forensic shit.
Right. You're not going to like it when somebody using their free speech and
Mm-hmm.
within the terms of service of YouTube makes a
Yeah.
video completely destroying that argument using evidence and empirical scientific evidence, stuff like two massive meta-analyses and like 200 studies plus 400 cited studies that refer to these meta-analyses, as well as just sort of refuting the entire logic and the sort of the entire origin of that argument.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
this person didn't take kindly to it, and so they lashed out. And now this person also happens to be associated with the Cold Case
The
Foundation
cold case. Yep.
and Chris McDonough, who I've also exposed as being, I would argue, a fraud, a used car salesman. And I defined very well when I use the words charlatanism. Charlatanism is when you purport to have some skill set or some service or product, otherwise known as snake oil, and you purport that this is essentially knowledge, and you can't meet any minimum burden of proof, then that is what the definition of charlatanism is. And I used the definition, I referred to it. The definition I used refers to quackery. And then I also, if you go deeper into it, you recognize um, that it also often relates to pseudoscience. So I'm on very solid epistemic ground when I suggest that it is indeed a pseudoscience. I noticed that she made a video, which she's then since deleted to cover up,
Deleted. Mhm.
suggested she used a different definition of charlatanism, referring to reputation of people having skills. And so she said,
Oh, I
this person's
saw
wrong
that.
because I have skills. And it's like, no, that is a very poor definition of what charlatanism is. It's not simply skills, it's skills that purport to be a substitute for knowledge, that you're claiming to be able to do something that is a real thing in this world. And then she used all these fallacious arguments like, this is
The
something I've been doing for
mental
35 years. Well,
the
exorcists
mental
have been,
gymnastics.
yeah, mental gymnastics and just horrific fallacious reasoning. So I went over this in my
Mhm.
last live, but I brought that live down because at the end we ended up playing around with playing uh, old theme songs from our youth and cartoons, and I got a bunch of copyright claims.
Really?
And
Where was
those aren't
I?
those aren't strikes. You weren't around because you were, I don't know, getting moist over Australia or something else.
Oh, there was
Uh,
that. Yeah.
yeah. Um, So the point being that there was a sort of retaliation because I, as a scientific skeptic, that's what we do, is evaluate truth claims and try to help you guys get better at evaluating truth claims. And I was showing how there's a spectrum of of
Mm.
alleged tools that fall under the banner of forensic science, and there is a spectrum. And even John, the psychologist from Hidden True Crime, addressed
Hidden true crime. Yeah.
my comment the other day, and we completely
Mhm.
concur. He agreed also, where I said that there is this solid body of forensic sciences that are, solid, claims about physics and about, DNA evidence and blood spatter analysis and even forensic handwriting analysis, which normally means um, differentiating between forgery and you're essentially, it's a claim about being able to identify the authorship of a document,
Mhm.
not about being able to read deep meaning into this person's character traits and personality. That's graphology, and that is the claim that I was addressing. I wasn't addressing the two legitimate forms of handwriting analysis, one which is determining authorship, and that is what
Yes.
is considered
Yeah.
scientific and
That's
evidence based, and that's what's
real.
considered
Mhm.
something that's admissible in court. And then you have another area
Mhm.
where we analyze handwriting analysis, which is used more for medical applications to be able to identify if, for example, handwriting can show that somebody is experienced, for example, something like Parkinson's disease, where we know that there is a motor function, a motor dysfunction that's occurring as dementia develops. So I referred to those, and I was distinguishing between those forms of handwriting analysis and graphology, which is a set of claims and essentially an alternative psychiatry and claims about
Could I
almost an alternative therapy
could
as
I
to
ask
being
a
able to read
question?
deep meaning into your. It's sort of like body language, but on less solid ground, even than body language claims of expertise. So yeah, please, you can.
And it's a crass question,
Of
but
course it is. Yeah.
it's totally meant to
Are you gonna take me away
burn.
from explaining why I'm crabby? Are you gonna change the
No, no,
subject? Are you
no,
gonna stay
not
on
at
topic?
all.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not saying
I
I'd be
just
against it.
wonder. I
I'm just
just wonder
yeah.
if this, this fucking forensologist um would be able to tell who the author of, let some people
Well,
go
I made I
outside.
made a I made a 7-hour video, which I don't believe you were
Mm-hmm.
in, where I
No,
discussed all of these, how you could subject this claim
no,
to
but my
falsifiability
question is
and the
crass.
scientific method, which would be, I think, where you're going to go with this. But go ahead.
No, you don't know where I'm going to go with this.
I mean, I never know where you're going to go, so excuse my presumption.
Yeah,
Completely presumptuous of me. Continue, continue.
I know. There's a lot of people that go out and they piss in the snow, and they write their names and
Is
stuff. Would
is that
would
is that your scientific refutation?
basically
Snow pissing?
snow pissing.
Okay, go ahead.
And would she be able to tell the author, like,
Of
if,
snow peeing.
say, you go out and you piss your name into the snow, would she be able to tell the author of said piss writing?
Well, first of all, now we're now we're talking about forensic handwriting analysis, which as I said, was out of scope for my argument, which is legitimate. And in theory, you could subject that also to science. So you could show, if you were able to subject that to a controlled scientific experiment under controlled conditions, that one person using their penis to spell out their name in fresh snow would have a set of signatures that would differ from another person with a different penis in the same sort of snow trying to sign your same name. So I don't see
Yes.
why you couldn't subject that claim to empirical scrutiny and controlled scientific conditions. I'm pretty sure that nobody has ever tried that experiment.
Well, I really want somebody to try that experiment.
I mean,
So,
now that you bring it up, I'm sort of curious
yeah,
as well, because I would think you'd need to know the sort of dimensions of the said penis. Like, for
true.
example, what about, a very, very long penis? Would that then
How
subject?
does the girth,
Yeah,
impact? How does, the
and to
waking
Moonlight's
penis?
view. I mean, what about, is it flaccid or rigid? I mean, you're all about flaccidity of character.
True. Waking penis as
That's what
opposed
science.
to
That's what science does. Is
post-coitus
it
penis.
controls for these things. So it would
I
probably take.
know, and
It would control for both situations. Okay, so are we going to test for a flaccid penis signature, or are we going to test for
always,
an erect penis
always
signature? Because then, I mean, these
both.
are two sets of tests.
I want to test for all.
I
Like,
would
I'm
I would
all about.
well, plus the other problem, of course, is that the snow, because it's sort of going to degrade, the quality of the evidence is going to degrade depending upon the weather. Um, you would also have to really
The
control for
squirting
the
velocity.
the weather conditions. Yeah, the squirting velocity. Indeed, you'd have to probably check their
Was it
prostate.
windy? We're going to have to look at everything.
You'd have to. Well, you do it in a
Does
vacuum. You do it in a vacuum, so you'd take out the possibility of wind affecting the experiment. And squirting velocity actually seems very important because, for example, you might be able
it
to tell
does?
the difference between authorship based on the health of the colon and the
And
and the the prostate.
there are some people that just piss better than others.
Well, I just mean, like, you can probably tell the difference between a signature by a 13-year-old urinating in the snow, which is, just comes out, rather luxuriously, because they have a
Look,
really healthy
drone man,
prostate.
have
What?
I ever, drone man, have I ever told you that I love you? And if I haven't, here
I
is my moment.
I
I
I
love
also
you, drone man.
I I also would like to stop and say that I love Drone Man. He always he gets everything.
He
He always
does.
has a clever. He's full of cleverities.
He
Um,
makes me quite happy. And please,
see,
please do if
this
you.
is the problem: is that people show up. Like Vegemite. She just turned in. She just tuned into the live, and we just, the first thing she hears is,
How do
scientific.
you know that Vegemite Smile is
Well,
a she?
I oh I
Wow,
don't. I
that was awkward, wasn't
Sorry.
it?
Oh my.
Mm.
Ve-
But
Vegemite. Can we
I'd
get?
like to
I'm just going by.
assume,
I'm going by statistics because it's something like 90 to 95% of true crime is female.
it's
And when I've
because
looked at my
chicks get
demographic,
moist about your fucking voice.
no, it's
Ugh.
not me. Because I talked to another creator and I said, like, I hope that it's not my deep male voice. And they went, no, I get the same exact demographic platform. I get the same exact demographic breakdown of mine, and I'm a female. So it's not me. It's just like there are more females for whatever reason in the true crime community. It's just a fact, just
Oh,
statistically a fact.
fraudulent, fraudulent schemes is getting cranky
Well,
now.
no, no, but fraudulent wants me to get to the goddamn
I
point, and
know,
you are
and
keeping
I'm
me, and I'm
here
trying.
to
I'm
derail
trying.
it.
Well, I know, and you're here to derail it. So I'm
Hello,
trying. So
Vegemite
anyway, it's important, since
Smile.
that last video is now privated. I mean, I can make it available to you if you
But
want.
I like to think that what I said was quite valid
Well,
insofar as, you
well,
know.
I know you, and it's important that you feel validated. So I try to go out of my way to validate you, you know, constantly, because I don't want you insecure, because then I'm afraid you could get crabby, and then it could get worse for you.
Oh my God! I'll throw fucking a million pandas your way, motherfucker.
So you're saying you don't want me to validate you? Then I shouldn't go out of my way to validate you.
Oh no, please do.
What do you want?
Everyone should validate me.
Come on, everybody in the
Make
room.
me feel like a queen.
What do you think is a better tactic to keep Platy, you know, constrained and contained and happy? Do you think that we should validate her, or should we be brutally honest? Yeah, my topic today is first of all,
Today's topic is phallus. Exactly,
it's an
Nelly.
update. It's a conversation about conversations on social media, and then I'm going to use a case study after I give you the update, so that we
Oh,
can
there's a
show.
case study.
Yeah, so I can show an example in real time of somebody
Sexy.
that doesn't know how to critical think, and that they only know
Pardon
how
me.
to use logical fallacies. And then I'm going to test you guys so that you can try to not only notice
Oh
the
my.
difference between a good argument and a bad argument. You're also going to be then tested and asked,
Mm-hmm.
what type of logical fallacy is it? So,
Everyone should be careful because I'm about to marry up the drone man. Validate Platy. Thank you. Thank you,
right,
drone man. You
and
beautiful, beautiful soul.
you even got a frickin' hashtag, which means that
Yeah,
that should go viral. So again,
it
back to the
should.
story. So the story is that I've been engaging with
Sorry.
a fictitious character, of course. Obviously, I'm just telling a story. This is fiction. It's not real life, about a certain Mozzarella Martini who has become, and I'm going to go lowbrow here, please. Permit me this
Mm,
lowbrow, sort of internet
mm,
jargon. It's totally, it's unfair of me, but I'm gonna go there. Somebody got butthurt
mm,
by some hardcore scientific skepticism in their face, and they didn't like it
yeah.
much, and so they retaliated by making a false strike on fair use grounds and copyright grounds, which they lost. And so my video was made public. Now I'm going to explain to you why I've just then made an executive decision to again private it. So I'm going to get to that. So it was public again because YouTube has reinstated
Uh,
it, but I'm going to give you some updates. So anyway, so I got essentially a retaliation strike, and then this person showed themselves to be, I don't know, there was some rather disturbing behavior that I thought even it sort of worried me in terms of the well-being of this individual, because somebody was very secure in their skills and their expertise and their value added input into true crime and forensic science would not have responded that way. But somebody was very insecure about the particular subject matter would respond in exactly the way that they have, which is to be intellectually dishonest, to make a video conceding my argument, which is essentially that forensic handwriting analysis, or graphology, which is the analysis of text with the belief that you can read deep personality traits and character, and even provide sort of therapy to people to, as a sort of alternative psychiatry, is a pseudoscience. And so this person then, after conceding and acknowledging that it indeed was pseudoscience, and even I have a letter, which I showed in my last video, that her attorney also acknowledged that its graphology is pseudoscience, then made us another video after deleting the first video and going back and forth and deleting the video and making the video public, and then claiming, and then making a comment on my post saying, no, I've just removed the video from your viewing because you're blocked, sort of insinuating, therefore, that the video was public. But then when I asked other people to go view it, they also couldn't see it, suggesting that that video had been made private. Now, I might have used the word delete. Okay, well, for me, that's a semantic conversation. If you make something private, you're deleting it from the public. We can have the semantic conversation about the distinction between making something private and deleting it. But for all intents and purposes, you are deleting it from the public viewing audience. So other people then also confirmed that the video had been taken down after she conceded and made a video saying that indeed it is. Well, her video said it's not pseudoscience, it's parascience. That was the title, and then she took that down. Then I called her on that, the fact that she then removed it after conceding my point, and then I also have an email from her conceding the point from her attorney telling her that it was also pseudoscience, which means I am correct. I am not defaming her because I have truth on my side. Then she made a whole set. I mean, then it just seems like this individual became sort of unhinged, made a whole host of community posts, insinuating that somebody who was calling themselves a skeptic was calling her a liar and a charlatan and a fraud and all these things, and she didn't like it. But I defined what charlatanism, fraud. I mean, if you're selling a service which can't meet its burden of proof to demonstrate that it can do what you claim to do, that's a fraud. You're defrauding your consumers. If you're claiming that you have a set of skills and you're using the word science everywhere, claiming that it's 100% science, 100% science, and I've shown that in my video. But it's pseudoscience, and all of the evidence, a massive body of scientific evidence under controlled conditions have shown that these claims cannot meet their burden of proof. Therefore, it's a pseudoscience. All of the evidence is on my side. There's nothing defamatory about calling it charlatanism, calling it fraudulent products and services, and calling it a pseudoscience. But this individual was, to use the lowbrow internet jargon, which you'll know, butthurt, then retaliated with the false strike. But then all of the behavior was then manic, where there were all these community posts trying to take screenshots of things that used the word science and underlining it. Then she changed her entire website, added an entirely new web page that was called Haters, which referred to me, and then claimed there was a skeptic who was skeptical about science. I'm not skeptical about science. I'm a scientific skeptic, like people like Carl Sagan and Neil deGrasse Tyson and a whole host of other legitimate scientists who are not skeptical about science. They're science advocates who evaluate truth claims and have a concern for whether or not things stand up under scientific scrutiny. So I'm pro-science. I'm not skeptical about science. Rather the contrary. So that was essentially a straw man and a sort of an ad hominem approach. And she made an entire menu item and an entire page on her website dedicated to her haters. And then she associated it with cyberbullying, something that I abhor and something that I fight about. Scientific skeptics are not cyberbullying. We are evaluating truth claims and protecting consumers from false claims of products and services that don't stand up under empirical, evidence-based, and reasoned scrutiny. We provide a public service to make sure that you don't buy stuff that doesn't do what it claims to do. I think that's a rather noble cause and something I've been dedicated to for most of my adult life, because I don't want you guys getting duped and wasting your money, and I don't want to get duped, which is why I also learned about it. That's what scientific skepticism is. It is a legitimate intellectual, philosophical foundation where we employ the scientific method and the heuristics and foundations of critical thinking and logical, and evaluating arguments for internal logical consistency. That's what we do. That's what I've been volunteering to do, unmonetized, for a decade. I don't get a damn penny for it. Now I'm monetized on YouTube. That's true. And if I get $100 a month, wow, that's really going to pay my $7,000 of overhead. So this is essentially volunteer work that I've been doing for 10 years. Now, you might make your living pandering in this stuff, but sorry, I want to try to educate people so that we promote products and services that actually meet their burden of proof and actually do what they claim to do. And I want to use my freedom of speech and expression to be able to help you guys better evaluate these marketing claims, these truth claims that you're bombarded with on social media, so that you can make better decisions for the things that you believe in and the things that you use your money to purchase, and how you direct your votes and your consumer power with your pocketbook to hopefully promote a more ethical capitalism where bad actors who sell fraudulent um, snake oil products and services get crowded out and scared away from the marketplace. And then they have to work harder to actually provide benefit for us. They have to be able to sell products and services that actually work and add value and do something good. I feel you need a drink with the spanking attached. I'm sure I do. That's probably exactly what I need, Peps. So all that then background that this person was getting manic, and then they made another channel and made another website page called Science, which was anything but science. It was screenshots of testimonials and anecdotes and references to
But
things
science.
from curricula, all bad science. And I sort of showed that in my video to expose that this is not what science is. If you have science, you're going to be, I'm expecting as a scientist and somebody who's a scientific skeptic, because again, I'm a bona fide scientist as well. And I expect, and even if I weren't, it wouldn't even matter. But I would expect that if you're going to have a channel, you're going to have a page on your website called Science. I'm expecting to see legitimate science. I want to see links to original primary sources, high impact scientific journals that are peer reviewed in quality, high impact journals. That's what I expect to see. And preferably, I want to see meta analyses. These are the evidence, these are the documents that I provided in my refutation. But of course, these people,
How
because they're not on
sexy is
sound
that, lady?
epistemic
Mm.
ground, they have to attack the messenger. They have to attack me and try to defame me and essentially engage in what's called ad hominem fallacies, because they can't actually address my substantive arguments. So this person then, exactly like Chris McDonough, tried to then
Skep has a substantive.
demean me as being
Mm.
nothing
You
but a
know.
hater and a
Mm.
troll, and then to try to psychologically profile me, which is exactly what Chris McDonough has done in the past, and which I've made several videos showing the horrific reasoning, the fallacious reasoning, as well as the bad science in an understanding of what trolling means from an academic sense, and its link
Oh my
to
God.
to
Giant Man's come back to
the
me.
psychology and psychiatry of the dark tetrad and the dark triad. So I thoroughly eviscerated and annihilated and dismantled all of the arguments put forth, and this individual isn't capable of dealing with me intellectually and actually responding to any of these claims, so they went after me. And in my video, you can go off and watch it if you want. Don't trust me. Don't listen to a damn thing I say. When I say I
I
eviscerated,
don't trust you at
excoriated,
all.
and annihilated and destroyed, you shouldn't listen to me. You should just go read my links and go look at the studies and go listen to the scientists
Are
and go
we
listen
done with the rant because I
to
called
people
off work?
that are
What?
far smarter than me. Are we done with the rant because I called off work? um, does that mean you want me to continue
Peps,
ranting, or you want me to be done with the rant so you can go back to work? Or do
Peps
you
just
like the
wants to
rant?
spank you. Oh my God.
Maybe I
Peps
want
is
to
a
be spanked.
fucking animal.
Maybe I want to be spanked. So anyway, so then
What?
there's all this background, right? So that's the foundation of my crankiness. So then so I got this reversed.
I know.
I,
He
I haven't
says
even
fallacious because it gets the women all excited.
I haven't even gone back.
Dirty, dirty man.
I haven't even gone back to this channel, but I do know that the person then made another video and then deleted that video, and then I made a community post on it because I noticed, and then they brought that video down after I called them on that video.
I've only
That
eyes for Drone Man at this
that
point, and
that
now that he's back alive.
the
Woof.
second video that was made private was a veiled threat that the video that was made that conceded that graphology was pseudoscience was a plot, a ploy which had been advised to her by an official, and that I that that the subject, me, had fallen into the trap, and that now they had the evidence that they needed, and that she was then going to be pursuing a big project that she would be announcing in the future, and that she was didn't mean to mislead her audience. She only made that video on advice from the official in order to sort of entrap me. And then she brought the video down once I fell into the fly trap, and that this was going to be evidence to somehow expose me. And I have heard rumors that whatever Fish McDonough is making another video on criminaling because he's accused me of I'm criminaling. Like right now, Platty, what are we doing? We're criminaling together, right? So are we robbing the
Of
mint?
course, but Quink just says get rid of her. I don't know. What's Quink saying?
No, but
Why? What have I done?
I stopped looking after whatever 2 weeks ago, but then I had a
Oh,
strike
okay.
on my record, and then it got
I
reversed.
know,
So
and now
after my
you're
live,
back,
no.
bitch.
So there's some more updates. So then after my video got reinstated, um I haven't engaged with this individual. I haven't gone back to look what the heck that individual has to say.
Are they
Um
still pulling
uh,
their bullshit,
well, a
though?
fan came today, and that's going to be the subject of our critical thinking test. So we're going to trust for logic. I'm going to show you
Oh
what
my
bad
god!
logic looks like. But I have since been informed by my attorney as of
Wow.
today. My
Hebs
attorney's
wants to get rid of me too. Apparently, I take up too much time in your beautiful head. Fuck's sake!
well, actually, my family lives about a
Why
half an hour
are
from
why are all the
Ventura.
bitches coming at me now?
My mother still lives about a half an hour from Ventura, and I was raised very close to Ventura.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so I was informed by my attorney today that this person has written a letter with more threats to pursue me legally. So it's not over. So my strike has been removed, but I was informed by my attorney today with a hard copy. Mozzarella Martini's lawyer sent a letter to my lawyer saying that if I don't remove all the content, they will pursue every legal remedy to go after me. Okay. So I have now then made an executive decision tonight only to simply private that video, that it was just been reinstated. And it makes me crabby, Platty, because I will not be silenced unfairly. At the same time, I want to hear back from my lawyer to make sure that I respond correctly. Okay, so it's rather relatively serious. It's certainly an annoyance. I mean, if this person attempts to take me to court, I will win. So I will simply have to then, unfortunately, procure legal representation, but I will win. This is just a bluff. But this person who claims in their auto bio that they were raised by rich alcoholics might suggest that they have money to throw away. And I'd rather not have the inconvenience of a drawn out legal case where even if I win, I still have to put up and go through the process. So for the moment, I privated the video, and I don't like that because I'm essentially being bullied and intimidated and threatened into silence, even though I know that on legal grounds my foundation is extremely solid. I've done nothing in terms of engaging in either copyright violations um, or violating the terms of service or defaming this individual, because defamation doesn't fly when you have the truth on your side. And I can demonstrate beyond a shadow of a doubt that graphology is a pseudoscience. And that's the only claim I need to support because that's the only claim I've made. Am I missing anything insightful? Am I missing anything I need to
You
respond to?
might be. Oh no.
I
No,
just know I just know
I'm dealing.
insightful setting down the rules. So I just want to know, did I miss anything?
Oh, I'm dealing with Quink myself because Quink seems to have a little problem.
What's
I
going on?
think Quink is fucking new to me.
Huh?
Oh, they're getting all up in their feels right now about me and my foul mouth. Are you new, motherfucker?
Okay, well let me try to quash that. You guys might need to settle that um differently. Yeah, fair,
I will settle it. We'll settle it.
fair enough to both
Yeah,
parties. Yeah,
yeah.
I won't. I'm not going to let it derail. Um, so there's that context. So then
Mm-hmm.
I don't appreciate getting bullied and intimidated, especially from somebody attempting to call this what I'm doing bullying, because what I'm doing is not bullying. It's fair, intellectual, legitimate, scientific criticism, and it's providing a function which is consumer advocacy to make sure that people that are claiming that their products and services can do something when they're charging lots of money need to demonstrate that they can. And if they're comfortable that their claims are legit, then you will find that they will, when people have evidence on their side, they provide evidence. When they don't have evidence on their side, they use fallacies, they use distraction, they attack the messenger, they try to bully, they use all sorts of tactics to try to shut you up. I'm a scientific skeptic. We're used to that. In my introduction video when I first came here, I said people don't tend to like scientific skeptics. I will, we will eventually offend everyone because, unfortunately, many of us hold beliefs that don't hold up very well under scrutiny. And I'm not the offensive type. In face to face, I likely would not have my skeptic hat on. But this is public stuff. If you're selling products and services and you're making claims to know how the universe works, you need to back it up. I simply ask people defend their positions with. They assume their burden of proof. They respect evidence, and they act in good faith. I don't think that's too much to ask. So there you go. I really think she harbors a dangerous feeling of revenge towards you. So, well, I think there's something funky going on, Patricia. I think the individual profile here is an unstable one. I think there's something more profound going on because the response is not, it's not normal. It's not a professional response. It's not an academic response. It's not a scientific response. It's not a rational response. It's not a good faith response. So that speaks somewhere to the sort of character so I need to be a bit careful. So I want to make sure that I live up to my standards and also don't let you guys down. I won't be pushed around. I won't be bullied, but I did temporarily take that video down. I'll make it available to any of you for anybody who wants to take a look. I can make it available to you, but I've simply decided that I want to talk with my lawyer after the last email today that says that this person is claiming that they might pursue it again. My lawyer said this document is not a lawsuit. So I think it's another bluff. Okay. And I won't be pushed around. Um, I'm what I'm doing is straightforward consumer advocacy and scientific education. Somebody might not like it because they're selling snake oil, but that's not my problem. So if you tell me you've been doing something for 35 years and this is how you make your living, that's not my problem. People make the same claims selling homeopathy and all sorts of and shamanism and exorcism and psychic readings and palm reading. None of that justifies or validates that you're being honest and truthful and forthcoming about the efficacy, the efficaciousness of the products and services you're selling in public. You're a public persona. You're open to public criticism. So I'm gonna take a little natural break, and then I'll talk with you, Platty, for a second, and then I want to move to one of her sycophants, who I noticed I noticed some very strange comments today. I want to address several. Um, comments that have been made. That's why I said I'm crabby. And I want to address several comments that were made on my page. I don't tend to do this sort of thing, but they're good case studies actually, because since I teach critical thinking, I want to show you arguments that people make. That's why I began this conversation about um, the problem of trying to have positive and productive conversations on social media, and how the realism is that sometimes it's just inevitable that we're going to have conflict. So I want to use some actual comments to show what bad logic looks like, and then I'm going to use it as a case study to show you guys what
I
it looks
know.
like when somebody says something pretty silly, and then I'm
Uh-huh.
going to allow you the opportunity to give me your feedback as to what you think looks odd about it, and then I'm going to show you my responses as a critical thinking educator, and then we can talk about whether or not you agree with my approach. But that's not really very relevant. We're going to talk about what you think was
Ah,
wrong with the logic. So Platty,
yeah, of
just
course.
mind the room for a minute. I'll be right back,
Of
and
course.
then we'll move on to our
Are you sure
fun
you
little
want
case
me to
study.
mind the room?
Of course I do. Please be nice to Platty.
I'll
She's
be.
my friend, and this is our comedy shtick. And sometimes it gets a little carried away, but she's lovely and wonderful, and I love her. So please be nice to her.
I
I'll be right back.
get carried away.
No, we do.
The fuck?
I get carried away with you.
You do. You
Yeah,
do.
and I didn't
And
say I didn't like.
sometimes,
Hold on, just mind
sometimes,
the room, but be nice, and I'll be right back. Just I
of
want you
course,
guys to get
I'll
along while
try.
I'm gone. I know. Well, you're good at it. Hold on.
Oh. All right, Dad's gone. Oh no, he's still here. Shit. Has he gone? Hello? No, I'm not always. Brits Craig, don't you fucking say that to me. Really? I'm not allowed to say the C word. Motherfuckers. You guys don't want me to have any fun. You basically, none of you like me for who I am. You want me to be a version of the thing that you have created. You like this person that doesn't swear and doesn't fucking. I'm not going to be that for you. So, who was it? Which motherfucker was it? Um,
Oh, that sounds like the Tim Minchin song, the
yeah.
Pope song.
No, I'm not going to be what you or anyone else wants me to be. I'm me. And you either like me or you don't.
Okay,
Quink.
I'll intervene. Are we okay? Otherwise, because I'll shut it down right now in the sense that this conversation's not going to happen here. Obviously, if you like me, you'll respect my guest. If you disagree with my my my
No,
choices,
Nellie
then
just missed hearing me cry.
okay. I just want to make sure we're okay. Yeah,
We're good. We're
still got to
good.
talk about some stuff. Hello, Laughing
It's the
Hog.
laughing hawk.
Press the
I
stream as you know.
haven't
Think for a few
seen
minutes.
you
Is this live
in
about bullying?
months.
Well, is the live about bullying? I mean, it depends how we want to define bullying. It's about several things. It's about I'm going to use a particular real life situation, which I discussed at the beginning, to sort of as part of my ongoing educational discussion here to help people become better critical thinkers, because I'm a critical thinking educator. I teach things like logical fallacies and formal logic and cognitive biases and things like that, and epistemology, like how can we know things, what degree of confidence can we have when we claim to know things, and how do we go about trying
I
to know
thought you
things.
were going somewhere.
Me?
Yeah,
You talking to me? No, I'm just
yeah.
responding to one of the comments somebody said. Is this a live about bullying? But it relates to bullying in the sense that unfortunately in social media we have a lot of conversations that don't go well, and then
I
unfortunately
do.
when things don't go well, there can be reasons, legitimate reasons for why they don't go well, and then the response of
Mm-hmm.
how people treat them can result in
Aw.
things like actual bullying and harassment and doxing and all sorts of very bad and dangerous real life behavior, as well as bad and dangerous online behavior. And then, for example, in this context, I'm talking also about being falsely struck on YouTube, which is against the fair use terms of service here. And my first false strike has just been revoked by YouTube after getting representation from a lawyer and consulting my rights.
um,
And so my video was reinstated, and so I've won that case. But this individual is still trying to bully me into silence by continued legal threats of trying to pursue me legally without any solid legal foundation. So there is a bullying inroads. So, Platty, did you want to say something before I go to the next stage?
do
Yeah.
I want to what? Say
Anything
something.
before I get to the
Oh,
next
no,
stage.
no, no. I'll say things while you're gone.
Only when I'm gone, right?
Only
Hopefully,
when you're gone.
hopefully bad against me, because that's the only time I'm gonna let you get away with it. Because even though I'm passive and I defer to your your sadism, your domineering ways. Um,
I thought you were the intimidating one.
well, that's what I'm told. I don't think I'm intimidating.
No, that's what you tell me. That
Oh,
you're the intimidating one,
no,
and
that's what
I'm
other.
intimidated by you.
I only tell you that in private because that's the truth. But in public, I let you. I give you the persona of being the intimidator, and I pretend to be intimidated because you need that. You like that,
I
right?
do. We all
Right?
like it like that.
Right?
Um, but I am going to tell someone what for in a minute, but I'm going to wait
You
till you
sure?
go.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. So
but
what we're
it's
gonna
going to
do?
be in a really nice way.
Okay. As long as you do it. I just I don't want interpersonal stuff getting too far out of hand because there are
No,
substantive things to talk
no,
about.
but
Yeah.
people want to say things about me, so I have a kind of right to defend myself.
I agree. You do.
Yes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as I agree. See what I did there? No,
I,
Lottie, you are in my house. This is
I
Thanksgiving, and I want you to be free to say anything you want, unless you say something that really makes me crabby.
I never say anything that
So,
makes you
so feel free to
crabby.
say whatever you want. Just really be
Yeah,
fucking careful.
yeah, I'm trying to be careful.
I'm
Trust
just kidding.
me.
I'm kidding.
If
I
I
trust.
wasn't
I
if
do.
I wasn't trying to be careful,
I know.
motherfuckers would be falling
I
down.
know. I pity the fool that messes with you if I
Yeah,
don't freaking
absolutely.
try and set
So
some
yeah.
guidelines. If I don't put some
But
guardrails in.
I just need dad to go away
Oh,
so
so
I
you want me to
can
leave so you can do your thing?
yeah.
See, Pebs loves you.
And I know I am greatly loved here,
Yeah,
except
you.
by one or two people that just want to start some shit. So I have to like talk to
Well,
them.
let's talk about it in a different way, which might be that people might be eager to hear something, and it's just a difference of opinion or
No,
timing
no,
or
no, no,
something about.
no.
You think it's fundamental? You think there's a fundamental problem here that needs to be addressed?
No, I think that they're new somewhat and they want things the way that they want them.
Oh, well, and
And the
that's the
world
interesting thing
does
is
not
everybody
revolve
wants to
around
control.
you, motherfucker.
No,
Just
because
so you
here,
know.
well, because so you know, here it revolves around me.
Of
Actually,
course it
I
does.
hate that realism, but it is true that at the end of
I
the
mean,
day,
it's
when it's
weird.
on your channel, yeah, you have this awkward position where like, God damn it, you have to sort of from time to time grab it because otherwise things will get out of control. And so I'm
Mhm.
not inclined to constrain people or tell them what they can and can't do. I expect everybody's an adult and we can all get along. The problem is sometimes that doesn't work out. And then when it's on
Exactly.
your platform, just like when it's in your house,
Mhm.
then you have to then intervene or moderate. And I'd like to think I'm okay at that, but sometimes you have these conflicting um, interests where you're trying to. Not everybody does that very well. You don't want to hurt. Like for example, you know how that there's this weird phenomenon in life where you can have three people, and I can like you, and you can like the other person, but I can't stand the third person. but you would think that they would be consistent. Like, well, if I like you and you like them, then I should like that other person. But that sometimes doesn't happen.
No, no,
And it just,
no.
and then you have to sort of then, what do you do? Do you intervene? Do you distance yourself? Do you make some noise? Do you try to demand that everybody get along? It's not easy. And I don't know the answer to that. But a disco ball, I mean, what I tend to use as a mechanism is I try to use humor. I try to distract. I try to be funny. Sometimes I'll try to be self-deprecating, like just directed at me. I'm the jerk, and maybe that takes a
Well,
bit of the heat off.
apparently you have to turn my mic down. Apparently, I'm too loud,
Oh well,
according to
that's different.
Laughing Hawk.
Well, that's a volume thing.
That is a volume thing. But
Um,
the other two that had problems, it wasn't a volume thing. It's a me thing. It's a
okay.
platy thing. And
Well, if
I
there's
do take offense at that because
okay, well,
basically you're saying to me to stop being me, and
okay,
I
hold on,
won't.
hold on. Just a question to the audience. Is there a imbalance between the two mics? In which case,
Cunt, can you
okay,
hear me?
okay, Platy is louder than Skep. Okay, so how do I? Can you turn your volume down, or can I turn your volume down? I'm in a.
I don't know how to turn my volume down. What the
Hold on.
fuck?
No, I am in a.
Hang on.
Okay, I just turned down her volume.
Settings,
I was like, this is.
audio,
I got it. I
mic
just did it.
volume.
No, I did it for you. Is that better? Yeah. Okay. So people are seemingly in agreement that there's just a volume level thing. I just lowered her volume by about 40%. Is that better? Because I'm in StreamYard tonight. Normally I'm in Restream. Normally my mic is too low. So is that better? No, I didn't mute her. I didn't mute her. At least I don't think I muted her. Oops. Let me make sure I'm clicking on the right things.
Hello. Can
Oh,
anyone hear me? Hello?
oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. Now your mic's a little low for me. That's too low, right?
Oh, I can't fucking deal with all of you
Oh no,
people.
hold on, hold on, hold on. Okay, say something now, Platty.
Cunt.
Is this better now for both of us? It's a bit more equalized.
Sorry, I didn't mean to upset the sensibilities of a couple of you. Cunts.
Calm down, calm down. Okay, so now it's better. Okay, so now we're good.
Is that good? Is that better?
Yeah, I don't have a mixer, like an external mixer, so I can't see the levels to see what the decibel levels are. So I just lowered your volume a little bit, and people seem to think it's better.
Okay,
Drone man,
cool.
drone man says too low. She was
What?
too low. She was too low for a minute, but that was because it was lowered too
Am
much.
I good now?
Yeah, are we good? Yeah.
Oh, if it Quinks, like if you have earphones in it. We can't all work around you, Quink.
Come on, come
Sorry,
on, come
hun.
on, come on. It's not just Quink. Everybody okay? Yeah. Okay. So, now we're gonna move on to the next topic. Yeah, Patricia, chill the fuck out. It's only Monday, Andrea says. Okay. Joe Man says perfect. So now I'm going to move on to a little critical thinking test for you. And the critical thinking test is that, again, as many of you have followed me for a while, know that I teach critical thinking skills. So I teach how to evaluate truth claims. I teach epistemology, so how to evaluate, what do we mean by knowledge? How can we go about acquiring knowledge? How much confidence we can have in truth claims? How to be able to recognize between good sources and bad sources? How to show tactics that tend to be dishonest or less than perfectly honest. Not too loud. Doohickey, are you serious? Too loud? I thought everybody was agreeing on the sound levels. Plus, it looks like Platy has muted herself. So, all that said, then I have, there were some comments today on my post that are perfect case studies for evaluating arguments and identifying logical fallacies. So I'm going to show you those. Everybody okay or what? I'm getting a weird vibe. Okay then. Everybody with me? Want to move on? What's with the Merlot claims? Okay. So, let's see. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share some comments. Let me just find them. Now you guys have got me a bit discombobulated because I'm trying to be a moderator here. Right. So, laughing hawk threatening someone with frivolous lawsuits is a type of bullying for sure. I think so. The irony being that because I made scientific assertions about a pseudoscience, um, I was accused of cyberbullying and defamation. And sorry, that's not what these words mean. Um, so let me see if I can find these comments. So this comes on a community post, I don't know, a couple weeks ago. Like I said, I haven't been talking about this topic because I'm a bit over it. How do I share my screen? On Restream. It's been a while. I'm on StreamYard tonight. I'm used to Restream. Oops. Well, that's not the right screen. That's you guys. Thank you, Patricia. Chrome tab. I think that's the right one. Okay. So this is a community post I made 8 days ago. So I'll read it to you and then I'll explain it to you. And again, put your VAT on, and I want you guys to put on your critical thinking skills, and I want you guys to think in the context of what a proper argument looks like in terms of, like, for example, if I say 1 plus 1 equals 3, if your response is it's Tuesday, or if your response is your mama wears army boots, these are not rational responses to the assertion that 1 plus 1 equals 3. The only thing relevant from a critical thinking perspective is the answer to the question, what is 1 plus 1? So if you want to have a discussion about my claim that 1 plus 1 equals 3, then we have to have a rational, logical conversation where we talk about, well, what do we mean by 1 plus 1? Are we talking about fractions? Because if we're talking about fractions, then there's always a contrarian in the room that says for all large variants of 1, the answer is going to tend towards 3. Therefore, there's nothing irrational about saying 1 plus 1 equals 3 if you're not talking about integers. But if you're talking about integers, whole numbers, you're just talking about 1. You're not talking about 1.5 or 1.51 or 1.8. We're talking about 1.0, an integer, 1. So the answer, the correct mathematical answer, the objective answer to the question of what is the answer to what is 1 plus 1, mathematically speaking, algebraically speaking, the answer is 2, objectively speaking. It's not open to opinion as long as we're qualifying that claim as 1 plus 1 for integers. Yeah. So if you're going to tell me that you don't like my hat, or you had a bad day at work, or my mother wears army boots, then you're not addressing the topic. You are engaging in what's called ignoratio elenchi, which is the generic informal fallacy of missing the point. None of these things are relevant to the topic at hand, to the conversation at hand. That's what, when we're talking about logic, when we're talking about critical thinking, we're talking about trying to constrain a conversation to logical responses. Yeah. We can talk about anything you want. So if you just want to have some Merlot, and you want to talk about life, and you just want to have a stream of consciousness conversation, or we just talk about whatever the hell comes to mind, then that's fine. But if we're having an intellectual conversation and the question comes up, what is the answer to the question what is 1 plus 1 for all integers? Then there's an objective answer to that question. And if you are not addressing that core conversation, then you're engaging in some sort of logical fallacy. And as I said, ignoratio elenchi, essentially the generic logical fallacy, which is missing the point. Yeah. So that it's just not the topic at hand. So I'm going to give you a case study where we're talking about a particular topic, and then I'm going to show you how somebody who happened to be biased, who came to my channel with a particular motivation, which had nothing to do with addressing anything substantive or having a fair, good faith, intellectual conversation, engaged in a whole host of sophistry or deceptive reasoning or bad logic or poor critical thinking. And so I'm going to show you some of the arguments that were made, and then I'm going to ask you, we're going to do it as a test, a little case study. I'm going to say, what do you think is wrong with this comment? And it's going to maybe give you some insight into social media behavior, or arguments that you're presented with all the time, so that you can get better at understanding what's wrong with the logic. And so then you can maybe respond with a proper critical thinking response, so that you can maybe either help get the conversation back on track, or you can just choose to go off and do something more reasonable with your time, because you're just going to get in a fight with somebody who's irrational and unreasonable, and nothing good's going to come from it. So let me read off this post from 8 days ago. So I just made a post, and I said, you can't make this stuff up. On the good doctor's newest video in the description, I did not have any desire to listen. She has this description. We're supposed to believe that her pseudoscience video was all part of a plot to entrap me with an official in quotations. And I'm going to then read what her video description was. That video has since been brought down. I do not know, as I've not been back in the 8 days to notice if she put that video up, but this is now, from my experience, the second video that she's removed, clearly as a response to my criticism of graphology being a pseudoscience, which is my only claim. So when this individual says she's working with an official, I just put out there that maybe we can guess who that is, given her association with the Cold Case Foundation and people she's interviewed recently. So then I just post what she said in the comment, in the community, in the description on the video. I posted a certain post about 10 days ago saying my attorney said it was pseudoscience to test the haters. As suspected, the response gave me more evidence for a big project I'm working on. It was not posted to mislead you, which is why it was only up long enough for the haters to see it. As soon as I had my proof, evidence, I removed it. I posted it at the advice of an official, and it worked just like he said it would. In the meantime, stay tuned to daily community posts. And then her website, which was down at the time, and as I referenced and showed on my last video, she points her audience to a science page, which I'm pretty sure is in an effort to support the claim that graphology is a science, which is essentially what my criticism is. And she says right there that her lawyer, and I have a letter confirming that she said her lawyer told her it was pseudoscience, and she made another video where she also argued that it wasn't pseudoscience, but it was parascience, which is still the same thing because neither of those are science. So she effectively conceded my argument. But now in two videos, which have been brought down, and again, I don't know if they've been put back up in the meantime, this looks like somebody who's playing these sorts of games. And I don't know what the game is. I don't know if it's just to save face with their audience, she's making it up, or she actually believes what she's saying, that this is all somehow trying to entrap me for legal evidence or something odd like that. So then just go on to say, and now her website that I showed tonight is down. All of the things I told you earlier, where she added new tabs, one for science and one for her haters, calling me a cyberbully, insinuating that I'm a cyberbully. Gosh, changing the text that I showed last night, I imagine. So then I'm being a tad bit snarky, suggesting that the reason maybe both of her websites are down is because I had criticized the products and services and claims she'd made on her website. And they were suddenly down along with this video. So I just said, if you buy this plot, there are more bridges to sell, which was a reference to in my lives when I discussed this topic. I said, if you believe these things without evidence, I have bridges to sell you because you're getting duped. So then I just again made a reference. I'm looking forward to another Rumble video on criminaling from McDonough with his new resident expert any day now. Now, I don't know that that's true, but given that she's in association with Chris, who's already threatened to sue both me and Trisha from Web Sleuths for defamation, even though he has no case and he never followed through, I'm wondering if her official in this note might be McDonough. I can't claim to know that. So that's the context. So I made this community post. So what would be something that you would expect to see as a valid response to my community post? I would expect that if someone were acting in good faith and honest, they would come back and try to refute my claims. Either the video that I have just cited, the video description that I just cited, is not down like I claim. As I said, it may be up again since that, but this is now the second video that's been brought down. So if you came back to me, like in the first instance when I said you brought down your video, then she claimed it was only me, but nobody else could see it, suggesting that she's being dishonest about the first video. Now there's this second video that I'm calling out, where you're claiming that you're implying that you're trying to entrap me. So if somebody were trying to, first of all, that looks like something nefarious to me. Entrap me for what? But okay, let's leave that open. But certainly that video, I'm just copying the description in that video. I don't know if that video is still up. But I would think if you wanted to be reasonable, you'd come back to me and you'd either accuse me of lying for making that passage up, claiming that that video didn't exist, or claiming that I'm lying that that video has indeed been made private. But I'm pretty sure that those things will hold up under scrutiny. And I'm pretty sure I can demonstrate that that video was at least made private after I made this community post, just like the first video that was made private. So I would expect to see reasonable responses to this. And I'm going to show you what unreasonable responses look like. But let me read your comments first. Oh, I'm happy to see Doohickey and Platty having a conversation. Okay, so I want to show you some comments. So if you look at the comments, most of the people, they had gone off and checked. They found my arguments reasonable. Now, fair enough. This is my channel. I'm not surprised that people might find my comments more reasonable than hers. That's fair. So there was this comment. So I don't see how she can offer her services without stating for entertainment purposes only. She's either delusional and believes it or lacks morals. So we had a conversation. Somebody concurred and said, and ethics. And then I responded, something is seriously off at this point. She took both of her websites offline after I discussed her recent additions. Then a threatening video claiming that her admission of pseudoscience and confirmation from her lawyer was just a ploy to entrap me for evidence has been brought down. Today there is a new community post pointing to an edited about page description, which includes for entertainment and haters, of course. I assert these are sad games at this point on her part, all trying to somehow save face. This is purely opinion. I have every right to say something like that. So then we have this new person. And I'm going to show you before I show you my response. And this is going to be our case study tonight, this individual. So this person says, oh, now she has to ask you for permission to update her own websites. I've followed her for years. She does this every December. I have a question. Who died and left you king of YouTube or the entire World Wide Web? So I want to ask you guys, oh, why can you not see? Oh, you can't see me reading these comments because I'm on the wrong page. Okay, now let me catch up. Okay, so here's a response. So I want to ask you guys, based on what I've just said, what I've just read, what I've just written you, here's her response. Oh, now she has to ask you for permission to update her own website. I've followed her for years. She does this every December. I have a question. Who died and left you king of YouTube or the entire www? So I'm going to ask you now from a critical thinking perspective. Does that response look like a valid rebuttal to my claims? And if it doesn't look like a valid rebuttal, what logical fallacies would you suggest here? And I think that, and I'm going to show you some of these because I'm going to show you this is what irrational responses look like. So you can clearly refute me in a host of different ways, refute what I've said. But the way that this person goes about it in about 10 comments, the way that they attempt to refute me is irrational. It's fallacious. None of them actually are. They're all missing the point. That's why I refer to the generic informal fallacy as what's called ignoratio elenchi, or missing the point. I'm making points, and if you disagree with me, there are better ways to go about trying to address my arguments if you think I'm wrong. So, okay, so Blitzkrieg suggests ad hominem. I certainly think that's an ad hominem. What else? There's another way, by the way, Blitzkrieg, of saying of an ad hominem. Well, I read it to you, Nellie. You want me to read it again? It's certainly a straw man, Rachel. You're spot on. I think it's also a red herring. So you guys have nailed them. Or maybe dirty foreskin cheese. I'm not aware that that's a fallacy. Sounds disgusting, and sometimes I think logical fallacies are pretty disgusting. As a matter of fact, I think these fallacies are pretty disgusting. Okay, I'll read it to you again, Nellie. Her response back to me was, oh, now she has to ask you for permission to update her own websites. I've followed her for years. She does this every December. I have a question. Who died and left you king of YouTube or the entire www? So you guys have made really good points, and I'm going to read you my response. And as I said, I'm crabby today. So it's not an ad hominem to be crabby. You can be snarky as long as you're addressing the content of someone's argument. That's not what an ad hominem is. An ad hominem is attacking the person in lieu of addressing their arguments. You can insult somebody all day long as you're addressing their content, addressing their arguments. So you guys have all basically caught it on. You've got it spot on. This is a straw man fallacy. It's essentially sort of also a red herring. Often they can be the same things. And it's definitely an ad hominem. So she's sort of going after me. So who died and left you king? I would argue that that's definitely an ad hominem. But the more generic way, Blitzkrieg, of referring to an ad hominem is what's called a genetic fallacy. The genetic fallacy is basically claiming that something's wrong because of the source of the argument. So in this case, I am the source. So you're claiming that you're claiming that the argument is somehow invalid because I made it. So that's an ad hominem in this case because she's trying to discredit me. So it's definitely an ad hominem, but it's also what's called a genetic fallacy. Genetic meaning, sort of its origin. Where did the argument come from? The argument came from me, but the argument is either a good argument or it's not. So you don't. You, something is not wrong simply by virtue of the source of the argument. The argument is either good or the argument is bad. So it's a fallacious argument to attack the source without good reason. So it's essentially both an ad hominem as well as a genetic fallacy. It's also a straw man fallacy, and I'll describe to you why. It's not poisoning the well. I mean, I suppose you could sort of suggest it's poisoning the well, but it's more of a tone fallacy. So tone fallacy is when you use, like for example, I'm going to get a bit snarky because, as I said, I'm cranky today, and I got a lot of trolley like comments, and I wasn't in a good mood, especially after now I'm getting a legal letter from this individual who's still trying to pursue me legally and threatening me, and I'm not going to succumb to it. So all of these things make me crabby. Getting trolley comments from people that are not addressing my arguments, and then also getting an update from my lawyer that this person actually wrote a follow-up letter threatening me again to pursue me legally. So, so I'm crabby, and so I'm going to be a bit snarky. And so, if you're snarky, or if you're insulting somebody, you could accuse somebody of committing a what's called a tone fallacy. So, you're being a bit rude. You're maybe not acting in the best faith, but that's not the same as an ad hominem. You could say 1 + 1 = 3 for integers, and then I could say you're an idiot. Mathematics does not work like that. The equation is 1 + 1 for all integers. The correct and objectively true mathematical response to the question, what is 1 + 1 for all integers, is 2. There is no debate on that topic, and you're an idiot because you said that. But I just gave you the explanation for why the reasoning is bad, because it does not um, conform with mathematical rules. Therefore, it's not an ad hominem. If you say 1 + 1 = 3, and I say you're an idiot and that's why you're wrong, that's an ad hominem. If I say 1 + 1 = 3 is wrong, these are my reasons for why it's wrong, and that also makes you an idiot to say something this stupid. That's not an ad hominem. It's an insult. It might be a tone fallacy, but it is not an ad hominem. Ad hominem means something specific in logic. It means that you are rhetorically attempting to discredit an argument by attacking the person. So your insult is in lieu of an actual substantive argument. As long as you are also making an argument and addressing their points, it no longer is ad hominem, because you're not saying your justification for why it's wrong is not because you're an idiot. You're just adding on. You're saying you're wrong. These are the reasons you're wrong, and also I'm pretty sure that makes you look like an idiot. So it's important to understand then what an ad hominem is and what it's not. An ad hominem is not simply a synonym for insult. It means something in rhetoric. It means something in formal logic. Thank you, Blitzkrieg. I appreciate that. So, so I first of all, this is definitely a there's definitely a straw man argument, because nowhere do I say she doesn't have the right to change her website. So when she comes back at me by saying she has to ask you for permission to update her own websites, nowhere would you see anywhere me saying, hey, you guys, you need to let me know and get my permission before updating your website. That's a straw man, because that's not my argument. My argument is not you don't have the right to, to say bullshit. My argument is not that you don't have the right to put bullshit on your website. My argument is not that you don't have the right to change your website. My argument is not that you don't have the right to lie about videos that you put up and then take down. My argument is not that you don't have the right to, or that you don't have to tell me or ask my permission if you can put up a video or take down a video. So that is a straw man argument, because nowhere have I said anywhere that this person needs my approval, or that I have purported that this person needs to conform with my desires for what she puts on her website. I'm simply criticizing what she's put on her website, and I'm criticizing her videos, and I'm criticizing her behavior on ethical grounds, that she's putting something up, what I would consider seemingly lying, by saying that you took down your video simply because you were entrapping me. I think you put up that video and then took it down because I criticized it. And then after the fact, when you realized that you had conceded my argument by essentially conceding that it was not science, pseudoscience or parascience, that was the title of her video, and then she took it down after I criticized it, I think, and I could be wrong, I have the right to an opinion, that she took it down because then she realized it made her look bad because she was conceding my argument. So then she's making this new video, and now she's trying to tell her audience that I put that video up last week, and I made that comment on my community post that my lawyer said it was indeed pseudoscience. I did that as a ploy in order to get evidence on somebody for a big project I'm working on. First of all, that sounds rather sinister, sounds rather unethical. But if I were to accept that that's why she did it, then I have to also accept that she didn't do this simply because she got called out and she was embarrassed and she took the video down. And then she created a false story to convince her audience that the reason that she had made a video and then taken it down was simply to entrap me. And that's why I said, if you believe that, I have some bridges to sell you. Now, I could be wrong. It's totally my opinion. Maybe she really did make that video on purpose, on advice from an official, and I really did fall into the trap. I'm not sure what trap I've fallen into, because all I've done is give my opinion and my position, as I have from the beginning, that this is a pseudoscience. But I'm pretty sure that whatever additional evidence was provoked by making these videos is not in any way damning or illegal, or somehow, evidence of, I don't know, some potential lawsuit. So this person's response is, I would argue, this is a straw man argument. Oh, now she has to ask you for permission to update her own websites. That argument would only be rational had I ever said, this person needs to give me permission to update her website. Well, I never made that argument. So that's a straw man. You're Don Quixote swinging at a windmill that has nothing to do with me. You're fighting against a straw man that doesn't exist. Those aren't the arguments I've ever made. Therefore, this is irrational. It's fallacious. Then she says, I've followed her for years. She does this every December. Okay, so then the point here is that, okay, so my reference to she changed her about page description, she's suggesting I'm wrong because it just coincidentally changes her about page, even though if you go look at the changes in the about page, it refers to haters, and go look at my science page. So it's awfully coincidental that that about me page gets changed immediately after I've been making criticisms about this not being science, and about her needing to add for entertainment purposes, which then she points to everyone to her new edited about me page description. It looks awfully coincidental. Now, I could be wrong. She could just be doing this every December, like this person says, and I can't demonstrate that. So I'll give her that point. I followed her for years. She does this every December. Okay. So let's ignore that one. I'm not going to call her on any fallacies, and I'm going to take her word for it that this was just completely incidental, and that my speculation that this was changed because of my criticism is completely coincidental. It has nothing to do with me. Okay, I'll concede that point. So here's another one. So who died and left you king of YouTube or the entire www? Okay, so what sort of fallacy is that? Looks like, again, that looks like, to me like I would say a genetic fallacy, sort of trying to accuse me of what? Being presumptuous, being arrogant. I mean, as scientific skeptics, we get this all the time. Um, have you ever heard me claim that I'm a king? Have you ever heard me claim that you should completely defer to me? Have you ever heard me say, I decide what gets put in the World Wide Web? Because if you haven't heard me make any of those comments, that looks like a genetic fallacy. Looks like she's um, ignoring her burden of proof. She's not trying to actually refute my actual arguments. She's simply trying to go after the messenger. Yeah. So I would argue that's essentially an ad hominem. Okay, so here's and you can call me snarky, but by the way, I don't remember the order, but she made about 10 different crazy comments on different posts, and they were all nuts. And so I'm just going to call it what it is. And you can be disappointed in me and say I was snarky or I was unfair or acting in bad faith. But as I said, I was very crabby. I'm getting bullied by somebody who's threatening me with lawsuits. She silenced me for 3 weeks, brought my content down, which was completely legitimate scientific scrutiny, and I'm not happy. And then I have this person who's clearly a sycophant. And if you go to this person's page, she follows forensic forensology. So she is a follower, and she admits it here. I followed the page for years. Okay, so clearly this is what I would also call motivated reasoning. So she's here as a sycophant. She's here to attack me and defend a channel creator that she likes. Okay, fair enough. But you still need to make reasoned arguments. So my response is, you're nuts. You clearly are as bad at critical thinking as she is. You need to learn what a straw man fallacy, a false equivalence fallacy, and red herrings are. So my reference to a false equivalence fallacy is, I'm a bad person, apparently, because I have criticized her pseudoscience. But I would argue that it's a false equivalence because she has accused me of defamation. She has struck my video on false copyright claims against the terms of service on YouTube fair use. I would argue that this is false equivalence. You don't have to agree with my opinion or my criticism, but I think actually that her response is disproportionate, which is what my reference to a false equivalence fallacy is. I think the scale of the response on both of our sides is disproportionate. I've simply suggested that this is pseudoscience, and I've provided a massive amount of evidence, and I don't see anybody trying to come back and refute that claim. She made videos conceding that point. Her lawyer told her in a letter to me that it was pseudoscience. And then she actually went in that video that she removed, she said it's not true that my lawyer said it was pseudoscience. He actually said it's being used by a lot of people. Well, that's not a scientific refutation of my arguments. Psychics are used by a lot of people. Astrologers are used by a lot of people. They're believed by a lot of people. That's not positive supportive evidence that pseudoscience, that graphology is science. So even Mozzarella Martini's defense video, I think that's a lie because she's saying my lawyer didn't say that. I can show you right now, and I showed in my last video, I can show you the email where she tells me her lawyer told her it was pseudoscience. So that just sounds like a lie. But I'm suggesting that there's a false equivalence here between what I have done, which is criticize graphology as a pseudoscience, and what she has done, false striking me, accusing me of defamation, and threatening to sue me, and trying to silence me for a month. So literally everything you have said here demonstrates you either can't read, don't understand what words mean, or how to construct an argument. No one said she cannot change her website. No one said she does not have the right to do what she wants. I've never said I'm king of YouTube or the www. Those comments are simply stupid. It only further proves my point that desperate people who cannot defend their positions intellectually with reasoned arguments and evidence attack people. Ad hominem fallacy, suggesting there is no argument to defend, just raw emotion and flailing of arms. But hey, continue to defend someone who lied to her audience, abused the terms of service on YouTube, defamed me, and made hollow threats to sue me, all in an effort to silence my right to fair criticism, who died and made her queen of YouTube and www. Do you both hate free speech? Two can play at your infantile, irrational, and dishonest game. So you can see I'm cranky. But I am addressing her points. So let's see. Let's move on to the next response. Oh, of course, you couldn't see. Also, there's somebody else liking her posts. So I don't know if she's liking the post, or I wonder if Mozzarella herself is liking her comments. I don't know. Okay, here's another one. If anyone, oh, this is new. So you're experiencing this in real time. If anyone is playing ad hominem, is you, but you are the master, right? I mean, ad hominem is attacking the person instead of the topic. Seems like you've modeled that very well. You've taught your minions a bit, I see. Okay, well, now we get to, since this is new, I'll just respond in real time. Again, thanks for making my point. You don't know what an ad hominem is, as I did address your arguments and pointed out your fallacies. So as I just described to you, this person doesn't know what a fallacy is. Okay, so let's see. Then this person goes after some other people. Let's see if I can find them all. Okay, so then Doohickey makes a comment. So she's playing games. She's old enough to know better. So then Stacy jumps in and says, the one hiding behind a fake name. Okay, so now before we see Doohickey's response and my response, what is wrong with this response? How is it fallacious? So Doohickey's comment is, so this person is playing games. She's old enough to know better. This person comes back with, says the one hiding behind a fake name. So how would you qualify this? This is a logical fallacy right here. What is the logical fallacy? I think there are a couple. Anybody want to venture a guess as to which logical fallacy she's committing here? Doohickey's argument is this person playing games? She should be old enough to not do that. But her argument is this person playing games? So what would be a response to that? Well, by reason, a response to that would be to refute Doohickey's claims that she's not playing games. That would be the only rational, logical response. Anything else that doesn't address Doohickey's argument is a logical fallacy. So, do you know what the name of the logical fallacy is? Yeah, I would argue this is a red herring because it has nothing to do with the topic. It's just trying to get you to chase down another argument. And I would also argue it's what's called a non sequitur fallacy. So her response doesn't follow. So the fact that Doohickey is not using her real name is not supportive of the claim, which is what this person is insinuating, that Doohickey is also playing games. It's also what's called to quoque. The to quoque fallacy is I know you are, but what am I? What children do, where instead of addressing the argument, you try to point out that they are also responsible for the same mistake or the same, or you're trying to point out hypocrisy. It's essentially called to quoque. It's also called the whataboutism fallacy, which you guys might know because we see that all the time. But it's to quoque is the formal Latin reference to this particular fallacy. It's a non sequitur because the fact that Doohickeys name is not her original name has nothing to do with whether or not Doohickey as a human being can assert that this person may be playing games. It's a non sequitur. One does not follow from the other. Doohickey could have her own name or somebody else's name, and that doesn't suggest that she's a hypocrite or that she's playing games. All that we know from Doohickey's name is that it's not her name. So you would have to be able to demonstrate that Doohickey is not using her real name because she's playing games. If you can't support the claim that she's playing games, she's not being a hypocrite, therefore the logic doesn't follow. It's internally incoherent and inconsistent. So I would call it a non sequitur. The logic doesn't follow from the fact that her name is not her own. And I would also call it a red herring, pointing out that this person's name is not her own, has nothing to do with the conversation we're talking about. We're talking about whether or not this person is playing games. That's her comment. So the logical fallacies that are at play here are, I would argue, a red herring, a non sequitur, and it's essentially a veiled ad hominem. She's also trying to insult, or a genetic fallacy. As I said, she's trying to go after the messenger. Okay, so let's go on. What does Doohickey have to respond? You must be new to the internet, which is funny. And also, it's Doohickey 1-0. I see that you're actually new. I can't even. So she's just sort of mocking the response as absurd. So again, I'm being snarky because, again, I've been dealing with this person for several hours on several threads, making these same sorts of horrible arguments. So what do I respond? This person is completely irrational. She keeps trying to put words together, but she hasn't made a single argument, which makes sense. Plus, she falsely accused me of lying, which I demonstrated with evidence is false. Here, for example, the fact that you do not have your real name has nothing to do with your comment. So she accuses you by extension of playing games, despite the fact that not only do we have the right to be anonymous on the internet, but there are very good reasons to do so. To avoid doxing, bullying, and other intimidation tactics, to name just a few good reasons for not having your name, your real name, on the internet. I've certainly documented these problems ad nauseum in the Nomadic Trek Jamie Wilson and AK Rock's case, where Chris McDonough put the lives of these innocent people in jeopardy with death threats and threatening packages sent to their homes. This is not playing games. It's quite serious. But Stacy hasn't thought through her positions very well, which is why I teach critical thinking and ethics. So again, I'm being extra snarky, but I am addressing her arguments and I'm calling her out for poor reasoning. That is not an ad hominem. I'm trying to see if there are any more comments on this thread. Okay, so here's, I think, where we started. Well, it's one of the places we started. So on this post, where I was referring to this video, this second video, where she was claiming that she was entrapping me, and that was the only reason she had taken down the first video, she then takes that video down again. So my comment here is, and that video is down again, and the new videos are deleted again. So now I just add, okay, now I think it was a failed stunt. Both of her websites are now down, and I even show a tad bit of compassion and say, I'm worried about her. Now, Fraudulent jumps in and concurs and says, damn it, damn you to hell, empathy. I'm worried too. She's not cut out for this. So we're actually both agreeing that we're a bit worried about her well-being at this point. So now, again, let me then hide the response so I can give you the opportunity to ask you what sort of a logical fallacy is. So again, she says, I'd say with it being her channel, she has a right to do with the videos what she wants. You do. Okay, again, what logical fallacy is that? It's the same as the first one. Does anybody remember what this logical fallacy is? Okay, it is again the straw man fallacy. So she's constructing a fake argument to substitute for my actual argument because it's easier than to refute. So she is pretending as if my argument is that she does not have the right to put what she wants on her YouTube channel. That is a straw man argument because I have never made that argument. So she's pretending as if my argument is she does not have the right to do what she wants with her videos. That's what she's suggesting. She's responding to. Well, nowhere will you ever find me saying that Mozzarella Martini does not have the right to put whatever she wants on her YouTube channel. Nowhere have I ever said she does not have the right to change her About Me page. Nowhere have I ever made the claim that she does not have the right to change her website. So if you come back at me and say she has the right to do that, it's a non sequitur. Also, it doesn't logically follow. I never made this argument, so it doesn't logically follow that because I criticize her content, that she doesn't have the right to make that content. That is the sort of non sequitur. But it's also a straw man fallacy. You're misrepresenting my argument. I have never said somebody doesn't have the right. You have the right to lie. I might say what you just said is a lie. And if you come back and you say, I've even made this in my videos. If you say 1 + 1 = 3, and then I say, no, that's wrong. If you come back and say, I have the right to my opinion, that's the same sort of straw man and red herring and non sequitur. Nowhere did I say you don't have the right to an opinion. I think we all take it for granted that we have the right to believe and think what we want. But we also have the right to come back and challenge ideas if they don't meet a basic burden of proof. We have the right. If you say, I like to kill and eat babies, I think we have the right to say that's immoral, and we have a moral responsibility to make sure that you are not killing and eating babies. And if we have reason to believe that you're killing and eating babies, we need to call the police and make sure that you're taken away from being around babies. And if you come back with me and say you have the right to an opinion, that's again a straw man. It's again a sort of non sequitur. It's again a sort of red herring. That's not what we're saying here. You just said you like to kill and eat babies. That's the problem that I have. The content of your argument is the problem that I'm addressing. If you come back and say you have the right to an opinion, yeah, you have the right to say I'd really like to kill someone. Okay, as long as we don't have good reason to believe that you're going to act on that, you can't put someone in jail for that. That's the right to free speech. You can walk around, you say, today I'm really in the mood to kill someone. I've always wanted to know what it felt like. That's not illegal. That's protected free First Amendment free speech. You have the right to say those things. The only time that the police can actually intervene in this context is when we have a reasonable expectation that you're actually going to act out on your threat to harm somebody. Then we can actually intervene. So I had this conversation with the glare when he came on my channel. He said, I think everybody should be able to say and do whatever the fuck they want. And I went, so if I say, I'm going to come kill you, glare, and I'm driving to your house right now, and I'm calling you on the phone, and I have an AR-15 next to me, and I'm coming to your house, and I'm going to kill you. You don't think the cops should be able to intervene? Or should they only be able to intervene after you're dead? And he went, oh, wait, hold on. No, the cops should be able to intervene because otherwise you're gonna hurt me. I'm like, so you do believe that we shouldn't be able to say and do whatever we want? And he was like, okay, that makes me really uncomfortable, but I agree with you. We shouldn't be able to say anything we want. And you said we should be able to do anything that we want. I said, so you should be able to kill people? And he's like, no, well, we shouldn't be able to kill people. Okay, so you think that there are limits to what we can do? Yeah, I think there are limits to what we can and should be able to do. And so on those same grounds, you think that we shouldn't be able to say and do whatever we want. All right. So there are already constraints on free speech, right? You can't incite violence on a big enough platform. You can't threaten to kill somebody if there's reasonable expectation that you're actually going to act out on it. So there are limits to your free speech, right? Okay. So he conceded those points. So again, when people say they have the right to an opinion, you have the right to think things and believe things in your private mind, in your private Idaho. But if you say things that are against the law, or if we have good reason to believe you're going to act on this illegal behavior, your free speech protection ends where we have reasonable expectation to believe that you're going to act on your opinion, on your beliefs. So this is always, again, comes back to free speech. The right to, if I'm disagreeing with you, and then you come back and you say I have the right to an opinion, it's a straw man. I didn't say you didn't have the right to an opinion. I'm challenging your opinion, not that you don't have the right to an opinion. It's very different. If I said you don't have the right to believe that, that's different. So then again, I respond, again, I would like to believe rationally. Of course, it's her right, because this is where we started. I didn't get snarky until later. Of course, it's her right. Where have I said otherwise? The point is that she has struck me against the terms of service because she is trying to hide her dishonesty to her followers and her fraudulent claims, and both her and McDonough have made intimidating and hollow threats of suing. That's the point. So she comes back with, actually, in one of your videos, you claimed that the strike was for using, and I quote, 1 minute of her content, when in actuality, I watched it several times. It was far more than 1 minute. So it appears you are lying. Okay, so here we have somebody straight up claiming that I have lied, that I've misrepresented reality. This person is calling me a liar. Okay, so then I give her the video. So I respond, Derp, you can go look for yourself. It's back up again. So by all means, demonstrate that I'm lying. You realize that the fact that YouTube reinstated it means it was fair use, right? So this is not relevant to the fair use claim. She's simply claiming that I lied because I said I only used 1 minute. And she says it was far more than 1 minute. So I'm lying. So then she says, not necessarily. It could be that the claim was for the full video instead of timestamps. It is resubmitted with timestamps. There may have been a different outcome. Either way, it was more than 1 minute per your own words. I don't know exactly what this is, but she's trying to, again, support her claim, which she says in quotations, 1 minute of her content. So I then go look at my video to double check. Here's the video link. And I said, here's the video. Start at 2 hours and 10 minutes or at 2 hours for my intro to her video, where I say I might use a few minutes. You can literally see the timestamp on her video. And guess what? 1, I play 36 seconds. I stop and talk for several minutes. 2, then I play another 20 seconds until 56 seconds into her video, and I stop and talk for several minutes. 3, then I play 1 minute until 1 minute and 7 seconds, or another 11 seconds of her video, and stop and talk about it for several minutes. Then I play another 20 seconds until 1 minute, 27 seconds, and stop and talk. So you can see for yourself on screen that I played an entire 1 minute and 27 seconds with 4 long pauses out of 15 minutes, which was the total video, which I never played. I played 1 minute and 27 seconds with 4 pauses. So I said, feel free to apologize for accusing me of lying. I even said before I might show a few minutes, but only showed less than a minute and a half. You just made a fool out of yourself and called me a liar. So then I'm being snarky again. I said, your call now. I'll give you the time to come back and apologize. That would be the noble thing. And then I'll ban you for your flagrant dishonesty and false accusation, or just crawl away with your tail between your legs out of embarrassment. Because at this point, you've accused me of lying. Unless you can demonstrate that you're lying, you can apologize, and I'll give you a minute to apologize, or I'm going to ban you because I have the right to do that. So then her response is still over a minute. And then she says, I don't fall to intimidation tactics. Why don't you model how apologies are supposed to look? Like, oh, because you don't give them, you only demand them. Wow, you berate others for blocking hateful comments, yet you are okay doing it yourself. Oh, the hypocrisy. So again, I mean, this is just such bad reasoning. Telling her that she's going to be banned after she's accused me of lying, and then providing the evidence that I haven't lied, and then her calling that intimidation is just, again, fallacious reasoning. This is not intimidation. This is a sort of a Platonic category error. It's a semantic question about what intimidation is. Me telling you you're going to be asked to leave my Thanksgiving dinner because you've accused me of lying and you can't support it is not an intimidation tactic. And then she's doing a false equivalence because she's claiming that I berate others for blocking hateful comments, yet you are doing it yourself. I have never berated anyone for blocking hateful comments. I criticized someone for deleting videos after they made false claims in those videos for which they were called out. That is not berating someone for blocking hateful comments. That is accusing somebody of dishonestly deleting videos because it made them look bad and they got called out for their dishonest behavior. There is no hypocrisy. There is no fallacy. This is not intimidation. I'll give you a little bit of time to take a look. Oh, she's actually in here. Oh, hi, Stacy. You filthy trash mouth. Is that what you're calling me? Oh, I didn't even notice. I was reading. How long has she been in here? Um, so let me see her first comment. You all should be ashamed of yourself for getting off on this. She has autism and MS. You are harassing someone who is disabled. I hope none of you have someone with autism or MS in your family. Okay, here's another example again of your lack of critical thinking skills, Stacy. I don't know who you're talking about who has autism and MS. Are you suggesting that this doctor has MS and autism? We of course would never make fun of anyone who has a disability. And if you'll notice, nothing that I have said has anything to do with a disability. It's about making truth claims of something being science and monetizing those skills to the general public. You cannot use a defense of autism and MS to claim that you're not responsible for false advertising. Do you understand how to reason? These are, again, just non sequiturs. I mean, you're arguing on my channel all day today. You are not capable of making an argument. If somebody has mental health deficits in some way, okay, MS has nothing to do with making false claims. If you're claiming that they're on the spectrum, and therefore, what is your argument? They shouldn't be held responsible for the claims they made because they are not capable of being able to know the difference between right and wrong and true and false. Because if that's your claim, then I'm sorry if you're claiming that that person has this problem, but that doesn't give you the right to sell false products and mismarket things. By that logic, you could say that you can sell snake oil on the sidewalk and say, buy this thing for $100, it cures cancer. And if you say, does it cure cancer? And then you can't defend the claim that it cures cancer, you then accuse the other people of being immoral because that person has autism and MS. You realize that's not a legitimate argument, right? See, again, perfect example here. She's not being dishonest. She does have skills. I have never said she doesn't have skills. I have actually explicitly said I'm not challenging her credentials. I'm not challenging the other areas of expertise that she claims to have. I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt that she has those claims. I'm claiming that graphology is a pseudoscience. That is the only claim I have ever made. So are you going to continue to strawman the argument? I'm not attacking a person. That is not ad hominem. I just explained to you several times. You don't know what ad hominem means. You don't know anything about critical thinking. You don't know anything about formal logic. You don't know anything about philosophy of science. You clearly don't know much about ethics. You don't know anything about the law. You don't know anything about false advertising. You don't understand what the argument is. So if you're going to try to refute me, there's an easy way to discredit me. You simply address all of the evidence and the reasoned arguments I've made against graphology, and you refute them. You show us better scientific evidence, you show that my logic is fallacious, and you provide positive arguments in your favor to support your claim. None of the tactics that you're using, none of the rhetorical techniques you're attempting with me hold up under rational scrutiny. And she has attacked me far worse. She's threatening to sue me. She's silenced my right to free speech, my right to legitimate criticism. You clearly have no ethical problem about any of that. You don't have the problem that she's deleted videos that were incriminating, where she was making false and veiled threats against me. Do you understand that you need to be able to make a rational argument here, Stacy? All of your comments today, all across my page, you went after everybody. You didn't just go after me. You didn't make one single legitimate argument the entire time. That's why I'm using you as a case study, because I teach critical thinking. And she has not been able to make one legitimate response. She's just tried to call me a hater and a troll and do exactly what her associate Chris McDonough has attempted to do, to suggest that we are somehow either breaking the law or have sinister intent. I am performing consumer advocacy. I am protecting ignorant and naive consumers who don't know enough about science, who believe that what she's claiming is true. And I'm providing a counterpoint with a massive amount of scientific evidence and the entire scientific consensus across the planet that graphology is a pseudoscience. And she has conceded it to me twice. Her lawyer has conceded it to her and to me. She made videos conceding it, and then she deleted those videos conveniently in order to cover up. And then she lied to her audience, suggesting that she made those videos expressly just to try to entrap me. What is your response to all that? She did not once call me out. What are you talking about? She false striked me. I got a letter from my attorney today that she's going, even though YouTube reversed the false strike and she silenced me for 3 weeks, she's threatening to sue me again. She's insinuated she's going to threaten me for defamation, and she has no grounds upon which to try to sue me. And she did call me out in her website channel that she's since brought down. She referred to the skeptic who is skeptical about science, which is also false. She referred to the skeptic in her video description. She's referring to the haters and the trolls. I'm not an idiot. Clearly, this is not your strong point, reasoning and arguing. Yeah, Stacy, you're just giving me evidence. So when she's claiming she's entrapping me, I have all of this recorded. Okay? I mean, what do you think you're doing if not trying to harass and silence me? I have made reasoned arguments. I have used your own words. Everything you're doing All the things you said today, all the things that she has said are not reasonable. They're not professional. They're not adult. They're not in good faith. They're not ethical. So what if she didn't tag me or hash me? She's referring to me. I mean, give me a break. You must really think I'm dumb. Everybody knows who she's insinuating and who she's referring to. That's just playing footsies. I tried to treat you in good faith. The entire first several comments you made today, I attempted to respond with good faith, rational arguments, and you continued to attack me and misrepresent what I was saying and make up all sorts of rubbish and nonsense and try to distract me, try to distract everyone with sophistry, which is unfair deflection and and um, and logical fallacies and every attempt at ad hominem and to smear my reputation, to misrepresent what I was saying. I don't need to misrepresent you. I don't need to misrepresent her because I can make a substantive argument with physical, empirical evidence and I can support it. You guys can't. So all you have is these flailing of arms trying to come and trying to attempt any effort at discrediting my argument because you can't put together an adult, reasonable case. That's why I'm using this as a case study. I'm not going to be silenced by you or this other person. Scientific skeptics have taken on far bigger fish than you. This is what we do. We address false advertising, false claims. We try to help people not get duped by misinformation on the internet. Okay, this is misinformation. And you are attempting every bad faith because you're not a good critical thinker. I mean, I'm not even going to hold it against you. That's why I teach critical thinking. People like you don't know how to put together an argument. You don't know what a good argument looks like. So if you want to put together a good argument, you want to act in good faith, I'll lower my tone. I won't use you as a case study again. You can come in and I'd be more than happy to teach you all of these logical fallacies so that you can avoid them in the future. And the next disagreement you have on the internet, that was the entire setup of this conversation, is that sometimes conversations don't go well because people don't know how to have a good faith conversation. They don't know how to make an argument. They don't know what logical fallacies are. You are just a perfect case study. And unfortunately, you're coming to represent as an apologist. You've come here to defend somebody who has wronged me, Stacy. Now, is your claim that this person is mentally handicapped? I mean, am I understanding correctly? Is that the argument? So I should be silenced, and I should be threatened, and I should be bullied, and I should be harassed with false lawsuits after already being presented with false, hollow lawsuit threats from her associate at the Cold Case Foundation after what he's done. Sorry, I'm not succumbing to that sort of a pity play. If this is true, this person has some mental handicap, I'm sorry. I have nothing but compassion for that. But that has nothing to do with the topic at hand. The topic at hand is that products are being monetized and sold on the internet, and there's a claim that this is science and evidence based. And I have demonstrated that it is not. My rant is done because I can't keep up with all the comments, but that's my position. And then I'm going to stop because this person is here. I'll just address them directly. I mean, every one of your arguments was poor. My end goal is what I've been doing for 20 years of my life. I'm a scientist. I teach science literacy, critical thinking, and I'm a scientific skeptic. Scientific skeptics, you might have heard of people like Carl Sagan, one of the most famous scientists in history. You might have heard of Cosmos. You might have heard of Neil deGrasse Tyson or Stephen Hawking or Michael Shermer or James Randi or hundreds and hundreds and thousands of other scientists who try to educate the public to help them differentiate between the bad science claims on the internet, the pseudoscience claims on the internet, and how to teach them how to evaluate these truth claims so that they can, as laypersons, we can figure out how to not get duped, how to not waste our money on the endless bombardment of false marketing claims that show up on YouTube ads and Facebook ads and YouTube channels by people that claim that they can read your handwriting and tell you if your child's possibly a budding psychopath, or tell you whether or not the person that you just started dating might be perping your children. That's a product that she sells. That's what the text is on her product. Send me 4 lines from the guy you're dating, and I'll let you know if he might be perping your children. There is no evidence to support that you can look at generic text from a human being and know if they're going to potentially perp your children. That is very dangerous. Do you not understand how dangerous that is? This is somebody who's, I don't know if you're in the true crime space, but this is what Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell claimed. They claimed that they could determine dark and light scales and tell you who was good and evil. That's what the products that this charlatan is selling on her website. She's claiming to have these same superpowers that she can, and then if you change the way you slant your letters or dot your T's and I's, that you can change your behavior, you can change your mental health, you can change your physical health. This is no different than a psychic or an astrologer or a tarot reader or a palm reader. This is pseudoscience rubbish. And I have all of the evidence on my side. This is consensus science that under controlled conditions, when these people are given generic text without a full narrative of the person telling you a story in a letter, or knowing after the fact, like what she's doing, reading criminal handwriting from people that are already in jail, that we all know are already criminals. This is not science. Science would subject generic text with under controlled conditions where the reader would not know who the text was from. They would get a whole sample of different texts that were generic, not a story. This is just taking somebody's handwriting after they've copied a paragraph from a magazine. It's not them telling a story. Like if you take my handwriting and I say, "Hi, I've been really sad lately. I'm feeling lonely. My parents used to abuse me and leave me alone, and I'm feeling like there's just no purpose to it all." And then you read that text and you say, "I can tell by the slanting of the letters that this person is depressed. They might have some suicidal ideation." You're not reading the handwriting. You're basically doing what anybody can do by reading the text. That's called ex post facto analysis. It's also called a cold reading. So I have demonstrated this in a 7-hour video. You clearly have no idea who you're talking to. You have no idea what my function is. You have no idea of my massive body of evidence or my credentials. And you don't, none of that matters because regardless of my credentials, I'm either making good arguments or I'm not. And if I'm not making good arguments, you would have substantive refutations to my argument. But you don't. Again, what is the end goal? Again, do you not understand that's a fallacy? That has nothing to do with anything. Who cares what my motivations are? Even if my motivations were sinister, who cares? My arguments are either good or they're not. See, again, this is why I teach critical thinking. It has nothing to do with who made the argument. I posted an entire list of scientific articles with links to high impact journals with massive, like 2 meta-analyses. One meta-analysis with 200 scientific studies. Another that has been cited by 400 other scientific studies. I've posted articles from other scientists, PhD biologists and psychologists who have studied graphology and who have shown that under controlled scientific conditions, none of this holds up under any rational or empirical scrutiny. So it doesn't matter who I am or what I say. You can either defend the claim that graphology is a science, which is what she's claiming, or you can't. It has nothing to do with me. Absolutely nothing to do with me. So if you're attacking me, this is just, again, the genetic fallacy. You're just engaging in an ad hominem. It has absolutely nothing to do with me. Graphology is either a science or it isn't. And if it's a science, somebody who's claiming it's a science would provide scientific evidence. And neither you nor her have ever attempted to address any of my massive body of evidence that I provide. You've never tried to point us towards a URL to any substantial, relevant, high impact study. The entire overwhelming global consensus is that graphology is pseudoscience. And I have differentiated it from forensic handwriting analysis, which is legitimate science. And this has to do with being able to figure out authorship of a document in question that has nothing to do with graphology. I've also talked about another legitimate area of handwriting analysis, which is medical use of handwriting analysis to determine whether or not handwriting can inform, for example, a doctor or a neuroscientist that somebody might have something like Parkinson, where their motor control functionality is being reduced because they're having a neurological dysfunction in their brain. That has nothing to do with the claim that you can read personality traits, that you can predict personality traits, or that you can provide therapeutic value to somebody based on giving them handwriting lessons to change their personality, their attitude, and their future happiness levels. These are pseudoscience nonsense. Okay. And I in my last video, where I just completely eviscerated, and in several videos, all of my links are there. Don't address me. Go to Consensus Science. Go publish a refuting set of studies. Change the scientific consensus that graphology is a pseudoscience. It has nothing to do with me. If you're coming after me, if either of you are coming after me, this is harassment. This is cyberbullying. I am giving legitimate criticism, using my right to free expression in a free society with legitimate substantive arguments. I am not attacking the person, I'm attacking the arguments that she's making. And I'll be right back. So I'm missing what's you're retarded. Oh, lovely. Really, Stacy? You're retarded? So much for respect for the mentally challenged. You lose. I mean, this is, it's so ironic because, like an example, in the scientific skeptic world, we go after like Autism Speaks and all of these organizations that claim to speak for autism because they're absolutely disgusting, because they attempt to try to cure autism, not recognizing that just because someone's not neurotypical doesn't mean necessarily that they're defective, or that they don't have the right to live in this world. And so people who in many cases actually care about autism, they're wrong on the science, so they try to engage in these horrific cures against people with autism. So there's one called MMS that I've covered and we've covered extensively. It's bleach therapy, where they basically torture autistic children, and then they remove parts of their intestines, and then they post them on videos, and they show how they're curing the autism out of these kids. They are torturing autistic children under the guise of a false pseudoscience. They're torturing children, claiming that they're promoting the well-being of autistic children. This is child abuse. This is torture. Look up MMS. Autism Speaks, a well-known organization that people actually support because they think that they care about autistic people too. So then they donate to Autism Speaks. If you know what Autism Speaks does, you wouldn't ever support Autism Speaks again. And then there's, like I said, MMS. I can give you a million other pseudoscience claims where people maybe have good intentions. They think they're trying to help people. All sorts of alternative medicine. Somebody, they're going to a shaman or touch therapy or a whole host of other therapies because they don't trust modern science. And then they torture people. They let their loved ones die who could otherwise be treated with certain types of cancers that if they're caught early with 80% success rates. And then they don't trust doctors. So they go to these charlatans, these frauds, these snake oil salesmen. They give them their money, and then they engage in all sorts of crazy pseudoscience rubbish. And then these people die a horrific death without the care and aid of modern science, and often in cases where these people could have been saved and gone on to live long, healthy lives. Look up a website called whatstheharm.net, and you'll see how many people die every day. Are you all under 35 years old? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm 56. I have 2 master's degrees. I'm a double scientist. I'm a political scientist and an economist. I've been an academic my whole half of my career. I worked at the United Nations. I was a human rights consultant where I actually worked for on the rights of women in the developing world and children in the developed world to make sure that they had justice, they were not oppressed in the developing world, that their legal systems were not oppressing, ignoring their human rights, that homosexuals were not being summarily executed for being homosexuals, for making sure that children had access to education and modern plumbing, and they were not being forced into illegal child labor all over the world. This is me being just a complete despicable person. That's what I've been doing my whole career, as well as then teaching voluntarily critical thinking and how to avoid falling for scumbag marketers who make money off of the gullibility and ignorance of people. My goodness. I told you I was crabby. So good for you to show up, Stacy. Thanks for allowing me to vent my crabbiness. It's just, yeah, good luck. I mean, I don't know who dresses you, but your critical thinking skills and your effort at trying to discredit me and attack me personally is just so poor. I mean, let me use your logic. So, Stacy, are you the queen who decides what I can or can't say or put on my video? Didn't you use that argument with the other person? Who died and made you queen and determined that you're the one who gets to tell me what I can and can't say on my YouTube channel, or what anybody can say on a YouTube channel? Do you know anything? Do you have a background in law? I do. I was an international law academic for a few years when I worked at the UN. It's part of my international relations background, my master's degree, which is political science, specialization in political science. You know anything about the law? You know anything about fair use? You know anything about ethics? You know anything about philosophy of science? Do you know the distinction between science and pseudoscience? You know the evidentiary standard that we go through to determine what's science and what's not pseudoscience? You know what a logical fallacy is? You know what a cognitive bias is? You know any of these things? Obviously, you're not old enough for independent thinking. I just demonstrated pretty much across the board. Everything you said on my channel today was irrational, illogical, fallacious, defamatory. I mean, like I made the joke. I think I'm going to sue you for calling me a liar. And then I put a little smiley face like I'm kidding because I have better things to do than try to sue you for defamation. But you've been defaming me all day long. I've just been refuting each and every one of your arguments. And yes, I'm calling you ignorant too. That's not an ad hominem. because I'm demonstrating that you're ignorant. That's why it's not ad hominem. Now, you might not like to hear it, but it might be true. And I don't see that you're able to refute any of my arguments. I mean, I actually expect that she would be able to defend her arguments better, but her reasoning skills are just as poor. This is why I say I engage with a lot of very, very smart scientists who clearly don't know anything about philosophy of science, and they're not good critical thinkers. They're just very good at their area of expertise because they've spent 30, 40 years doing it. But they're not good at general critical thinking. You don't have independent thinking skills. They're poor. Everything you've said is fallacious. She's trying to dox me. I had actually a couple good faith conversations with Mozzarella before she then was unreasonable, and I said I would share my resume with her. Want to see my? It's one of my diplomas. Here's one of my masters. This is my bachelor of science. And here's my 2 master's degrees. And I'm not showing you anymore because it's got my name on it. And I'm not showing you my name. Your little buddy got her lawyer to send my lawyer a letter today telling me that if I didn't take all my content down, she was going to try to pursue me again legally. Sorry. I'm not going to be bullied by you or your master. We are scientific skeptics. We are scientists. We are educators. We try to teach people like you how to think better. We try to keep people from falling for unethical snake oil salespeople who try to make a living selling bullshit and 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 bullshit that's harmful. Because I'm not going to go out. If you want to walk around with a rabbit's foot in your pocket and you want to claim that it brings you good luck, I'm not going to make a video talking about the harm done by rabbit's feet. Now, I might have an issue because if animals are being harmed in order to procure and produce rabbit's feet, then as somebody who cares about the well-being of animals, then I might have an issue with rabbit's feet. But if they are just the byproduct of rabbit meat, which unfortunately humans need to survive, then I'm not going to go after people with rabbit's feet. But if you're claiming that rabbit's feet is a substitute for an antibiotic when you have an infection, then I'm going to go after you. Because if people listen to you, people are going to die when they could easily go get an antibiotic and live a long, happy life. If you're claiming that you have a cure for cancer and it's in your little phony baloney snake oil bottle of nothingness, like homeopathy, I'm going to go after you because you're going to keep people from being able to actually get the care and the treatment that they need that might allow them to live a long, healthy, happy life. So sorry. This is what I do. This is what scientific skeptics do. Again, you can completely ignore me. I've already provided enough references. Just go look at what other people who are 10 times smarter than I will ever be have to say on this topic. Traditional Chinese medicine is also pseudoscience rubbish. A topic I've covered for 20 years. There's no such thing as traditional Chinese medicine. It's pseudoscience. There's just medicine. There's not Western mathematics and Eastern mathematics. There's not Western physics and Eastern physics. There's not Western medicine and Eastern medicine. They're just things that have been shown to work, things that have been proven to not work, and things that have not yet been shown to work, in which case you shouldn't be claiming that they do work because you don't have the evidence. Again, you're talking to a very well-versed scientific skeptic. Pretty much everything you're going to throw out, I can tell you if it's rubbish or not, because we've looked into these things extensively, and I have written extensively on the topics, and I can post you to massive bodies of evidence that will also corroborate that there's no such thing as Chinese medicine. And if you believe that Chinese medicine is a thing, Then you subject it to the scientific method, and if it works, it just becomes part of the body of evidence. In the words of Tim Minchin, you know what you call alternative medicine that works? Medicine. Now, are there certain things out there, folk medicines, that have yet to be tested that might have some therapeutic and medicinal value? Possible. But just because you claim that it works because your grandpa and your great grandpa and your other great, I mean, you use the argument on me today that therefore graphology, because there's 1,000 people have been training in this for 1,000 years, that therefore it's true. Again, this is called the appeal to antiquity, which I pointed out to you on that comment. We've been doing things and believing in things for a long, long time. That is not evidence that those things work. We've been believing in shamanism and exorcisms, and we sacrifice babies to improve crop output, and we burn witches believing that they cause diseases. And we've been doing those things for a long time. Do you actually think that that means that there's evidence that's evidence alone that those things work? Psychics, astrology, palm reading. That's why I've compared exactly graphology to astronomy, astrology and palmistry, because that is their common origin. They share. It's called character reading. That's thousands of years old. But modern graphology is not thousands of years old. It's less than 200. She's probably reading from the Gestalt training manual. The Gestalt handwriting analysis method is old Jungian, unconscious, subconscious, all old psychology that's no longer relevant and is never held up under any rational scrutiny. A dangerous choice of personal opinion, no science behind opinions. I see again, I don't know what you're talking about. I've already put down the evidence. And I'm all about independent thinking. I've been promoting the idea for decades. That's the problem with our society, is that most people are sheeple, and they just parrot what you've been told. So you parroted that Chinese medicine is a thing. You've never actually looked into Chinese medicine. You've never actually looked into graphology. You didn't watch my video. You didn't read any of the studies I provided. You don't know anything about these topics. Just acknowledge it. I did a 7-hour long video. I have a massive body of scientific evidence that I put in that video. Did you watch it? Did you understand it? Do you understand anything about science? Are you a scientist? You know what a scientific skeptic is? And you haven't tested her. No, it's not my job to test her. It's her job to subject her claims to scientific conditions, subject her claims to scientific scrutiny under blinding, double blinding, preferably triple blinding, and then have her claims subjected to peer review and then published in a high impact journal, which are both falsifiable and repeatable according to the scientific method. That is how she would go about refuting my claims. There is a massive body of evidence refuting graphology because these exact claims have been subjected to the scientific method time after time after time, and they don't fare any better than guesses, than layperson guesses. It's not her job to explain anything to you. Again, you don't understand what the burden of proof is. You don't understand the basic fundamental idea of science, critical thinking, and logic. The burden of proof. She has a burden of proof to demonstrate that what she claims is true, and she can't. She has nothing but, as I said, anecdotes, testimonials. This is not science. These are the hallmarks of pseudoscience. She has no scientific evidence supporting the claim. You want me to show you the letter where she admitted that it's pseudoscience? That she lied about in her video, where she said her lawyer didn't say that? You want me to show you the letter from her that she says her lawyer told her it's pseudoscience? But she said, but there's some pending research. Do you want me to show it to you? I'll show it to you. I showed it in my last video. I already said comparing signature is a science. That's why forensic handwriting analysts who actually try to use things like ink analysis and they run controlled tests to try to determine authorship is admissible in court and it is considered legitimate forensic science. I differentiate it from that. That's what forensic handwriting analysis is. They all want nothing to do with graphology. That's why she conflates handwriting analysis with two other legitimate handwriting analysis areas of domain of inquiry, which is the one I already told you about, medical, like when somebody has something like Parkinson's, and we notice that they have a problem controlling their ability to control a pencil or a pen. That's used for medical purposes, for neurological purposes. That's legitimate science. And then there's forensic handwriting analysis, which is to try to determine the authorship or the authenticity of a document. None of that has anything to do with graphology. She's out there claiming that you can improve your health and your mental well-being and telling you that if you send um, 4 lines from, and then she's pushing the idea that it's not illegal for you to get anybody's text without their consent and send it to her for a reading. These people are making, this is exactly like, as I said, it's exactly like what Chad Daybell and Lori Daybell claim, that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow claim, that they can determine good and evil just because they have magical powers. That's what graphology is doing. And then they're claiming not only it's a substitute for psychiatry. They're claiming that if you want to improve your life and your opportunity for success, that they can, and I showed a video exactly. I showed a video of James Randi debunking it. I showed a video of Michael Shermer, arguably the most notable scientific skeptic in the world and the founder of Skeptic magazine. I've shown, I've put links to two meta-analyses that refer to 200 longitudinal studies over the last 50 years, which have been referred to and cited in over 400 other studies. There's not a lack of evidence or a lack of investigation into this claim that people can read personality traits or character. But this person is going farther. These people are claiming that it's like a form of therapy, a form of psychiatry. Are you unhappy in your life? Are you not getting the things you want? Take my handwriting courses. And this sort of, it's like The Secret. Also, there are inroads into The Secret and positive thinking. Learn how to write the word love and positivity by slanting your L to the right, and then by having the proper spacing in between your letters, and that will improve your mental health. That will improve your physical health. Send your child's doodles into me, and then I'll give you insight into whether or not your child is a budding psychopath. Send your new boyfriend's text to me, and I'll let you know if that person is going to perp your children. And you think that this is completely benign. These people are pretending to be psychiatrists, psychoanalysts. There's no evidence supporting any of this. It's dangerous. It's harmful. These people are being given the opportunity to determine whether or not you get a job or you don't get a job, because these people say this person isn't trustworthy. They're going to steal money from the company. These are well-known problems with this thing. It's immoral, and it's not backed by the science. You're making decisions about who is good and who is bad based on rubbish, based on the way that somebody crosses their T and dots their I's and slants their letters. This is Gestalt nonsense. And there are already more than one different schools, which means they contradict themselves on what they think the significance of the slanting of a letter is. This pseudoscience nonsense. It's old legacy to what's called character reading. It is related with palm reading and astrology. This is not science. And it's been refuted under all controlled conditions. These people can't demonstrate that they can do what they claim to be able to do. And I'm calling that out because I have a civic and ethical responsibility to protect people from giving their money and believing these things without having these people being able to meet their burden of proof. That is what a responsible person does. Now, you can say everybody has the right to an opinion. Of course, everybody has the right to an opinion. And it's caveat emptor. buyer beware. So if you're gullible and stupid enough to buy this shit, then okay, I can't stop that. There's nothing I can do to prevent it, but I can at least try to educate people to try to understand what a pseudoscience looks like and what a burden of proof is and how to evaluate these sorts of truth claims, because they can do real harm in this world, and they do real harm in this world. Good night, Britzkrieg. Sorry for all the drama tonight, but since this person wants to come and try to challenge me. See, I mean, carries out, she is using intuition and experience to connect the, okay, so you just admitted it's a pseudoscience. Again, thank you for conceding my point. Science is not based on intuition and experience. As I said, it's an art. So then tell her to stop calling it science. I have entire blogs. I have her products where she claims in all caps this is science. Then I have her podcasts where she's reading people's personality and saying this is 100% based on science. It's 100% based on science. It's 100% based on science. That's how I know this isn't science right there, because no scientist would ever say this is 100% based on science. That shows a fundamental ignorance about the philosophy of science and how science works. Scientists, no scientist worth their salt or doctor or anybody is going to give you 100% guarantee of anything. Science is probabilistic because it's based on inductive reasoning. Do you know what inductive reasoning is? No, I'm sure you don't. Inductive reasoning cannot give you certainty. That's why I'm always teaching people that you can't, that we should not aspire to certainty. All that you can do is have odds based on statistics. That something you have a more likely possibility to for a disease to be cured, or for a virus to be rendered inert or benign, or a cancer to go inert. I know that, Granny. It's more for you guys. Since I was going to use this as a case study, the fact that she shows up, I don't need to show you the other 20 comments she made today where she said equally irrational and fallacious arguments. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She came here to try to defend something. She doesn't have the intellectual chops. She doesn't understand science. She doesn't understand critical thinking. She doesn't understand evidentiary standard. She just conceded just now. She's using intuition. So thank you. You just made my point. So then don't call it science. Science is not based on intuition. I mean, you guys let me know. I mean, I'm using this as a case study, hopefully as an educational exercise. If this is annoying you and we're not getting anywhere, then I'll just block her. I mean, I already told her today after she insulted me. She claimed I lied because I said I only used a minute of her video. Then I gave her the evidence to show that I literally used 1 minute and 27 seconds of her video. That is a minute. Okay. It's not 2 minutes. It's not 3 minutes. But of course, by fair use, I have the right to use a lot more than 1 minute. But saying that I used about a minute and then it was 127, that's not a lie. It's a minute. It's rounding to a minute. That's not a lie. And I demonstrated it, and I gave her the opportunity to apologize to me. And of course, she didn't. And then I said I would ban her afterwards for falsely accusing me of lying, which is defamation. And I didn't block her because actually I thought it was a good case study, which is why I have my video. My question is, so what does it take for you to stop harassing? I'm not harassing anyone, and how dare you, despicable person, assert that I'm harassing someone with autism. This is an appeal to emotion. It's so disgusting. You dishonest, immoral, horrible person. Get the fuck out of my forum, you disgusting human being. You just got schooled back to the Stone Age. I acted in good faith and made every possible rational, reasonable argument to try to frickin' deal with you. And your final line is that I'm harassing. Show me where I'm harassing somebody. I have not made a comment on her post. I have not gone after her. I have not doxed her. I have not said her name. Get the fuck out of here. No, fuck you, Stacy. Fuck you. You just fucking accused me of harassing an autistic person. Fuck you. fuck off. Get the fuck out of my forum. This is not kindergarten. Okay? Go back to kindergarten. Read a book. I tried to reason with you. You are dishonest. You are a liar. You are the worst critical thinker I've seen. You're just an apologist here to frickin' defend the indefensible instead of just conceding like a rational, adult, reasonable person would do. Actually, take my arguments on board if you had an independent brain, but you don't have it. So good night. And you're fucking banned. Fuck off. And I'm done. So that's my contribution to critical thinking. And look at it, anyone who disagrees with you is a liar. No. See, again, fucking straw man. No. People who actually lie to me are liars, not anyone who disagrees with me. When I demonstrate you're a liar, you're a liar. And I can expose the lie. That doesn't mean everyone who disagrees with me is a liar. It means someone who's demonstrated that they're a liar is a liar. The fact that you would come in here after all the work I've done, after all the evidence I provided, after all the effort I've made to actually try to reason, make reasoned arguments with you guys, you're going to degrade yourself to the depths of immorality to presume that I am harassing an autistic person. I mean, really? No, I'm protecting people from buying products that have not met their burden of proof to do what they claim to do. That's what scientific skeptics do. I am acting in my traditional consumer advocacy role and my role as a critical thinking educator and the role that every other good scientific skeptic or scientist worth their salt should be attempting to do so that people don't get duped and have their money taken by snake oil salespersons. For all the people that are giving me some donations, thank you. I'm sorry that I got passionate, but this is the stuff. I mean, again, I'm wrong in a million ways. Just please tell me how I'm wrong. Tell me where my reasoning skills are bad. Tell me where my ethics are bad. Tell me where what I'm saying causes harm. And if you can't, then have a nice day. I'm not just going to get insulted for hours by people like that. I mean, they can't have good faith because they suffer from Dunning-Kruger. They don't have the intellectual chops to know what a good argument looks like. So they scramble. They're desperate. They try to discredit you in any way possible. Just, again, I didn't see a single valid argument. She even conceded at the end. It's intuition. That's not science. That's all I said. Just concede it's not a science. Stop putting on your website that it's a science. Stop telling your subscribers it's a science. Please telling people to sub and buy your shit and go to your website and buy your shit and then claiming you're an expert on a skill that's not a science. Just don't say it's a science. Shouldn't be a big deal. That's why I said these people call themselves experts and they call themselves consultants. They don't call themselves scientists. So then just say you're an expert. She calls herself a body language expert too, by the way. So I've made my opinion clear on body science, that it is a science in its infancy that is reasonable on first blush, but when you look at the claims being made in its name and you look at the studies conducted, it is a pseudoscience for the most part, most of the time. Be critical and skeptical about claims made in the name of body language science. That's why you do not see people calling themselves body language scientists. That's why you don't see people being called handwriting graphology scientists, because it's not. Now, if you want to call it an art, okay. I mean, I had a talk with John from Hidden True Crime. He concurred with me on what I said about there is a spectrum of scientific solidity when we're talking about the umbrella of forensic science. And sure, they call on psychics sometimes because they're looking for any edge that can possibly help them when they're in a cold case. I understand that. But that doesn't mean psychic powers are real. They use handwriting analysts in in open investigations, cold cases. That doesn't mean that handwriting analysis is science. It means that they're looking for any edge. I said you could throw any random brain into a room with a bunch of investigators that have hit a brick wall, and they don't have any more new leads. They're stuck with their limited investigator brains trying to figure out new possible avenues. And so they throw another brain. They could throw you in. They could throw me in. They could throw a good critical thinker. They could throw a psychic in there. They could throw a shaman in there, an exorcist. And the exorcist might just come out and say, well, I'm seeing darkness. I'm seeing an alleyway. And then the investigators might go like, oh, wow, I hadn't thought about an alley. Maybe there's an alley somewhere. We looked through all the alleys, blah, blah. So the fact that that criminal investigators call on people that might be quacks doesn't mean, sorry, the fact that they might call on quacks does not mean that the quackery is science. It just means that we investigators have a hard job. They want to try to save people's lives. They want to try and find bad guys. And sometimes they're willing to engage in less than solid claims of expertise. And that's okay. I'm not going after that. Just don't call it science. Okay? Forensic science is an umbrella of topics from very, very solid DNA and blood spatter analysis and all sorts of physics and accident physics and all sorts of very solid, legitimate areas of science. And it goes from very solid all the way to less and less legitimate topics. So I talked about profiling and how, yes, some profiling is certainly evidence-based. They can call in statistics. If you have a serial murder, you can easily say something like, okay, given this type of crime, the perp is likely, 70% of the time, based on historical evidence of serial murders, 70% degree of confidence that it's going to be a white male from the age of 17 to 27 or something like that. That's evidence-based. That's legit. They're just using statistics. That's science. That's evidence-based. But then when they're starting to engage in a bit more of the art form, where they're just having a feeling because of their 40 years of experience, I'm not claiming that that doesn't have some value because they have experience. They've done this. Maybe they can't consciously explain why it is that they have a feeling, but it's not science. That's intuition. Okay, so claim it's part science, part art, part science, part experience. I got no problem with that, and it's exactly what I said. And John, who's a forensic psychologist from Hidden True Crime, he made a video where they gave me a little shout out, and he said, "You're right. Profiling doesn't hold up in a court of law for these very reasons." And he agreed with me on my qualification of profiling, that it's on a spectrum from solid evidence-based statistical analysis, science, all the way to stuff where we're far less comfortable, and it's more of an art and more based on the quality of the profiler in question. And then don't believe that this is the gospel. So from the strong statistical foundation that we might begin with, then we get into the more flimsy areas of intuitions and experience and feelings, and that might be good because you have a really good 40-year seasoned criminal investigator who's dealt with hundreds and thousands of criminal cases that might have all sorts of similarities and all sorts of overlaps, and they might be able to glean some insight and maybe solve a case because of that. I think that would be a good thing, but don't call profiling as a whole science. Some aspect of it is, some aspect of it isn't. Handwriting analysis, graphology is not. It's been disproven. It's been formally, officially refuted. All of the burden of proof is on anyone claiming that you can read personality traits and provide therapeutic benefits from changing your handwriting and reading deep personality traits and having insight into your character and your propensity for violence and all that stuff. Be critical of that. That's not scientific. That's feelings. It's not different from psychics and palm readers. Sorry to tell you. Right. Everyone has intuition. So I always say I'm not claiming that you can't know things through intuition. I mean, intuition had natural selection value. We evolved with things like intuition, and intuition is also informed by our experiences in life. Intuition, I think, when I talk about epistemology, I think we can know things based on intuition, but we're on less solid ground when we're basing our beliefs on intuition. Because if you can't convince anyone else, if you just say, I know it because of how I feel, I can't know that just because you told it to me. If you can't provide me reasons besides you feel it in your gut, that you can't claim that's knowledge. So that's the problem with intuition. I'm not saying intuition has no value. I'm not even saying that intuition might rise to the level of knowledge. I'm saying that if you can't communicate the reasons for your intuitions to somebody else, then they're of no good use to anyone but yourself. So then you have personal knowledge. Well, our civilization can't do much with your personal feelings, even if there's something interesting there. You got to be able to demonstrate and convince other people. Otherwise, I have no good reason to believe you. You might tell me you have really strong feelings, and maybe I'm really close to you, and maybe I trust your judgment because I have experience that you've had good judgment in the past. Maybe I'm going to listen to you. But as a skeptic or building a civilization on that, I think we need to be skeptical of claims that have nothing more than someone's anecdote, someone's feelings. That's all I'm talking about. Is when it comes to epistemology, we're just on a spectrum from claims that we have no good reason to believe to spectrums that we have very good reasons to believe, and everything in between. And your job is to figure out how much confidence or certainty you should have in claims. And so I just give you some skills to help you figure that out. But I don't know. That's not my job to tell you what to believe or how much confidence you should have in something. I can suggest it. I can tell you what I think, and then you shouldn't listen to me. You should figure it out on your own. This person that says, independent thinking. No, most people are parroting. And my old joke is, I don't always have an opinion, but when I do, it's usually someone else's. So we very rarely have our own unique ideas. Yes, we can have them, but more often than not, you're just parroting what somebody who you respect told you or what you read somewhere. Exactly, Mary. And for the people that were being generous with me, I think Mary being really generous, all the people that sent me some super chats or something, thank you so much. I don't mean to be getting all passionate for attention, but I appreciate that. This person just, 3 weeks I've been stressed on this, and I have to admit, this person scared me, and I got a letter from my lawyer today saying that this person doesn't care about the YouTube victory that I won. This person is still threatening to sue me, and my lawyer let me know that the letter is not a lawsuit. So I wrote them back and I said, so I should do nothing, right? This is not a lawsuit, right? My lawyer said, it's not a lawsuit. And I'm still waiting for another response. But tonight, I privated that video because this person seems unstable and dishonest to me. And I would rather not be sued, even if I know I'll win, and go through the inconvenience for someone who's vindictive. So because I don't get compensation for what I do here, this is mostly voluntary, except for your generous donations, which don't get anywhere near my $7,000 a month overhead. It's not worth it for me to play that sort of hardball. So to Mozzarella Martini, I have privated the video that had your name on it. I have every right to publish that video. It has every right to be public and for other people to see it. I have not engaged in defamation. This is complete fair use, but you are a bully and you are going to use legal tactics to intimidate me. And so I'll give you that point. Okay. So from now on, I'll talk about whatever the fuck I want. I won't ever use your videos because I think you're unstable. And I'll talk about the topic because I don't need to use the video content. But it's dishonest and it's bad faith and it's vindictive and it's emotional retaliation. So sorry. Now I don't know. Does anybody want to inform me? I saw one comment that this person I'm harassing somebody with MS and who's autistic. And then at the very end, the final comment after me trying to make reasoned arguments for an hour or so came back and said, so I'm harassing somebody who's autistic. That was the final straw for me. And that's when she got banned because that's such a despicable appeal to emotion to try to discredit me. I already answered that at the beginning. So are you guys understanding? What did I miss? Is she asserting that this person is either on the spectrum or has MS? That's what I heard. That was what the one comment I noticed at the beginning. Was this person making that comment throughout the entire point? Because I missed that. Because as I said at the very beginning, I have nothing but compassion for somebody if they truly have MS or if they're on the spectrum. That has nothing to do with the problem. And you don't get bullied from criticizing something because somebody has a handicap. I'm sorry. So that would be the same thing as saying, I'm selling a cure for cancer on the corner. Don't go to the doctor. Here's my cure for cancer. Or just here's a bottle of bleach. Drink this bleach like MMS. Since I used MMS as a therapy, and if you look up MMS, you're going to get sick to your stomach. But go look up MMS and how they're torturing autistic children with this pseudoscience therapy. They're torturing children. They're 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 burning their intestines, believing that the stuff that comes out of their rectum is the autism and that they're curing these children of autism. They're torturing these children. MMS is a horrific pseudoscience therapy which claims to be able to cure autism, and desperate parents who believe that they can cure their children buy these products and then burn the innards of their children's intestines, and then they pull things out of their rectum, and then they take pictures of them, and then they show that this is proof that the MMS is working and curing these children of autism. It's torture. They're torturing autistic children. There's no evidence. I think it's now recently been outlawed. I don't know if MMS is still being sold in the black market, but in the scientific skeptic world, we went after that hard. We tried to lobby the regulators to make their products illegal. So the fact that you might be autistic and you're selling some dangerous snake oil in the corner, I'm sorry if you have some mental health issue or you're not neurotypical or you have some other disease. That doesn't give you the right to sell snake oil to laypersons who believe that it can do something. These are non sequiturs. It doesn't give you can't claim that because you have a mental health issue that you have the right to break the law or do something immoral. That's not how our compassion works. That's not how our legal system works. I forget what MMS stands for. You'll have to look it up. I haven't covered MMS in probably 5 years. We also used to go after anti-vax communities that would steal pictures of dead babies that died from miscarriages or from SIDS, and without the parents' consent, they would post videos. Back to an appeal to emotion. They would post pictures of dead babies in their cribs, claiming that they had died from vaccinations. This was back in the day when they were, the Andrew Wakefield stuff with the false Lancet report that was retracted, where he claimed that, you know, measles, rubella, and what also something like MMS, but not MMS. Measles, rubella, and another virus, childhood virus, that those vaccines caused autism, and it's been completely refuted a million times. But there's still people that believe that. And these people, in order to make money, they would take pictures of dead babies from parents that hadn't given them the consent to use their picture, and then they would lie about the reasons for their death, and then they put them on their websites and get people to feel, horrible, and then they would, measles, mumps, and rubella. Thank you, Crime Curious. MMR. It's funny because I'm talking about MMS, right? Sorry, MMR. Um, and and they were then running businesses doing that, and then I remember parents interacting with me saying, that person, that's my child, that's my deceased child, and these people are using them on their websites, claiming they died of vaccinations. My child didn't die of vaccination of a vaccination. My child died of SIDS, or my child died of some other rare infant disease. And these scumbags trying to promote their anti-vax agenda were stealing the pictures from parents who had lost their children and then lying about the reasons why they died and making money off it. This is just one of the thousands of things that scientific skeptics try to address. I mean, that's despicable. It's horrible. Yeah, it's like a snuff film. I mean, I remember going to the website, looking at these pictures, and then seeing that. I mean, because I'm part of a big skeptic community, then all the skeptics, you know, bring the information from the parents of these children, saying that's my child. How did they get these pictures? My child didn't die of vaccination. My child died of something else. How do we take these people to court? How do we put them in jail? How do we get them to take down the picture of my child dead in the crib? I mean, how fucked up is that? Oh my God. So, and I can't think of, there's not too many worse things I can think of than that. I mean, that's why, again, um, you know, coming as a scientific skeptic into true crime, it's not a big leap because there are people doing these things here, similar things, totally profiting off. And that's why we call them, you guys call them whatever. What do you call them? In scientific skeptic world, we call them grief vampires. You guys call them tragedy pimps. Same thing. They feed off of emotional distress and emotional weakness, and then they pretend to care, and then they get people's money. I mean, does anybody in this room have any doubt that Summer Wells' picture and her likely demise was completely exploited by hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of channels that did live stream after live stream after live stream, claiming that it was all about bringing Summer home? And you think that many of them weren't doing that because they knew exactly how it makes you feel to see this pretty little blonde girl somewhere, maybe still alive, away from her family, possibly being mistreated? Despicable. No shame. Shameless. All right, I think I'm done. The point of the topic tonight was to show a case study, and we got a case study more than I anticipated. I could show you more of the fallacious arguments, but I think you guys got a pretty good flavor of what that looks like. Not a single legitimate argument. If anybody wants to come up and talk with me for a little while, I'll have a couple glasses of wine. I want to unwind because that pisses me off. And I've already been upset for 3 weeks with the first strike and worry that some crazy person is going to try to lock me up in rubbish litigation. I've talked with my friend Trisha from Web Sleuths, and she got sued by somebody who was completely wrong, and she won. And the lawyer had been misinformed by the client, so the lawyer took the case. She had to put up a ton of money to get representation. She won the case, but she was still out all the money for the legal costs, and she had to go through a long process. Mozzarella Martini, Sue Ellen. And she's threatening again, even though my strike was reversed by YouTube. So I got a letter today from my lawyer, from her lawyer, threatening me again that she's still going to pursue it, even after she's already conceded my point and lied about it in public. She's already conceded it's pseudoscience, which is my only claim. And her lawyer told her that it's pseudoscience. And I have it in my email inbox right now. And I tried to have a good faith conversation with her. She didn't seem like she was mentally impaired in any way. We had long conversations. I even agreed that if she would remove the strike, I would. She wanted to meet me in person. I said I would. I'm not interested in meeting you in person, but I'll meet you in a private, anonymous space like here. Like on a whatever Zoom something where we can be anonymous, and I will have a good faith conversation about what my problem is with graphology, and I will have a conversation with you about what you think is fair in terms of how I communicate this topic. And she agreed, but she said, you're going to have to take all the content down first. And I said, sorry, that's unreasonable. You take the false strike down, and I'll have a good faith conversation with you. And she didn't agree to those terms, so that was the end of our conversation. They were two long, lengthy, good faith conversations. She was very literate, well spoken. We both wrote two very long letters to each other. And I simply was not going to accept the terms. I'm not going to be bullied into being silent about graphology. Sorry, it's a known pseudoscience. All the evidence is on my side. There's no defamation. This is my right to not only free speech, but also fair criticism. Well, my lawyer just wanted to let me know that the letter I got today is not a lawsuit, but it was a threat of a lawsuit. That's an interesting question, Doohickey. It's an interesting question. I tend to think it's not, because I think the personalities were different. I found Mozzarella Martini far brighter than the person in the room tonight. I mean, they're both horrifically poor critical thinkers, so their arguments are all very poor. Is it possible that it's the same person? Possible. But I thought the person that wrote me formal letters in good faith seemed far more literate and sophisticated. By the way, as I told you in my prior video, this Mozzarella Martini contacted me on Facebook after I made my first claim, which was just, you have Chris McDonough up there. Congratulations, you're giving a platform to one of the worst true crime bad actors. And she chased me down on my Facebook forum, and we had a very long conversation. And I gave her a heads up and said, you might want to vet this guy. And then I provided her some videos, and I said, don't listen to me. Do your own homework. Look into the Stephanie Crow case. Look into the settlements. It was freaking adjudicated by the Supreme Court of the United States. Don't listen to me. Go corroborate it yourself. And she came back and she thanked me for what I was doing, my job as a scientific skeptic. She said, we need people like you. She thanked me for giving her the heads up. And she even said that she was subscribing to my channel. And then after that, somebody came to me and said, I saw a video of this person promoting this graphology stuff. Would you take a look? It looks like woo-woo to me. So that was the only reason I was given the heads up. And I went and I watched the video, and I knew in 3 minutes that, having done this for decades now, when it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, quacks like a duck. You know the rest. So I made a video and I completely demolished after doing a bunch of homework because I knew that this was a pseudoscience because just something that's well known in scientific skepticism. But I hadn't done any more deep dive into the history of the topic, and I found all sorts of very interesting stuff. And it's all in my documentation and my video description, how there's a link to ancient what's called character reading beliefs and sort of vitalism and the occult. It's also there's a link to the occult, and I was very clear. I'm not saying that the modern graphologists are engaging in a cult, but there are a lot of fundamental beliefs that are woo-woo. There's a lot of sort of new age spirituality mixed in with it, a lot of sort of the secret of positive thinking that, it's sort of an alternative psychiatry, as I said, where they're not only just telling you that they can read your personality, they're telling you that they can affect your future. They're saying, take my handwriting courses and I can make you a happier, more fulfilled, and successful person. Even affect your mental health and your physical health by changing the way you slant your letters and sign words. Uh, you know, change your signature and change the slanting of your words and the spacing of your letters and the way you dot your I's and cross your T's, and it'll solve your depression and your physical health. I mean, that's dangerous. That's stuff that a psychiatrist and a psychologist and a doctor and a neurologist are licensed to do. So I mean, that almost looks like, yeah, that's even more serious. If you have mental health issues, don't go to a handwriting analyst. Go to a psychiatrist. Go to a therapist. Go to a licensed psychologist or psychiatrist. This person is not a psychiatrist. They're not a psychologist. They're not a neuroscientist. They're not a doctor. I don't know. Did somebody see or try to dox me? I mean, I know they're trying to dox me because the letter I got from my lawyer said, you didn't give this person's name. You need to give us this person's name, which is why I'm also concerned because she's a colleague of the Cold Case Foundation, a guy who's already threatened to sue me, and Trisha from Web Sleuths. And both of those were hollow lies. But given his history of doxing people, you think I want this person to have my name? You think I don't think it's very possible that the official she's referring to, that she's had been given advice to try to entrap me, was Fish McDonough? Um, I think I have good reasons to presume. Now, I could be wrong. That story could be completely fabricated. But had pictures of herself flying. No, she says she's not a Mormon. I actually saw a community post a couple weeks ago where she addressed that question. She said she was raised Baptist or whatever. I forget exactly what it was, or Lutheran. I don't know. Not Mormon. She said she wasn't a Mormon, but Cold Case is Mormon, just like AWP was Mormon. And she was flying last week to work with the Cold Case Foundation, and then she had Chris McDonough on an interview, and then she just coincidentally tells me that she's got advice from a him, so it was a he, on how to entrap me, and that the reason she made her video admitting it was a pseudoscience was faked just to try to get evidence on someone. Come on, I'm not dumb. And then she took that video down when I called her on it. So, whether or not this was completely fabricated or in collaboration, I thought I banned this person. How are you still here, Stacy? I banned you. Sorry. I don't know how that person got back in again, but Skip, when she was in chat, she was pushing for personal details under the guise of wanting to see your credentials. Yeah. See? Why do you need my credentials? As I said, you want to see my Bachelor of Science? Want to see my 2 master's degrees? That's all you get to see. If you think I made these up and they're just cardboard cutouts, then that's your prerogative. But I guarantee you, if I were to open this up, it would have my name, and it's got 2 master's degrees. If I open this one up, it's a Bachelor of Science. There you go. Dip, 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 dip. Dip, 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 dip. And that's all you get. And if you think I just photocopied those before my live chat tonight, good for you. You can believe that. First of all, you can. Who cares? I could be lying. You should listen to my words. Do I sound like a dumbass? Do I sound like I don't know what I'm talking about? If I do, then please, by all means, show me all of the ways in which I'm clearly just making shit up off the top of my head. I would like to think if I'm a fraud, at least I'm a convincing fraud, don't you think? See, doohickey, see? She's being a good skeptic. She's like, sorry, Skep, I'm not buying those things you just showed. Oh, Granny, that's interesting. So you think she's being dishonest, claiming that she's not Mormon, huh? That's interesting. I'm not going to weigh in on that. I just did notice the community post where she said somebody else asked me if I was Mormon. It has nothing to do with me. And she said that she is not. And in her auto bio that I did read, which is on her Amazon page, yes, Chris is a Mormon. I've even posted articles from him where he was responding to the claim that his police department was racist and that he's a Mormon and that his people had been oppressed in the past. And I'm pretty sure that that was probably in relation to his Irish heritage, because I've seen this argument before. I'm Irish American. I can't be a racist because the Irish were indentured servants when they moved to the New World. And it's a complete false equivalence, because indentured servitude, while I disagree with indentured servitude, it's not the same as chattel slavery, where they own you and your family forever and they can do with, and you are property. That is not the same thing as indentured servitude, which is basically a long-term loan which you work off in order for passage to the New World. So, of course, I'm against indentured servitude too, but it's just completely a false equivalence to suggest that the people that paid passage to the New World, which they had to work off for a few years, is equivalent to chattel slavery. Yeah, Irish are usually Catholic, but doesn't mean that I mean, Mormons are a fairly young religion. What is it, 150 years old? Joseph Smith was a con artist, a known con artist before he became a prophet, and talked to Moroni and read the golden tablets that nobody else could see. And then when his wife, if you know the story about Mormonism, great story, he claimed to find the reading stones, and then he wrote down the Book of Mormon because he found the stones, because the angel Moroni came to see him and told him to find the seer stones, which would allow him to translate into the Book of Mormon. I forget the details. And then he brought home this text to his wife, and he said, I've translated, the stones into the Book of Mormon. This is the word of God, blah, blah. And his wife was a freaking skeptic. And his wife, good for her, his wife tore up the damn manuscript and said, if that's true, you can do it again. And which is brilliant. She had a good scientific mind. There was a good critical thinker right there. His wife said, if it's true, then you can repeat it. And then Joseph Smith got all pissed off, and he went back. And then I forget, like Moroni got all pissed off at him, or God got all pissed off at him for tearing up the transcript, or I forget exactly the detail. And then they said, your penalty will be that I'll do it. You can do it again, but it's going to be a little bit different this time. So then he'll, whatever, he brings a different transcript to his wife, or whatever. He translated it a second time, and then his excuse was, well, whatever, because you didn't have faith, or I don't know what. The second transcript might be a bit different. or you made it up the first time and you just couldn't remember when you made it up the second time exactly what you said the first time, which would probably be more reasonable. Because you'd imagine if this were actually divine revelation, that it would be word for word, verbatim from the first copy. Right, Vegemite. South Park did a funny version of it. And yeah, Joseph Smith was a known con artist before. He had run-ins with the law, and then I believe, I forget exactly the thing. I think he was murdered, if I remember correctly. I have a bad memory, but I think there was even accusations that he either had murdered people or he had other people murder for him. So he might have had he put out hits on other people. So the guy already was sketchy, but people believe this stuff. Same about since I've been reading about Scientology, and strangely enough, I just literally was refreshing my memory and learning some more about Scientology this week, and then I found out that Kirstie Alley died tonight, and I sort of mistakenly said, "That's funny. I was just thinking about Kirstie Alley the other day because I'd forgotten that she was a Scientologist." Well, it's not funny that Kirstie Alley died. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to her family. That's tragic. But I had forgotten that she was a Scientologist, and I've just been looking into Scientology. And yes, Joseph Smith was murdered, but there was also, um, you know, potentially he had also had other people murdered that maybe he hadn't done it by his hand, but I think there was suggestions that he might have set up hits against other people. The JW cult. Which one's the JW cult? What's JW? I forget exactly what the Brigham Young story is, but he essentially is sort of in the succession of Mormonism. So then he becomes sort of the Mormonism is handed down to Brigham Young, or I forget exactly how he comes to power, but then he becomes the new whatever leader of Mormonism, and then I still don't really understand the distinction between Mormonism and LDS. So I don't. LDS is sort of the formalized, very rich church. So I think that the point then is that there are probably like other sects of Christianity. There are because Mormonism claims to be a sect of Christianity as well. That there are then various sects of Mormonism. Jehovah's Witness is not um, related to Mormonism, from what I understand. But I do believe it's another sect of Christianity. Christianity is false. I woke up this last 2 years. My biological father was one of those. Some aren't bigots against their Catholic counterparts, but a lot of them are. Yeah, I mean, there has been. I worked for a Mormon company for a long time. I used to go to Ogden, Utah, on business trip from Switzerland a lot, and they're obviously the polygamous sects, and I forget what that you guys will know the what was the name of that guy who I think he finally got put in jail, right? It was a polygamy cult, and I think there was all sorts of abuse, and he got put in jail, and he's a famous case. You guys are in true crime, you'll remember. I just can't remember his name, but I'll know it if you say it. um those are polygamy cults, and then in the I think it was in the Chad Daybell and yeah, Warren Jeffs. Thank you, Crime Curious. Indeed, Warren Jeffs. And Delighted, thank you. And Andrea, you were close. And I'm trying to remember which case it was. Oh no, I actually, since AWP is also Mormon, and Cold Case Foundation is also Mormon, and then the Chad Daybell Lori Vallow case relates to Mormons, and then I went on Trisha's Web Sleuth page, and I was like, I don't know how comfortable you are with talking about this, um, Trisha, but there is unfortunately a problem in at least certain subcultures of Mormonism. I'm not saying as a whole, but there's a problem with misogyny and sexual abuse. And then I showed her several very reputable articles, some from the Mormon Church itself, talking about how there was a problem of sexual abuse, and they had misogynistic values, where the man is sort of, whatever, not only the head of the household, but also to be catered to, and women are, essentially subservient. And so there is literature out there, and there are helplines and support services for women in these communities. And so, if I remember correctly, I think it was in the AWP case, whether it was the cousin of Jared or the sister of Jared, talking about being, raised in small Mormon communities with, whatever, I forget the number, 500 to 5,000 people, and that some of the the culture were polygamy cults, polygamy adherents that were Mormons. So, I don't think it's, I try to be really fair when I talk about religion, because again, I know a million religious people that are lovely, moral, responsible, ethical people. I know tons of religious people that are far more moral than other people I know that are atheists. So there's no guarantee that because you're a non-believer that you're more moral, and there's no guarantee that because you're religious you're an idiot, or you're ignorant, or you're unsophisticated, or you're immoral, or any of these things. It just, you have to evaluate the person. Um, and but that many religious beliefs can pollute a mind, or can contribute to other less than rational beliefs, and some rather harmful conclusions about how the world works, shouldn't be very um, controversial. So when it comes to Mormonism, as much as I said, I work for a Mormon company. When I went to Ogden, Utah, I wanted to talk with the Mormons. They were better educated. They were more sophisticated than the local crowd in Ogden, Utah. They spoke languages. They were well educated. They were sophisticated. I, 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 I had strong relationships with a lot of my Mormon colleagues, and when I went to Ogden, had a lovely time there. And I was actually, as I said, I was happier. I mean, now I wasn't so happy I couldn't get a glass of wine after 7 o'clock, because they don't drink. But I've had no problems with Mormons in my personal life. I think at some point when I was like a teenager, I think I dated like a Mormon girl down the street, and I just remember that, she had like curfew, and she would come and hang out with me in the front yard, and she might have even had a chaperone. And I'm pretty sure we didn't smooch or make any contact, but she was lovely. But she was, yeah, it was a bit, I don't know, orthodox, or whatever the word would be. But I have no problems, generally speaking. But I do think that there are some problematic areas in Mormonism. Sorry. And even Jared himself in his letter asked the question. I don't know if this intergenerational problem of widespread sexual abuse of minors has something to do with Mormonism. He says it in his letter. And then we have Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow. Clearly, there's an intersection here. So, some percentage um, of this religion, or subsects, or of Mormonism, probably holds some rather regressive and crazy beliefs. You love your new cult? I mean, we did start that at some point, Granny. We were like in here talking. It's like, I think I started with my little silly act, like, um, I mean, if everybody else is going to have a cult, I didn't get to that in my last video. I wanted to talk again technically about the science of what we know about cult psychology, and I've often made the I had the conversation with you guys about how QAnon is very prevalent in this community, how a lot of QAnon beliefs are used and pandered to in the true crime space, because we all lose our minds when we believe that children are being harmed, and we lose our minds even more when we're being convinced that children are being harmed as part of large, you know, uh, underground child trafficking rings, and the channels that make their money off these appeals to science, appeals to emotion, and how that makes us irrational. They use these tactics to play and appeal to your compassion and your sympathy in order to get money from you. So be very, very skeptical of true crime channels that are talking about trafficking rings. That's straight out of the QAnon book. Now, and I'm always very careful to say, I'm not saying they're not human trafficking rings. I'm not even saying there aren't pedophile rings. There are, but unless there's evidence of that, and I've already exposed several true crime channels claiming to have exposed child trafficking rings that are just rubbish. They're conspiracy theories, but they have a vested interest in scaring us. That's how they make money in true crime. It's just a tried and true way of getting people to think that you're a savior and that you care and that you're doing good work by exaggerating the extent to which innocent people are being harmed. So they over exaggerate the extent. They over exaggerate the extent to which crime exists, that children are being harmed. Like I talked about in my last live. Some people are out there saying 600,000 people go missing every year, and what they don't tell you is that like 98, 99% of those initial reported people, the reported people missing, it goes down to about 2 to 300 per year that are likely abducted. Now that's horrible. 2 or 300 is way too much, but it's not 600,000. And these people exaggerate this stuff, and then they don't tell you that from 600,000 it goes down to something like 30,000 get on an official police list of people that are missing. And even of that list, the vast majority of those people come home safe and sound. A lot of them are runaways. A lot of them are, drug issues. A lot of them are, kids that run away to get into prostitution and things like that. But that's not. They're just completely over exaggerating the scale of the problem because they want to scare you all the time. Because again, as I always say, it's not called true accident. It's not called true nothing interesting happened today. It's called true crime. So if there's not a crime, as we know in the Fuentes case and in the Kylie Rodney case, these people were all selling and are still selling today that these are not accidents. There's foul play, and yet they have no evidence to support those claims. So why aren't they just, saying every accidental death everywhere is foul play? Every car accident is foul play. I mean, you can't disprove it. That's why I talk about falsifiability. You could just say every time somebody dies in a car accident or they're found in a over a cliff, they could just say, well, of course that the police report said, it was an accident because the coroner's in on it and the detectives are in on it, and these people were, this is part of a conspiracy. You can't disprove that. That's why I say that's the falsifiability problem. You need to demonstrate that that's true. You can't just assert that that everything's a conspiracy. I can't. That's why, again, falsifiability. You can't disprove that in the Kylie Rodney case. We can't disprove that somewhere somehow the coroner didn't meet somebody in a dark alley and he got $1 million to fake the coroner report, or Brian Laundrie. You can't disprove that all the cops don't have like cryptic dark website links where they exchange cryptic messages that we can never find that show that they're all working for the Illuminati and they're getting $100,000 checks deposited into offshore Swiss bank accounts, demonstrating that they're going to lie for money for some nefarious purpose. That everybody's being paid off by the Illuminati, and everybody that ever dies, it's all actually a murder, and it's all done by global corporation. You can't disprove that. That's why conspiracy theories are so convenient, because it's lazy thinking. People fall for them, and these people don't understand what the importance of the burden of proof. I think the situation is also not the same around the world. That's true. So that is indeed true. It's worse in some places, indeed. When I'm referring to the 600,000, and I'm talking about the more like 200 to 300 actually maybe abducted, or a result of foul play every year, or I'm talking about the 30,000 that actually go on official missing persons police reports, and even the majority of them actually are found alive. I'm talking about the U.S. We need Skep to name the cult. Rachel, which what did I miss? Lori Vallow is a great example of what happens when people with mental. Yeah, I mean that's the other problem too. Is I also talk about how when it comes to mental illness and extreme religious beliefs or conspiracy beliefs, um, these don't need to be mutually exclusive ideas. Um, you can have both present at the same time, or you can just have people who believe in conspiracy theories. But I mean, in any case, there's something sort of wrong with somebody who believes some crazy idea without any evidence. Now, in some cases, is it just ignorance? Is it just Dunning Kruger? Like you're overly credulous, you're overly gullible? Sure, yeah, that can happen. But I mean, there's sort of something wrong here anyway, whether or not it relates to some sort of you know mental dysfunction, or it's just ignorance, or it's just brainwashing, or it's you know having been abused. But there's nothing mutually exclusive about holding extreme beliefs and also having a mental illness problem. She was calling you a cult leader, so as cult followers, we need a cult name. Rachel, one night we actually tried to come up with cult names, and I have such a bad memory, I forget. Insightful, do you remember all the funny? I'm pretty sure you were in there, and we were like, I don't know, skeptical, a cult in a vat. I think somebody might have said something like that. But there were a lot of really creative ideas, and we were just laughing about it. Dunning Kruger effect Vegemite is, which is very well documented. Another way of saying it is just the overconfidence bias, but it's essentially that when we study people that are, educated, less educated, we find that people who know less overestimate their knowledge, and that people that know more are more likely to be humble and underestimate their knowledge. So, like I often talk about the imposter syndrome. So I always say I have some degree of imposter syndrome. So even though I think when I'm confident, I think I know a lot. I have a lot of education. I've read a lot. I have a lot of knowledge. I've been doing this stuff for decades, and so I'd like to think I'm a pretty well. That I'm a scientist, and I'm well educated, and that I'm a seasoned scientific skeptic. But I also suffer from being afraid that I'm a fraud, and that it's just a question of time before somebody shows up who's 1,000 times smarter than me and just tells me that I'm an idiot and I'm wrong about everything. So I fight with myself in terms of my my confidence about what I think I know. So Dunning Kruger just shows that there's sort of a spectrum of confidence from those who don't know anything but think they know everything because they're not sort of smart enough to know that they don't know, and that ultimately the more you know, the more you're aware of all the things that you don't know, and so you're more likely to sort of underestimate your knowledge at higher educational levels, and more likely to overestimate your cognitive faculties, your knowledge levels, your intelligence level when you know less, because you don't know enough to know you don't know. You think that all you know is the capacity of everyone's knowledge, then you set the bar at what you know and dismiss that you don't know everything. Yeah, I mean, there's an old famous Socrates quote attributed to Socrates. We don't even know if Socrates existed. He might have just been the invention of Plato. But Socrates, the famous quote is, "The only thing I know is that I don't know. The only thing I know, the only thing I know for sure is that I don't know anything for sure." Or I think that's the quote. Hold on, I'm an idiot. I know a million quotes, but I have such a bad memory. Socrates quote on knowledge. It's something like that. The only thing I know is that I don't know. Something like that. The only true wisdom is in knowing you know nothing. This is one version. True knowledge exists in knowing that you know nothing. The only true wisdom is in knowing you know nothing. So basically, yeah, some variation of that. But the irony that I always point out is that how can you claim that the only thing you know is that you don't know anything? That's actually um, self contradicting, because that would mean that you know something. If you claim that you don't know anything, then you're claiming to know something. So it's a bit of a contradiction. But I get the spirit of it. The spirit of it is that humility comes from recognizing the limits of your knowledge. The elusive Stacey Adams, was she ever really here? She was here for a long time. And I mean, I was sort of going off, but every time I did read one of her comments, I can't claim to have read everything. And I don't know if she's going to do like Mozzarella Martini, where she deleted every one of her prior comments, because that would also be a sign that that they might be one and the same person. Because Mozzarella Martini came in my chat room before, and she deleted each and every one of her comments. She was also in here for about an hour, and she deleted all of her comments. And I think this person didn't delete them, but I banned her. So if somebody didn't take screenshots, um, her comments are not going to be in the replay. But I was not going to put up with that anymore. I asked at some point. That's the problem with banning someone, is if you ban them, then their comments don't show up in the. But the last time Doohickey um, took the screenshots of all of Mozzarella's chat comments. I don't know, Doohickey, did you do magic again this time and also delete? You took some relevant screenshots, because I didn't see all. Thank you, Rachel. I might be calling on you for those, but I don't think about those things in advance, because I don't expect people to be doing messed up stuff. And I don't expect the need to have dirt on somebody in the future, but unfortunately, it's the world we live in. But the comments that I did see, it was just exactly what I was dealing with her all day today. None of her comments exactly like Mozzarella. So when somebody said, "Is it possible that Mozzarella was Stacy?" Maybe, I don't know. But and since that person has been deleting videos and posting all these weird things, I mean, there's already a history of what I think is dishonest behavior. Whatever. Some people don't want to call it a lie. Okay, maybe it's not a lie. Dishonesty. I don't know. Whatever the hell you want to call it. Potato, potato. Um, was that the I mean, both people, their their reasoning skills are just so bad. You just like say, "What is your answer to this question?" And then they'll change the subject again. What about what about this? You try to. That's again why I try to teach critical thinking skills, formal logic. I mean, there's a way to have a conversation. It's like, "Hi, what is your name?" Then you respond to that question. And then you ask me a question, and then I respond to that question. And then when you're having a conversation, you're disagreeing. You're on the same wavelength. You're addressing the topics. You might disagree, but you're actually addressing each of the points that the other person's making. But when you're dealing with someone who's irrational, they just change the topic every time, or they don't understand what you just said, or they misrepresent what you just said. It's impossible to have a conversation. And then you have to wonder, is this person intentionally doing that? Are they just trying to gaslight? Are they just engaging in sophistry? Dishonest deception, distraction? Is that is it just because they're desperate and they don't know how to have a conversation? Or are they doing it on purpose? Are they trying to gaslight you? Are they trying to manipulate people? I mean, the stuff that I saw on her channel was just, it was completely misrepresenting all the points I was making. When she said he's skeptical of science, what are you talking about? I'm not skeptical of science. I'm a science educator. I'm pro science. I'm trying to teach people to learn science. I'm skeptical of things that claim to be science. I mean, yes, I'm skeptical of bad science because there is bad science. There's a distinction between bad science and pseudoscience. Bad science tries to be science, and it just doesn't hold up well when you look at the evidence. But pseudoscience sort of doesn't even play the science game. Some pseudoscience tries to play the science game, and that's why when I made my video on graphology, the claims that these people are making out in the wild are unfalsifiable. But and so Popper's one of his fundamental principles is that for it to be science, it needs to be falsifiable, which means you can disprove it in principle. And so this graphology, it has been converted into scientific claims that were studied comprehensively, and it has been falsified. It has been refuted. So it has failed when it tries to be science. So it's out there in the wild making the claims and either purposely ignoring that it's already been falsified or just unaware that it's been falsified already. So in the wild, it's behaving like a pseudoscience. But when it's subjective to science, then it becomes a scientific claim. And if it doesn't meet its burden of proof, then you just should ignore it. It's just not legitimate. The claims don't hold up. But if you're out there practicing it, then you're practicing a pseudoscience. OMFG, she's updated her Everybody wiki page. Is that the wiki page that she made herself? Stacy's one of the invisible roommates. I bet $1. Oh my God, I think that's the best comment of the night. I mean, I was rather uncomfortable reading her auto bio because it feels a bit, I don't know, makes me feel weird reading that. But it seemed relevant and appropriate to try to get some insight into the behavior and the personality and for example, why she accused me of bullying because she claims in her bio that as a kid, she was bullied. And I said, we condemn bullying. I would never bully. I don't bully. That's not bullying. Disagreeing vehemently and arguing with each other, that's not what bullying is. And also, the claim harassing. And then this person suggested again, after all of the effort I went through to try to actually point out what my legitimate problems were, then at the end, you're harassing an autist. I mean, that was the final straw for me. That's when I blocked her. Sorry, and I was, if I remember correctly, I was quite animated. I believe I told her to fuck off several times. I think I flipped her the bird several times. Sorry. To get to stand up and just assert that I'm harassing an autistic person or someone with MS. That's just so unfair to qualify it that way. Because if I didn't know the situation and somebody said, "Oh yeah, there's this jerk scientific skeptic. He's harassing, somebody who's mentally handicapped." That's the story you're telling other people. Well, if you don't know anything, I'd hate me too. I'd never want to know me. I'd come over and say all sorts of horrible things about myself. If that's the narrative that you're pushing. Just did a reverse. Rachel's doing some homework. Rachel, you and I need to talk. Go to it. I'm a little bit. Whatever. I did my homework a couple weeks ago. I made my case, and I haven't gone to her channel in 10 days or something since that last post I made. I have no idea what she's doing. I don't know if her website or does anybody know her website's back online? Because after my video, both of her websites were down. After I made a video showing the stuff that she had changed on her website, then both of her websites were down, and then the video where she told her audience that she had lied about the concession that it was pseudoscience, because she was just trying to entrap me. I don't know if her websites are up again. Thank you, Rachel. I don't know if her websites are up again. I don't know if she put back those 2 videos that she privated again. I don't know anything. I haven't gone back. I don't know. But how dare you try to come over here and say that I'm harassing an autist and somebody with MS? Right. That's the other thing, Doohickey. Right? Why didn't I even think about that? Thank you. With all her biographies and all her claims out there and her autobiography, I didn't see any claim of a mental health issues or autism, or now maybe she doesn't want to say that for professional reasons. Okay. But you don't get to then drop that on me as if I'm supposed to know that, or if that's been the driving motivation for my harassment. That's just unfair. Yeah. Well, and Doohickey, that's why it was funny because she didn't just go after me today. She went after you. She went after several other people. Just again, fallacious reasoning, which is why I wanted to use it as a case study. Straw man, red herring, ad hominem, straw man, non sequitur, genetic fallacy. Who's leaving? Who did I miss that's leaving? Yeah, exactly, Rachel. Right. So how could I have known? I mean, it's just so unfair. Then you're going to try to make me feel bad because that would make me feel bad. Makes me feel bad just thinking if it's possibly true. It makes me feel bad, but I shouldn't have to feel bad. It's not. That's not the point. How many invisible roommates do you have? Just my cat, but it's not really invisible. Thank you, Rachel. I didn't even think about that. That made me so angry. Because I would feel like a pretty big scumbag if that were true. Aren't there some people in this space that have done that? Well, I mean, I know that, and again, I don't know about this drama, but there's the blind guy, one, um, Ion Network, and at some point, I guess that person was sort of seemed like a good actor. I know they followed me, and then I know that Anna, did you catch that? And I don't know, a couple other people, somebody named Katie, and I mean they're I think they're all my subscribers too, but I don't know that whole drama. But they then went after that the blind guy, and the guys that, from what I can see, I mean the behavior of that couple is atrocious, and then apparently she's she has like I don't want to call it a fetish or something, but she apparently then has another boyfriend or whatever that's also blind, and these people were on panel talking about having sex with animals and pedophilia just straight out in a live stream, and then sort of hiding behind anybody that criticizes them as criticizing him because they're blind. I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen that stuff. Does that all sound alien to you? I mean, if you go over to, I think it's like, did you catch that? She covers these channels, and at some point somebody sent me a link, and I went over and I could not believe what they were saying on YouTube, and I couldn't believe that it was not just taken down by YouTube, because they were talking. Yeah, I'm not even going to say it. They talked about, it was like a guy and a girl on panel. I think one was blind guy and the other one was, I don't know, some other person, and they were talking about letting dogs pleasure them, and yeah, I'm not gonna use the word, but they were just overtly talking about bestiality, And I couldn't believe that YouTube was even letting these videos stay up. I mean, how is that not against the terms of service? I don't even know what to say. But then they were, yeah, when these people were criticizing them, then I did see that guy coming back and claiming you're going after a blind guy. And it was like, dude, I'm sorry you're blind, but I've seen some of your videos. Some people sent me the links, and what you guys are talking about is depraved. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that somebody hid behind a deficiency, right, in true crime. Sorry, you can't harm other people in the name of your problems. Doesn't hold up under any ethical microscope. I think we talked about that in the last live. I'm sorry if you were. I think it was even in the context of Jared when we were discussing the AWP stuff. I'll give Jared the benefit of the doubt that what he said was true. That he was also the product of abuse, physical and psychological abuse, and I have nothing but compassion, and that's horrible. And if we can prosecute those people, then we should. But that doesn't give you the right to perpetuate the cycle and then abuse other innocent people. Sorry. Right, Ecomouse? And sometimes I see stuff and I'm just like, am I hearing what I think I'm hearing? And how does this not have an X rating on it? How is it how is this not getting just blocked during the live? Right, Mary. And I always say too, I have compassion for serial murders. Something's wrong. We should try to figure out what the pathology is, what the causes are, what the origin of the aberrant behavior is, so that we can try to notice it and avoid it. But that's no justification for harming another innocent person. It's just not. Exactly, Rachel. I was talking about that in my last live. That I think the people that I've always had the most respect for that I've met in my life are the ones that had every good reason to be pissed and to be selfish and to harm people, and they don't. And they're good partners, and they're good neighbors, and they're good parents, and they don't repeat the cycle. And I totally understand why they might repeat the cycle, but they don't. And these people should be placed on a pedestal. That they're the ones that are breaking the cycle. And then the people that have have everything, and they're all that in a bag of chips, and they have all the opportunities in life, and then they're out there being scumbags. Well, it's hard to have any respect for them. Why is there a rewards button on the website? Well, now you guys are all probably doing homework. I have no desire to go look at the channel, look at the community posts. I'm sort of done. I made my case. Graphology is rubbish. I mean, if somebody keeps escalating or they keep making worse, more dangerous content, I might respond again. But I like to sort of jump in and do this stuff and then get back to my clean life and the clean world. That's why I don't like this true crime space, because it's just never ending. Somebody made a really weird comment. I'm going to bring that one up too. Sort of, don't you feel? I don't know. It was a very weird comment. I don't want to. I'm not going to call that person out by name. But they're basically suggesting to me that don't I have some obligation to go after all the bad actors? And I just said I have neither the time nor the inclination to police the internet for wrongness. When I make from time to time, I'll use something as a case study, and then I'll try to use it for educational purposes and to call out the bad behavior. But I mean, who the heck and I'm not getting paid for this shit. So why the hell? I mean, when I first came and I just did Chris McDonough, then it was like I get the impression you guys all want me to be the I don't know the YouTube bad actor police or something like that. I don't have the bandwidth and I don't have the stomach for it. It's like I jump in and I'll talk about a topic and then I need to get out. And I always say that same thing about you guys. I mean, if you're going to be in true crime, take breaks. Don't let it get to you too much. When you feel like it's just, you're getting compassion fatigue and it's overwhelming and it's too depressing. Because every day, this is true crime. You're going to hear a new story every day about some horrific crime. We got a bunch of new ones this week. It's just, there's always going to be new horrific stories of victims. And if you live in this space and you spend a lot of time in this space, you're going to overestimate the probability of it happening to people. You're going to overestimate the the incidence of this sort of horrific human behavior, and that's when you probably need to take a break and just whatever, go walk your dog, go to the park, go talk to some people. Most people, most of the time, are just fine and normal, and they don't hurt people. And you can easily get the impression if you hang out here too long that there's just monsters everywhere, and there's not. There are monsters, but most people are not monsters. You don't have the obligation to be anything, Skep. I'm just glad you're here to challenge our brains. Thank you, Mary. Well, that's the other thing. I just need. That's why you notice my videos. Again, I move towards the education space because that's what I like to do. I want to provide tools that you can apply to more than one case. Um, and whatever. I'll deal with the consequences of only 20 people want to listen to me rant on for hours because they want to hear the dirt. But I just can't be in the dirt too often. It hurts. I mean, don't you guys feel it too? Don't you just feel like sometimes it weighs on you, and then you just, yeah, I don't know. You feel like it's omnipresent and monsters are everywhere, and we need to look over our shoulders all the time and become misanthropic and cynical. It's not good. Is the yogi, and we are the bears. I did I did a big technical analysis on my SETS page. I forget when, maybe 5, 7 years ago. I just I collated all the data on internationally on sort of homicide rates. And granted, you're not always going to get perfect data, especially internationally in certain countries. But just a rough, off the cuff mathematical calculation of sort of the odds that any one of us is going to be the victim of homicide. That the way that we're going to go is via homicide. And I mean, when you look at it on the whole, you just look at whatever 8 billion people. Um, the odds of that being your inevitable demise is just like infinitesimally small. So I just, since I cover heavy duty topics, I just wanted to put out like a good little reminder, guys. One of my favorite memes that I use on my science and philosophy forum is this big circle, and it just has this tiny little sliver, a slice like a Venn diagram, and it just says like, um, what's what is reported in the news, and then basically the whole point being that the entire pie of phenomena is what's not being reported in the news. So the news doesn't tend to report, guy helps old lady across the street, guy saves, you know, child from drowning. I mean, yes, you get some of those. What are they called? Whatever, you get those positive stories from time to time in the news. But for the most part, what's the famous media line? If it bleeds, it leads. So, they go for sensational topics and extraordinary topics. And so if you watch the news, or especially if you're in a true crime space, you're just going to get a wrong impression about how many horrible bad things are happening and how many horrible bad people there are out there. And then it ramps up your sense of anxiety and your perception of external threats, and also diminishes your sense that humans are decent. And I just don't think that's a reasonable assessment, because again, as I teach science, um, you need data. You don't want anecdotes. Like you could have a horrible set of experiences. Your life could be one bad luck event after another, and so you could be disproportionately the the benefactor of bad stuff. But that's essentially just anecdote. That's not data. If you want to take the average general person on the planet, you'd want to take all of the data in the world. I mean, you might want to do it locally. So, whatever, America is going to be different from Denmark or something like that, or it's going to be different from you know Cartel Central in Colombia or something like that. But for the most part, most people most of the time are cooperating, or they're leaving you alone, or they're getting along, or they're at least relatively harmless to each other. So the incidence of horrific behavior is very, 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 very low. Mouse, what are you saying? This is why horror movies are good for the soul. Good horror movies. I mean, I've recently I only really watch sci-fi and horrors, but there's so many bad scary movies that I watch very, very few scary movies because most of them suck. Same with sci-fi. And then the rest of my time I read or I watch nonfiction. But I watched a pretty good creepy movie the other night. I mean, it wasn't very good, but it was okay. Called Smile. And then I watched another one, but I'm not going to remember the name. I don't know if anybody saw Smile. Plus, it reminds me of It Follows, also like a B or C grade scary, but it was creepy. I do like some good creepy movies, but most creepy movies are bad, and I don't like just gore. Has anybody seen any either good sci-fis or good creepy movies? I think the Haunting of Hill House or whatever, people have been saying that's good, so that's like a series on Netflix. I might want to watch that. So that was um interesting tonight. I didn't expect that individual to come in. I wish I could have been you guys, because you guys got to watch the chat. I was just on a rant because I was already crabby. I told you, I started this video telling you I was crabby, especially because I got also the message from the attorney guy today. Demon. That, yeah, is that good? Mouse? It's good. I'll watch it. French version of Martyrs, where they skin the girl alive to see what being close to God is like. That sounds creepy. I saw a series called Them that I really liked. I might even watch it again. Hopefully there'll be a season 2. I hate it when you get into a series and it's good and then they don't renew it and they didn't even have like an ending. And then it makes you crazy. Like I loved Altered Carbon and they decided not to renew it. I've committed to a couple sci-fi series and then they just announced that they're not renewing it. You're like, really? And you don't even like have a planned ending. I think that should be illegal. I think if the production houses are not going to renew another season, they should at least have to pay for an ending to the season. Whatever, just make it up. Okay, so you planned it to have more seasons, but then you're not going to renew it. So that for the audience, because we've committed to it, they should at least then have to plan an extra episode, which is in case we don't we don't fund it for a season two. Make an ending to season one. Damn it! Don't just leave us with a cliffhanger at the end of season one and then say it's not being renewed. That seems completely unfair. Don't you guys think? That sucks. Psychological thrillers. I like some psychological thrillers. For some reason, I used to, like in the 90s, I used to love those, but I'm sure there's probably a whole, I probably need to go back. Hopefully, there's like 20 years of good psychological thrillers that I haven't watched. Anyway, I'll have another glass of wine with you. If you guys have any questions or if you want to tell me anything I missed about the Stacy drama, that was weird. Because I'm pretty sure I missed the detail of what was going on. But I think you guys were handling her, right? I mean, let me just ask then a question. Because I was just sort of, I saw a couple of her comments. I saw what she was saying today. I was already crabby. I thought that this was an unreasonable person. But you guys saw what she was saying in the room. Was she? I'm sorry, Andrea. Can you retype it again? Was the person that you guys encountered in the room, was she at all reasonable or rational? Was she making good arguments? Do you think I handled it okay? Think I was fair? Do you think I was unfair? Thank you, Granny. The Tales of Two Sisters. I have been watching a lot of Korean stuff. I watched like Alice in Borderland, and then I watched Squid Games. Okay. Yeah, please retype it again. But yeah, I was just I don't have a full picture of exactly what was being said in the room. I mean, I got the impression that you guys were also addressing her comments and she was addressing you guys. I mean, just what was your general impression? She admitted it wasn't a real science. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, at the end, she said intuition. Oh, I said that's my only argument. Just stop saying it's science. She's still all over the place. She's claiming 100% science, 100% science. And after I made my video, then she made a video. She admitted that it was pseudoscience. Then she took that down, and then she made a series of videos and posts saying that it wasn't a pseudoscience, and then made all these community posts and a new channel, a new page on her website called Science, and was trying to support that it was science and that I was completely wrong, and that the only reason that she had said that was because she was setting me up. I mean, it just seemed so, I don't know, so dishonest. Very much like Dr. Mozzarella. Chat handled her beautifully. Eka Mouse, yeah. I mean, I wish I could sort of see that. I mean, I can go back and see your comments, but I won't be able to see hers because I just wasn't going to let her grandstand in my room. I always, I wish that there was the opportunity to ban somebody from future comments, but then all the old comments get to stay. So then you have a record. Chat handled her beautifully. That's why I told you not to waste your time. Samo. I don't know Samo. Psychological. Very much. So yeah, I mean, somebody did suggest, could it possibly be her? I didn't want to go there, but I mean, if you think so, and some of the people in here were in here when Mozzarella was in here. So you guys are in a better place. You guys are better situated than I am to know if that looked like a puppet. Has she always been military, or is that a new claim too? Oh, I've never heard that one. That's new. That's news to me. She's removing stuff as we speak. Really? Like on the channel? If you're too sparing of people, it translates as doubt. Yeah, I mean that's the problem. I mean, I'm willing to, sometimes you can whatever. Yeah, as I've said before, I've had knockdown brawls on my science page. I'm used to this stuff. And you can have knockdown brawls and yell at each other and, you know, tell each other to fuck off. And then I've even had at the end of these conversations, you finally find a meeting of the minds and then you sort of apologize and, you, whatever, pat each other on the back and say, it was all good. Thanks for the chat. I enjoyed it. So, I mean, you don't need to hate each other, even when you have vehement disagreement. This is not personal. This is superficial shit. It's just the internet. You don't need to hate each other. At some point I felt that way with Josh. It was kind of like, dude, Josh, you just freaking contact me one day and just say like, bro, whatever, I've thought about it a lot and I was going through a hard time and you were going after me and I was defensive and I've thought about it a lot and you know, you want to have a chat sometime. I thought I felt like that a lot. But then whatever, we could have a conversation, just like whatever, water under the bridge. But unfortunately, after what Josh did to the grab, um, no forgiveness in my heart anymore. Not after that, because I know what the gifts are that he sent to her, and I saw the code words he dropped in my chat and what he tried to do. And sorry, no more forgiveness opportunities. The audition, okay, I don't know that one. She was reacting with all emotion and you were reacting with all logic. I don't know how you measure a debate like that, but there's no way emotion can win over fact. Yeah, I mean, I was passionate, but I would like to believe that I was making arguments. I mean, I'm sure I wasn't very, she didn't like to hear my commentary. You don't know how to reason. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know anything about science. You don't understand my arguments. You don't know what evidence means. You don't know the difference between science and pseudoscience. Nobody would like to hear that sort of thing, but that's not really personal. I think they're just fact claims. I was trying to stick to the arguments. I've been watching you too much. I knew what your comments would be before you did them. Give me 24 hours. Uh-oh. Doohickeys on the job. Thank you, Granny. I appreciate that. Oh my God, I missed it again. Okay, hold on, Andrea. I'm an idiot. Sorry. Okay. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's this one then, right? Remember showing us an eerie clip of a passed out woman falling onto a guy and he pushed her off and logged off. Do you know if more info was ever discovered? I've actually asked you guys and asked other people. No, I do not have an update. Um, I have the impression that I would have been informed if there were an update because I had shown that to enough people that I think are curious. Like for example, Platy. Platy actually knew those channel creators. That's how I think I learned of it. So she actually knows them. So I'm pretty sure that Platy would have given me an update because I know we talked about it a lot. So I think that guy, I think, seems like I remember vaguely that maybe he just hasn't made any content. So maybe he just sort of went black for a while. But I certainly didn't hear anything like, an arrest was made or um, we have any idea of the nature of that situation or who that person was. I'm going to hope that it was an adult and maybe the person was just intoxicated and that it just looked very weird. Because I mean, I remember on the comment section, I didn't know anything about these people, but I was like, I hope somebody called the cops. And there were enough comments on that video that night from people that, had information about these people. I'm pretty sure somebody was going to call the cops and report it. So I'm guessing that there was no prosecution. So hopefully then no victim. Sorry, Andrea, I'm so bad at the chat. The doctor is Stacy was here for both. So do you guys? I mean, do you want to give a vote? I mean, give me a one if you think these were one and the same person. I don't know. I don't think I was thinking about that. I didn't focus on it. I didn't try to see if I could figure that out. I mean, the one thing I know is that they were both very bad reasoners. Both of them were just the few times I've talked with them, their ability to respond to your argument was like non-existent. They're like really bad critical thinkers. So again, I can tell when somebody, sometimes people aren't great at coming back with a good rebuttal, but they understood your argument enough to try to respond to your argument. But some people that have horrible critical thinking skills, they never even address what you just said. It's like they're talking to a ghost. That's what a straw man means. Is that it's like you're having a conversation with another person. So if I can't have a conversation with you, if I'm saying things and you're not responding to what I'm saying, then there's no reason for me to be in the room. You're having a conversation with yourself. You're talking with a phantom. And that's the essence of what a straw man fallacy is. You just pretend that the other person is making different arguments. And then you just, in your mind, you're destroying the other person's bad arguments, but that's not actually the person you're talking with. And those aren't the arguments that that person is making. On a site, she writes articles, remove the one about being discharged with exploding head syndrome. What the fuck? The hell is that? The timing, length of comments and responses seem very much the same. There's no mind to meet with her. Loved it when she threw out the autistic comment and your comeback was golden. You had had enough. Yeah, because that's where she started. And then that made me upset originally. But then, whatever, I just tried to stick to the point, my actual disagreements. And then, after all of that and all of the engagement that she had with you guys, for her to try to hit me at the very end again with, are you going to, keep harassing an autist? That was, yeah, I wasn't going to stand for that anymore. That was just rubbish and so dishonest. A24 has some fascinating movies. I'm not always sure I like them, but they're riveting. The Lighthouse. That one looked a bit boring, but I don't know. Maybe it's not. Looked like it was going to be one of those long, drawn out sort of things. Like I think the one I think I saw something like The Witch, and that was like I don't know. It's terrible. I thought I kept waiting for something to happen because some of these movies are just these really slow burners. Then you watch them and really nothing happened. It was just all playing on psychology, and it looks like just like sort of low budget stuff where there isn't really a story. It's a mood. A lot of movies are mood movies. You just sort of it's a bit creepy, and then you're kind of waiting for something to happen, but there actually isn't a story. It's more about just making you feel a certain way for a whole hour and a half, 2 hours, and then at the end they just like there is no ending, and you're like, sorry, nothing ever actually happened. When was that, Skep? Um, Eka Mouse, what's your reference to when was that, Skep? Sorry, I'm trying to go down. So one. So you guys think, wow, I don't know, but most likely a friend. Wow. Oh, I didn't notice that, Andrea. That is very suspicious. That's very, very suspicious. And she came on that post today, and that post has been dormant. Most of the time, people don't come back on my community posts like a week and a half, 2 weeks later. And I hadn't. I'm trying to think if I said anything about her, which might have triggered a response. Because I haven't been talking about it the last few days. I don't think. I mean, I did, I did let you guys know that my strike was removed, and but I don't think I said anything since like 8, 10 days ago, since that last video. But anyway, the point was that then that person came on that post today, and it was sort of the timing was odd. People don't tend to come back 10 days later on old posts, so it's strange for me to think that this was just a random friend of hers who just showed up on that post 10 days later, unless she was talking about me or just coincidental. So I don't know, but I did notice on that person's channel they follow me and foreign zoology. And based on the first two comments today, because I think when I was showing you the post today, I think I already showed you, like the first ones I showed you, it was already after she'd made 10 comments, which was why I was already snarkier. So her first comments, I wasn't as snarky. Then she came back with stupid comments, and I knew she was going after me. So then I got snarkier and snarkier, and then she was going after you guys, and then I was trying to respond to everything she was saying, and it was all crazy because she told you guys that you were all fucked up and you needed to find something productive to do with your lives. It's like, what the hell? Who are you talking to? Yeah, I didn't realize the date on the account. I should have looked at that. And the fact that she's written an excuse for the new account is sus. To write that explanation in their bio. Yeah, Juju. I mean, that's again. I'm pretty sure that's what I exposed from the very beginning because I caught her in several things, and she didn't like being called a liar. And I was like, I have you right here now, lying. I mean, you just my video isn't deleted. It's only you because I blocked you and I don't have time for your nonsense. And then I went, okay, so that suggests other people can see it. Then I asked, my girlfriend, can you see the video? And she's like, I can't see the video. It's like, so then what is that? Is that not a lie? If you're saying, no, my post isn't deleted. Now, of course, maybe it's a semantic issue. Okay, the video isn't deleted, but it's privated. So then semantically, is there a difference between privating a video, which means it's not public, and me using the word deleted? Okay, the video is not physically deleted, but if it's not public, then it's effectively deleted or deleted from the public. So then she came back and tried to say that, I didn't delete it, it's just you're blocked. And then other people said they can't see it. So I'm like, well, what is that? Is that a lie or is it just being dishonest? What is it? And then she deleted that comment, which then was trying to cover up that seemingly a lie. Thank you, Juju. Um, and then on her video, that the second video that she brought down, she said it's not true that my lawyer admitted it's pseudoscience. He said a lot of people use it. Again, first of all, that's again a fallacy. The fact that a lot of people use it is not evidence that it's not a pseudoscience. A lot of people use psychics. Hello, AF. Um, but she said in that video, she said my lawyer didn't say that. Well, I have the letter from her when I reached out to her to ask her if she would kindly remove the strike, and she told me in that letter that the lawyer told her it was pseudoscience. And then immediately after I made that video, then her video claiming that she was entrapping me, then that video got taken down. So is that not a lie? I mean, I don't know what to call it. Dishonesty, not forthcoming. Sounds like a lie to me, but I know people don't like the word lie. I mean, I didn't like the word lie when the person said I only played a minute of her video. I played a minute and 27 seconds of her video. I don't think it's a lie to say I only played a minute of her video. It's not 2 minutes, a minute 27. That's a minute, isn't it? The fact that she came back a few times, she said, well, it was more than a minute. You said it was a minute. No. I said I only need a minute to listen to the video. I mean, how is that a lie? Anyway, whatever. I mean, silliness, but again, I wouldn't make a big deal out of this if somebody hadn't tried to strike me and threatening to sue me and sue me for copyright and defamation. Yeah, I mean, I blocked her in here. I don't know if that means then her comments get blocked on my. I mean, actually, I have them. I'm wondering if I should make screenshots while the comments are still up. I mean, I haven't closed this browser, but I do have her comments on my community post. Yeah, I think so, Sel. Anyway, very weird. Yeah, AF, you missed all the drama. How are you feeling, AF? I I didn't get a chance to watch your video, AF, but I I meant to go back. I think you made a new video. It looked like you started a new channel, and you were going to sort of reveal what you're going through, and maybe a video series trying to, I don't know, how do I say it? Get better, and you sort of wanted to share it with people. Is that the correct way of understanding what I thought your videos and that new channel were going to be about? Stacy deleted it too. There's not on your community post. Well, I still have them on my community post because I haven't refreshed the browser. So I'm wondering if I should take screenshots because I have them right now. I can show you. I'm just, because I don't think like this. You guys can see all these, right? So there she is. Here's all of these. Here's where she's lying and accusing me of lying, that my video was only a minute long. So I still have all those. If I want to take screenshots, I suppose I should, for legal protection. AF, yeah, it's freaked a few people out. I cry in the first video, so people get worried a bit, but I'm okay though. What's, if you don't mind me asking, I mean, if you're going to be that honest about in your video series, is it, I mean, have you had some sort of epiphany, or is this an effort to sort of be cathartic and get it out there and be open? And are you feeling optimistic, or is it just that you want to share it with people? What, how are you seeing that project? Screenshot her, bro. Yeah, okay. I will. By the way, the deleting of posts, I mean, first of all, I'm not sure. I banned her in here, so it might be that her community posts are banned because I banned her here. So that might not have been her doing it. Might be because I banned her in here. I just happen to have them on my browser because I haven't refreshed that browser window. I like bro better, Doohickey. Don't you dare call me King Skep. It sounds icky. Call me bro. Or Skep. I like Skep. I think Skep's my favorite. Um, AK calls me Psy, but I think I've come to like Skep. Her channel is connected to a Pinterest account. I don't think it's her. Yeah. I mean, my initial instinct was not. It was just somebody who's a friend, or, then the question was, did Mozzarella send her here to go after me, or did she come voluntarily? I don't know. I'd rather not have to give it too much energy. But I told you I did private that video because, if this person is unstable and they're really determined and they have too much money and too much time and they want to lock me up in litigation even if they lose, then whatever, it's not worth it to me. I only used a minute of her video. I can talk about these topics. I'm not going to be, I mean, I'm talking to you guys, so I'm not going to prevent myself from talking about the topic. But, if this is someone like a Dolly Vision or whatever that just, is a loon, and they're going to, because apparently Dolly Vision just strikes everybody who uses anything on their video. So I'm not going to, whatever. I mean, that's what I don't like about YouTube, is it, because it doesn't seem consistent. Like, if I felt like I can use anything properly with free use, and I wouldn't have to deal with this possibility that somebody's really going to try to sue me in real life, then I would just be comfortable to do it. But if you have to worry about that every time, it's bullshit. It's either free use and we can use it, or with certain rules, or we can't. I dragged myself up I realized I'd been stuck in this bed for almost 3 years. It can't continue, so it's about getting me back into my wheelchair and out into the real world. Yeah, good for you, AF. We love you, so we're always around for whatever moral support and friendship we can provide. I know you a little bit, and you're lovely and sweet and kind and compassionate and intelligent. So it can't be hard. I think, did I hear you right? Was there something also about maybe trying to wean yourself off of some medication, or did I misunderstand? I dragged myself up my stairs on my belly the first time since March 2020, and it was tough. Hence me crying in the video. It hurt a lot. I'm sorry. Wish I had better words. I mean, it sounds good what you're doing. You know, obviously, I don't know what your capacity is. Are you talking with the doctor? I mean, it seems more important that your doctor is in agreement with what you're trying to do, because we're just laypersons. Don't want you to hurt yourself. Worse, doohickey witch cult. Oh, dollies, right? Yeah. I mean, I don't mind that. I'm not afraid of the cults. Like I said, on my big channel, I've had, we've gone after really, really big fish, people with whatever, 50 million subs and things like that. Well, people like Alex Jones and people like, I don't know, whatever, David Avocado Wolf and Food Babe and some pretty big players. And Gwyneth Paltrow, for example, with Goop, because she sells all sorts of disgusting pseudoscience rubbish and makes a fortune on her Goop channel. So I'm not afraid of the random idiot coming and insulting me on the channel, but I am worried about people having the ability to try to sue you, because if you have enough money, if you're Jonathan Lee Riches or whatever, I mean, I don't even know how he gets the money, because I'm pretty sure he's not a rich dude, but he's apparently Mr. Litigious. Um, and I don't know. I've never been sued. I'd rather not, quite honestly. Yeah, you missed a big drama event in here, AF. I'm off it already. I need to be able to get angry so I can push myself. Yeah, my doctor is aware. Okay, well, good. I mean, sounds positive. I wish you luck. Well, not luck. Just, I hope for your progress. And I hope that, yeah, I mean, it sounds good superficially that you've just sort of made up your mind to try to, you know, do something positive. I mean, obviously, if you have serious physical limitations, it sounds challenging. But I mean, if the drugs have also had an effect, plus I'm sure you have atrophy. So, can you, what about exercising? Can you do any sort of exercise to maybe strengthen your muscles? Is that part of your regimen? Diet, good sleep, weaning yourself off of medication, some sort of exercise routine, I don't know, the sort of rubber band stuff or something to try to, because I'm sure you have some atrophy. As for what you've missed, no big deal. Just stupid shit. Not as important as what you're going through. Exactly. Ika Mouse. By the way, AF, I mean, do you want to tell me about it? Because I'm on StreamYard tonight. So you actually can get in the room and talk if you like. I think I have like one or two glasses of wine left. That's what I'm doing now as the muscles have all deteriorated. Yeah, you have atrophy. I need to get my upper body stronger so I can sit up and then see where I am. Yeah, you can do that? Okay. Well, let me invite you up then. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that your physical shit has then caused mental stuff, and then your mental stuff only further exacerbates your physical stuff, and then when your physical problems are worse, that affects again. So it's just this vicious circle. I'm sure that that's probably what you're trying to get out of, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, Mademoiselle AF dans la maison in the house. If she takes the link, I'm waiting. Da, 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 da. Anyway, the other night, what was my post yesterday? I said the only thing I want for Christmas is Scientology having its tax exempt status removed and mass arrests against its executives for serial assault, rape, and psychological abuse. Hello, AF. Speaking of these lovely things, because I'm sure I bet AF. I'm just going to go out on a limb here. I bet you're also not a fan of Scientology, and you've done a little bit of homework on that craziness, right? Uh-oh, no audio. We have contact, but no audio yet. Whatever happened to Platty? Oh, so Platty and Doohickey were going at it tonight. Doohickey, I know. Are you still in here? Um, are you and Platty okay? Because I was feeling a bit awkward. I didn't know what the hell I was supposed to do to moderate that disturbance. I didn't expect that, but oh, let's try again. Okay, AF.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm fine. Did you hear my last silly comment the last time you were in?
I didn't know it was silent
I
and just
y-
sort of
I
spinning
just
for me.
I just said I've been I don't know why the last few days I forget what sent me down that rabbit hole, but I mean I have done some homework in the past, but yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Doohickey was Quink. I'm sorry. 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 Wrong. Um, identity theft. Um, oh, that's what reminds me of one of my favorite jokes. I have a meme that I post from time to time on my Facebook forum. Um, when I was a kid, my mother told me I could be um, anyone I wanted when I grew up. Turns out that's called identity theft. Get it? It's a joke. Get it? Doohickey, did you notice? Did Quink and Platty resolve their differences? Uh-oh. Or AF still having problems. Well, I guess she can't blame it on Restream then. If she can't get up on StreamYard, it's not me. It's not. AF, you
Hi.
back? Hi. You can't blame
welcome
Re-
to
you can't
welcome
blame
to my
Restream
life.
anymore. Yeah, you can't blame Restream anymore.
It's my crappy Wi-Fi. Yeah, it stops me. I can't talk on the phone to people or this kind of stuff. It just nope. Got to
It,
move.
do you think it's your
Find
internet
better
or?
Wi. Yeah, I have
Yeah.
to find a better Wi-Fi spot, but obviously
Oh,
that's something I can't do. So
okay. Well, so
I'm
okay, so it's not
I'm bothered.
Restream, but I mean, every time when I do choose to use StreamYard, I think about you because you know the claim is that in the words of AK, Restream sucks balls. Um, so yeah, I was just asking, do you know all the shenanigans of Scientology? Uh-oh, we lost AF, I think again. I think she's gonna have a failed conversation. Um, Hi AF, grown Quink will get used to it here. Okay, so you think then? I mean, because I wasn't following Quink. What got somehow offended by Platty or something, and then maybe Platty then got defensive, and then I was caught in the middle. I think somebody reached out to me not long ago and said something about Platty, and I said Platty's my good friend, and that's just our comedy shtick, and that's just the way she is. But she's lovely and wonderful, and so no, she's not insulting me or going after me. She's just that's a little bit of our shtick. It's sort of comedy relief. It's sort of her silliness to my seriousness. But even though she tells me that I'm not funny or that she's funnier than me, um, I disagree. I am also, I think, quite funny. It's just that when I'm doing my serious stuff, I have to concentrate. That's not going to work, sadly. I'm sorry, AF. Yeah. I mean, you did, sorry about that. You did, the last time I was in StreamYard, you did come up and we did have a chat. So I know that at least at some point you were able to get up here and um and we had a successful conversation. So get a better link. Anybody else want to come up? Because I'm thinking I might slowly fade away because I have my bacon for anybody that was here at the beginning. I left my bacon. I abandoned a pound of bacon that's still sitting on my stove. And I'm going to decide what should I do with it. So obviously I'm thinking since I have a pound of it, I can either make just a whole bunch of yummy, massive BLTs, or I can make a couple of BLTs, normal BLTs. Then tomorrow I can make like a bacon cheeseburger. But then I was also thinking that I could save some of the bacon and make something like what do you call it? What's the Italian tomato sauce? Um, not, I guess it's a carbonara, sort of like a carbonara, because it's not a bolognese. Bolognese is ground beef, but carbonara is usually like sautéed ham. But I could definitely make like a carbonara base with some bacon, give it a yummy, rich hickory tomato sauce, something like that. Yeah, bacon goes with most things, except for like chocolate. Like some people, they like to make like ice cream bacon chocolate sundaes or something like that. No, that's blasphemy. Bacon is great, chocolate is great, bacon and chocolate, just no. Hell to the no. Sorry, not doing that. Eka Mouse, I hope it's not intrusive to say, but I hope well, I was totally open to that possibility. Unfortunately, she sort of pushed the issue, and recently I was very disappointed. She made a community post and tagged me, and I had been completely silent up to that point, and was very, very disappointed. And that's all I will say. So I'm less hopeful of that today than I was a couple months ago. I was receptive to the idea a couple months ago. I mean, as I said, since you're asking the question, I love her. She's a lovely person. Um, I wish her the best. I don't have any bad feelings for her. Yeah, I mean, I whatever. Tried to. I've tried to keep it very private to protect her and not bring it up. I'm buying a service dog in the new year, Vegemite. So is the service dog going to be called Vegemite? I mean, it's not a bad name for a dog. I've heard worse names. When I the only thing I know about Vegemite is that when I was in Bali, I spent like I don't know 3 months in Bali, and all the Australians had their Vegemite, and I thought it was just really really weird stuff, and all the Aussies were just whatever. Sort of like apparently an Aussie can't go anywhere without Vegemite. I don't know. I mean, like, are you born with Vegemite? Is it like legal that you have to carry Vegemite with you? Because it seemed like these people could not be separated from their Vegemite. So Vegemite smile. Maybe you can provide me some insight. Because I I I don't want to confuse Vegemite with something that they had in Europe. What's the stuff they had in Europe, which is sort of like a chocolate substitute that they put on bread everywhere in Europe? And I don't want to confuse Vegemite with that. What's it called? It's like a hazelnut spread. Nutella. Yeah. So in Europe they love their Nutella. Um, and whatever. I mean, I had Nutella. It was okay. Yeah. So it's Nutella. I had to look it up, but yeah, Nutella. But Vegemite's not Nutella. Vegemite's very different. And my only experience with Vegemite is when I was in Bali, and all the Aussies seemed to like. I don't know. It was like almost like it was like like religious. Like the Christians wear a cross around their neck. Look to me like Australians have to have a a little bottle of Vegemite in their pocket. So I don't relate. So somebody needs to explain to me what the Vegemite phenomenon is all about. Yes, you are slowly inoculated with Vegemite over the course of 2 weeks and then tested for antibodies. What's addictive? Oh, Quink, I don't know if you just showed up again. Are you and Platy okay? Because I mistook Doohickey for you because I think you and Platy were having something going on. Are you guys both okay? Do I need to get involved? I was hoping that you guys could resolve that. I wasn't sure what to do. So Nutella's addictive. I mean, I think I've had Nutella. It's just that I would rather have chocolate instead of Nutella. I mean, I think Nutella probably tastes sort of like chocolate. I mean, I sort of don't remember. I'm pretty sure in Europe I had it on bread somewhere at some point, and why do I want Nutella if I can have chocolate? What? Huh? I'm confused. Um, oh, mm, also a repellent for vampires and drop bears. Well, that would explain it, Vegemite. I mean, if that's why every good responsible Aussie had Vegemite on them. I mean, I can understand how if it's a natural vampire and I don't even know what a drop bear is, but it sounds like something I might want some defense for. Yeah. I mean, I know it's sort of chocolate. Like I'm guessing it's what, probably cheaper than chocolate, right? Or healthier than chocolate? I don't remember if I did have it. But it's what? Is it also a nut base? No, no, Vegemite must be a vegetable extract. What the heck is Vegemite again? I know at some point, I'm pretty sure when I was in Bali, but that's a long time ago, that I had looked at the ingredients and interrogated people to find out what the hell was in it. I mean, is it like a peanut butter? Not healthier. Is it sort of like a peanut butter texture or a peanut butter flavor, or because you just sort of put it on a cracker on bread, right? From beer leftovers or bear leftovers? You said drop bears, but now Doohickeys saying beer leftovers. Oh, yeah, Fluffy Minx, you're right. Now that I think about it, I think you're right. It is yeast, isn't it? That sounds familiar. It sounds sort of, I don't know, not very tasty. So, what's the taste like? I mean, I like yeast in my pizza dough, but oh my God, I've had enough of your drama. Uh oh. Vegemite is yeast extract. Drop bears are related to. Oh, okay, so it's a type of koala. It's a type of animal. Oh, okay. I've never heard of drop bears, but much more vicious. They can drop out of trees, hence the name, I guess. Unless you have some Vegemite. So just having Vegemite will keep animals from falling out of trees. I like milk chocolate and peanut butter, all American. Yeah, I was never a peanut butter fan, but it's not like I don't like peanut butter and I like peanuts. And I don't know, like this year, I think I started buying just because it was sort of cheap. It was during the pandemic and market was out of stuff, so I was trying to just have something I could snack on from time to time. And I bought like a big thing of peanut butter and a big thing of like grape jelly. And it was like the first time in my life. So at the beginning, I was like, I take a little piece of bread because of just my little idiosyncrasies. Like I like jelly on bread, jelly sandwiches, and I like sort of peanut butter. Okay, but I don't necessarily want to mix them. And so I think it was the first time in my life I'd ever then I just started going like, this is silly. I'm putting a little bit of peanut butter and I'm putting a little bit of grape jelly on the side and I'm having separate bites. And I went, just put them together. And so it was like the first time in my life at 55, I'm eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I don't know what aversion I had all my life. It's like, I don't know, peanut butter and jelly just didn't seem right to mix. Like, I like peanut butter, okay. I like jelly, okay. But mixing them seemed wrong. But I ate it. I'm like, okay. I mean, all right, okay. And then don't some people put like bananas too, like peanut butter and jelly and bananas? I don't know. I'm not like really an all American kid like that. Oh goodness, peanut and jam is wrong to mix together. See, that's the way I felt my whole life. Thanks for coming, Quink. And you have a Good evening. By the way, if you ever want to contact me or let me know what the hell what was going on, or if I can respond to anything, let me know. Be more than happy to chat with you. Just wanted to make sure everybody was getting along and okay, because of course it makes me sad if people are not getting along, because I like all of you. So you guys are my friends. This is my social life. I don't even know anybody in South Florida. I had a life in Switzerland, and I have a life in Los Angeles, but I don't have a life in South Florida. So while I like to do these for educational reasons, I would be lying if I didn't say it's also a social event. I enjoy talking with you guys. Um, Peanut butter and banana. Yeah, I've never tried that, Fluffy. I had cinnamon, and it is even better. One of the things I love, just real simple, but I like just cinnamon, sugar, and butter on toast. Just cinnamon toast. That's a really yummy thing. Oh, I forgot. I have a bag of chocolate chip cookies. I decided to be a hedonist today, and at the corner I got a bag of chocolate chip cookies. So you people are weird. Who's weird? Elvis loved fried peanut butter banana. Hmm. I don't have much of a sweet tooth, so I'm sort of a purist. Just give me like a big bucket of vanilla ice cream with some chocolate syrup, or some chocolate ice cream with some chocolate syrup, and I'm good. And chocolate chip cookies. I like chocolate chip cookies. Peanut butter and sweet pickled onion. Okay, that's weird. That's weird. So AF, you went from peanut butter and jam is weird, but peanut butter and sweet pickled onion is good. Now I love sweet pickled onion. Do you mean like the Indian sweet pickled onion, or do you mean like the just that sort of pickled onion that you put on, like shawarma, or like kebab or something like that? Which sweet pickled onion do you mean? Chips are the best snack. I like chips. Lemon cheesecake. No, I do like a good cheesecake, but I'll always choose just like chocolate over cheesecake. You're a weird food. Oh, onion sandwich. When I was a kid, I will admit, when I was a kid, I would make mustard and onion sandwiches. So that was weird. I'm pretty sure that was weird. I do like olives. No Vegemite. No. You guys still haven't told me what Vegemite tastes like. Tomato sandwiches. I like, I love tomatoes. I'm half Italian, so I can bathe in tomatoes, but I like it with, like, I either like a fresh sauce, tomato sauce, or obviously like a Mexican salsa or something. Um, or I like tomatoes on, like my mother's all Italian. I'm only half Italian. My mother hates raw tomatoes, so she can only eat them cooked. I love them raw too. I don't think I've ever had a fried green tomato, but I do make a lot of tomatillo salsas, which is a Mexican green tomato. Pickled onion you would have with Christmas dinner, a whole baby onion in sweetened vinegar. Is that like a British thing, AF? So it's not an ethnic thing. It's not like a Middle Eastern or a East Indian thing. It's a British thing. Why would anyone eat yeast? Yes, Ikamas. I feel the same. I miss homegrown tomatoes too. When I was a kid, my mother and grandmother had massive gardens with massive fresh tomatoes. I would die for those now. Uh-oh, Matilda's biting the back of my leg, ordering me to get offline. Uh-oh. Now she just bit my butt. What the hell, Matilda? She can read the screen. Wow. What is Matilda? Dog, cat, drop bear, Tasmanian devil, koala? My grandmother used to make onion sandwiches, Danish Bregt, English butter, white onions sliced into thin slices, and then salt and pepper added. Yum. Okay. Matilda says it's dinner time. I think so. Yikes! From the acid, Marlena. Yeah. I do remember as a kid just pouring salt on a tomato and munching them. But normally I like them I love tomato mozzarella salads with like fresh basil, tons of virgin olive oil, and I've been saying I like then adding a bit of fresh avocado, but I love caprese salads. Oh, Siamese, of course. They're so possessive, Siameses. Me a Siamese come from Siam. She's been well fed. She's a spoiled little beastie. Yeah, my mother's got one, and that one's he's mean, really mean. He will try to rip flesh off the bone. I'm not a huge beet fan. I suppose I'll eat beets, but not a big beet fan. You know what I like, which I haven't had in a long time? I love turnips, like turnips, sautéed with garlic and olive oil, but pretty much anything I like sautéed in garlic and olive oil. Do you guys have you ever had rapini? They're like um sort of like broccolini or some of the other greens. It's like an Italian what's the family? Oh, like mustard greens, I suppose. Sort of like mustard greens. Watermelon salad with onion and balsamic. I love balsamic. Watermelon. Hmm. I don't know how I feel about watermelon and balsamic. Hugs, always a lovely chat. Thanks, Eka Mouse. Night, night. Go take care of Matilda. Don't get eaten alive. Vegemite tastes like brewer's yeast, salt, sun-dried tomatoes as paste, soy sauce, and salt again. Tasted that way. Okay, so it's got a bit of umami when you say that soy sauce. It's got a little bit of that umami thing going on. So then it's not at all like a Nutella. It's definitely that looks very different from a what I would expect is sort of a tasty sweet bread spread. It's more like a yeah, I don't know, trippy umami sort of thing. I love Mexican food. It's hard to get it fresh. You don't have to tell me that, AF, because when I would fly into Switzerland, I would bring half my suitcase would be filled with jalapenos, corn tortillas, American cheese, and then I would freeze it because I could only get flour tortillas in Geneva, and they weren't very good. I couldn't get salsa. I couldn't get jalapenos. I could get coriander, um, balsamic, and strawberries. Marmite. Yeah, you're right. Now that you say it, Fluffy, I do remember seeing Marmite when I would fly into the UK. And you're right. I think it's very similar because Vegemite is then an Australian thing, right? And then Marmite must be the British equivalent. You're having some on toast for breakfast. I mean, I'm intrigued. I don't know if it would be my thing. Yes, Vegemite has an umami taste. Hmm. Describing the layers of Vegemite, these subtle layers of flavor. The Swiss equivalent probably would be Maggi, although it's liquid. I mean, Maggi, I mean, I know the brand Maggi, but that was all sorts of things like bouillon cubes and I don't remember. Let me see. Maggi. Switzerland. Oh, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, now I know what you mean, and now I know why it's would be umami like. And I don't. I've definitely never had it. So Maggi is. I'm right that it's also bouillon cube because looks like a German manufacturer. Liquid seasoning. So it is. It's almost more like a soy sauce, like a cross between like a steak sauce, like a Worcestershire sort of sauce, and a sort of A1. I forget what the Kingston. What's the A1 equivalent in AF in England? Isn't it? Isn't that what's that steak sauce that you get like in the pubs? Is it like Kingston sauce? It's like in the U.S. It's called A1 sauce, like a steak sauce, like a thick brown steak sauce. It's not as thin as the Worcestershire sauce, Worcestershire sauce. Um, but yeah, that Maggi looks more like a HP. Yeah, that's the one. HP. Yeah, I don't know why I was thinking Kingston. HP. Yeah. So that's sort of like in the U.S. I think it probably tastes like A1. Has anybody had HP and A1? And if so, is HP like A1? Because that's the way I imagine HP tastes like. I don't think I've had HP. I just remember seeing them in the pubs. And that Maggi sauce does looks like, yeah, something like that. I mean, it's probably not like a soy sauce. I don't know what a Diane sauce is. Now my mouth is watering. Well, how do you think I feel? I haven't eaten all day, and I have a pound of bacon waiting for me on my top of my stove. It's barbecue sauce with Worcestershire. Worcestershire. Right. Yeah. I mean, that's the way I think of it. Quink, have you ever had American A1 sauce? Because I'm thinking that HP is probably like that. I don't know about Branston sauce, but I imagine it'd be good on chips or French fries or pommes frites. I made a satirical post on my science page today. Yeah, I'll go eat in a second as soon as I finish my wine with you guys. Because I don't have enough for another night, so I might as well drink it. Um, I made a satirical post today because I've been seeing people fighting on the internet. I mean, that's rare, right? But I've been seeing everybody go crazy fighting over for the World Cup, fighting over the word soccer. So soccer versus football, Americans and Canadians, and I think even South Africans, and I think New Zealand and even Australia use the word soccer, although I don't know how prevalent it is. I don't know if they also use football. Anyway, everybody's fighting over the word football versus soccer, which is such a dumb thing to fight about. We have good reasons to fight over things. But and I played semi-pro soccer, football in both Europe and North America. So it's just like a dumb thing to fight over. Whatever. When I'm speaking French, I say foot. When I'm speaking Spanish, I say football. When I'm football. When I'm speaking Italian, I say calcio. When I'm speaking English, it depends if I'm speaking with a European or I'm speaking with an American. If I'm speaking with an American, I say soccer. If I'm speaking with an Englishman, I'll say football. It's just knowing your audience and recognizing that there's more than one word for the same thing. Whatever. I mean, if you can standardize it and you can frickin' get everybody to use one word, the problem is obviously in America, they now have another word. They have another sport called football. So the fact that everybody's fighting over it is just such a stupid thing. Not to mention the word soccer. Everybody thinks it's an American invention. It's not. It's a British word. It was like the football association or something, and it got shortened down, and then it got whatever usurped by the Americans, and then probably American football took precedence, and so whatever they used the word soccer instead of football. I mean, just a dumb thing to fight over. It doesn't matter as long as we understand what we're talking about. And so anyway, I made a satirical post today where I said, to resolve the international dispute over, between the words football and soccer, from now on, soccer will be played without feet. And I was just being cheeky. I was being satirical. Obviously, that makes no sense. People are not going to stop playing, not going to stop using the word soccer, and they're not going to change the rules of soccer. So it was just a cheeky joke. But nobody got the joke. So everybody continued to just fight over, no, it's football. And so I started the entire war on my channel when I was trying to be cheeky and make everybody realize that it's a stupid thing to fight over. Depends where you are. If you're in frickin' Detroit in the US, you say soccer. Otherwise, they'll think you're talking about American football. And if you're in Mexico, you say football. And if you're in France, you say foot. And if you're in the UK, you say football. Um, and if you're in Italy, you say calcio. And then I imagine that there are then hundreds and hundreds of other places where they use their own language. And I don't even know how to say football or soccer in their language. We have better things to fight about. I can think of all sorts of good things that we can fight about that are worthy of a good fight, but not that stupid thing. Anyway, AF, you probably don't care, or I don't know if any of you care, but who's the next match? So is it Brazil, England? England looks good this year. AF, do you have any concern for if England does well in the World Cup? Yeah, well, it's funny, Marlene, because yesterday I got to meet Pele. He actually gave uh, a training camp when I was a kid. Really, really nice guy. Um, and so I was really sad when I heard that, but it looked like they were mixed reports. So the first thing I heard was, sort of Pele was on his way out. His cancer therapy had been stopped, and he was in palliative care, sort of end of life treatment. But then I saw some other articles saying that Pele had made a statement that he was okay, that he still had faith, and he was still optimistic, and that he was still taking his treatment. So I sort of didn't know what to make of it. I don't know if they were just somebody got a bad report or not. It also could be, maybe Pele's delusional. It's like, I'm fine, like a Monty Python sketch, and then he's going to be dead in the morning. But I mean, it did sound like his cancer is obviously probably not very good, and he's getting old. Are you going to keep this live up so I can catch up? I don't know. I'm just going to drink my last glass with you guys because I don't have enough for another party. So I'll drink one glass, smoke a few more cigarettes, rally before death. Yeah, I mean, I hope so. I doubt he's going to be. I mean, I'd be really surprised if, the next Brazil game they announced they're going to put him in the second half. I got to see Pele's last game when he was playing for the New York Cosmos in the American League after he retired from Brazil, and George Best, who was a British star, played in Los Angeles, and so I got to see Pele's last game, and he was such a legend. This was a professional game. They let him play a half for each team, and he scored a goal for each team. I've never seen anything like that in my life. Somebody so famous that he got to play a half of the game for each team. Never seen that. So AF's not a footy fan. John keeps getting go to watch it, but now if England get to the final, I might, but we always lose on penalties. So yeah, I mean, I don't watch sports anymore, but I do sort of. Plus, it makes me nostalgic of being in Europe because in Europe it was such a big thing. It's not a big thing in America, and as I don't watch sports, I've been trying to force myself to watch the World Cup. I'm thinking about bacon while you guys discuss sports. Well, I'm thinking about bacon too. I can't wait. I think the more I deprive myself of bacon, the better it's going to taste. Right, Marlena, that would be weird. Pele is on his deathbed. Announcement: Pele will be playing in the right center half position for the second half of the Brazil semifinal at 82 years old. Barbecue bacon wrapped corn. No, that's a complete waste of really good bacon. I think bacon should just be rubbed all over your face and then stuffed in your mouth and eaten. I think it just anything with bacon dilutes it. Although I really do like BLTs. I don't know why, but there's just something about fresh leaf of lettuce, mayonnaise, tomato, bread and bacon. I don't know, there's just something perfect about it. Well, I should have. I'm an idiot because I'd been there long enough. It was really hard to get into Switzerland. Everybody told me I'd never be able to get my residence there, but I did because I got integrated, and then I got jobs, and then I spoke French, and then my friend was a lawyer, and he got me a permanent residency permit. And after I'd been there for a while, I could have gotten a Swiss passport, and I should have gone through the procedure to get the passport, so that then I would have dual citizenship. So I could have kept it in case anything went wrong. And when I ended up deciding to move back, it was just for a confluence of events in my life. I hadn't really planned on it. It happened fairly abruptly, and I just, I don't know, I didn't. And now I regret it because I would like to have the passport because now I don't think I could get back into Switzerland. Been gone 12, 15 years. I very much doubt they would have me back. But so I don't think I could move back, but I should have kept the passport. I should have gotten the passport so I could have had the opportunity, especially with what's going on in the US. US is weird now. Gives me the willies. I mean, I still love some things about the US. I love the weather where I live. I love the frickin' my tropical garden and the beach 100 meters away. I love the weather, but um and I love apple fritter donuts, American Mexican food, although the Mexican food in Florida leaves something to be desired. And I love American hamburgers, but that's a sort of a silly reason to stay in a country. Swiss food was great, but I did long for apple fritter donuts, Mexican food, good burgers. So if I could bring the Swiss lifestyle to the tropics with American food, that would be utopia. But there's always, life's like a trade-off, as they say. There's no paradise. You get one thing here, you get one thing over there, blah blah. I don't know. I agree that food of the gods, but bacon wrapped corn is good. I don't think I've ever had bacon wrapped corn. I mean, I like corn. I'd eat it. I'd definitely eat it. I just think I could imagine Switzerland. I could imagine the entire planet just, completely obliterated in a apocalypse, and just Switzerland would be like the only country left on the entire planet, and they wouldn't even know, and nothing would change. They would just all be going about their little activities, going to the corner to get a baguette, and a pain au chocolat, and eating mousse au chocolat and cheese fondue in the Alps. And I don't think they would care, and I don't think they would know. How would you describe the Swiss lifestyle compared to the U.S.? Would it be interesting? Yeah, I mean, for me, Switzerland, I always just described it as adult Disneyland. Um, just everything works, everything's clean, everybody's pretty much polite. Um, you don't really seem to have any social problems. Everything's on time. The food's great. Everything's healthy and safe and sanitary, and the countryside is absolutely freaking gorgeous. It, you know, everything you see from The Sound of Music, and and just feel 100% secure living in Switzerland. I just felt so safe. You didn't have to worry about anything. I mean, I remember, like, especially as an American, I'm reluctant to go to the doctor. I think I just have an American thing. Like, oh God, I got to go wait in a in a waiting room for 5 hours, and I need to fill out some form, and just sit in some room, and they make me wait forever. And so I was reluctant to go to the doctor when I was in Switzerland, and my Dutch girlfriend at the time just would, she's like, Brett, you're sick. Go to the freaking doctor. And I was like, I don't want to go to the doctor. And she'd get pissed at me, and then she'd just freaking call a doctor. And I just remember her calling a doctor a couple times because I had some sort of infection. I needed an antibiotic. I almost died of strep throat because I just had a flu, and then it went away, and then it came back, and then I wasn't going to a doctor, and so finally I flew back to Los Angeles, emergency, and I almost died. And it went in my kidneys, and I was pretty messed up for like 6 months. They thought I was going to have a stroke and lose my kidneys, but I made it and I'm fine. But it was because I was stubborn to go to a doctor. But I had something else, and my girlfriend convinced me to go to a doctor, and she just called a doctor on like a weekend, and he agreed to just meet me at his little villa. It was just like a little villa. It wasn't even like a hospital. I'm used to big, massive hospital complexes, and it was just a little cute little old Swiss building, or not even a building. It was probably just looked like a villa or whatever. And I just showed up, and the doctor meets me at the door, opens up the door, turns on the lights, treats me, gives me some medicine. I don't remember paying. I don't remember signing anything. I don't remember doing anything. And it was like on his day off on a Saturday. And I mean, that was my experience of dealing with the medical system there. I don't remember paying anything. I don't remember signing anything. Doctor met me on the weekend, opens the door and just lets me in, turns on the lights, and treats me. I mean, that's like so diametrically opposed to the experience in the US. Even the dentist, the times I went to the dentist in Switzerland, it was like I was in a villa with a beautiful view looking out these old French windows over the Swiss Alps. And yeah, and the train was, I mean, Swiss time, every train is just perfect. You know, I don't think it's 17 years there was ever a train that didn't arrive like on the second. Bacon, egg, and cheese muffin. Yeah. I mean, I would like to go to Australia. I've been close in Bali, but so what's okay, question to the room. What's what's your favorite place you've ever been to in your life? Give me your best memory ever in your life. Where was it? Well, not your best memory, because your best memory could maybe be in your home right now, but place, location. Sydney train would stress Swiss people. I bet. Probably would. I mean, I'm from Los Angeles. It's totally hectic and horrible traffic. And okay, doohickey, I'll come. Your bed is the best place you've ever been, Marlena? Is that the answer to that question? I still have a couple places. Leisingen. Where the heck is Leisingen? Is it Germany? Tokyo. I've never wanted to go to Tokyo, but people have said lovely things. Got to go for dinner. Good night, Vegemite. Thanks for coming. Yeah, now I'll have to think about if I should go to Tokyo. Bern. Yeah, Bern is lovely. I'm trying to think. I think I saw Santana. I think yeah, in Bern. So I saw Santana and I saw Toto in Bern. Ocean City, New Jersey. Oh, nice. Belize. I've heard lovely things about Belize. I have been thinking about if I do sell this house, I might buy some place like in the Mayan Riviera. So that would be close to Belize. Interlaken. I never got to go to Interlaken, and everybody told me I need to go to Interlaken. And I was in Switzerland for 17 years, and I never went. I did go to Lucerne, which is gorgeous, but everyone said I should go to Interlaken. I have been to the Yucatan Peninsula. That's what I was just saying. I might buy myself a house in the Mayan Riviera somewhere. Probably not Tulum, but maybe Playa del Carmen or something. Yeah, I used to go to New York because my father lived in Manhattan for about 10 years, 15 years. So I used to go to Manhattan a lot. I used to go hang out with my friends in the Bronx. I like the I like the people in New York. They're weird, but they're loyal as fuck. Unlike Los Angeles, everybody's a fake friend in Los Angeles, but everybody in New York, once they like you, they're like they'll die for you. Malaysia's a funny one because I love Malaysian food, and I've heard just since I love the food in that area, I love Thai, I love Indian, I love Chinese. I've been told that Malaysia sort of does all of those cuisines like perfectly, so you could get sort of the best of all those amazing cuisines in Malaysia plus Malaysian food. But I've also not heard great things about experiences in Malaysia. So, what was your impression, Juhiki? Why didn't you like it? You need to come back to Switzerland. You missed the Magie and Interlaken. You can't do that. I know. I'm like embarrassed. I was in Switzerland for so long and I missed so many things because I was working my ass off. I had, these high pressured corporate jobs and I was working the weekends and late nights and late in the office and I on the weekends I just wanted to relax, so I didn't take advantage of it. I mean I did get to go to a bunch of really cool, French ski resorts and um the big French ski villages, chalets and chalet villages, ski villages and Swiss ski villages and um even I'm trying to remember Porte du Soleil, I think it was called, where you could actually get a pass where you could ski in Switzerland, in Italy, and in France in the same day. So you could have like, breakfast in France, you could have lunch in Italy, and then you could, have Swiss fondue in um, in Switzerland, and then go back to your car. I did get to do that, so I did get to go to a lot of nice villages in the Alps. I had friends that had lovely chalets in the Alps and things like that, but I didn't get to travel enough in Switzerland. I did get to drive to Monaco. I went to a wedding in Monaco, so we stayed in an amazing villa in the south of France. That was great. I I have been to the Italian Riviera, which I love. I have been to a lot of parts of Italy. I've done a lot of business travel in Europe, but I didn't really get to, I don't know, I didn't get to visit as much of either Switzerland or Europe as I would have liked. I mean, I got to see a lot of places, but mostly there on business trip. Um, I don't mind cold. Yeah, I've done my amount of cold. 17 years in Switzerland was enough. But I'm from warm weather, so I Florida's perfect for me. Some people think Florida's too hot, but nothing's too hot. I can live like this all year long, and I love that. I've never made it east of the Mississippi. Ouch. So I'll just say that Tetons of Yosemite, Yosemite is absolutely gorgeous, one of the most beautiful places in the world. That sounds. I'm sure those places are beautiful, D. Yeah, Tulum is beautiful. I mean, it sounds a little bit creepy these days. It's gotten very trendy, but I think there's even some sort of growing cartel crime and stuff there. But I know it's beautiful and it's far more wild because that's the whole sort of vibe that they're going for there. It's like a lot of people call it the new Silicon Valley. I like Playa del Carmen, but I've been thinking a lot. I looked into buying real estate in between Tulum and Playa del Carmen. I love some of the places in the Caribbean, but I like the green tropical Caribbean, not the dry desert Caribbean. So, like Martinique and Guadeloupe are amazing, although I didn't like the people as much, but it's absolutely gorgeous. Jamaica is gorgeous too, but too many people there. I mean, I've been a lot of places in the Caribbean. I've been to Curacao, which is, right next to Tulum, but Curaçao's a bit too dry. I really like the tropical islands better. I mean, Hawaii, frickin' paradise because it's got also I love the volcanic soil, so it gets this brown red soil plus the tropical forest is amazing contrast. Obviously, Tahiti, Bora Bora, Moorea. Moorea is the most perfect place I've ever been in my life, but I didn't like the people so much. Malaysia had a weird vibe. Yeah, I mean, I've heard that. I don't know why, but I mean, I wouldn't mind going to like the Seychelles or the Maldives. That I think the Seychelles would be someplace I wouldn't mind going. Although the problem is I love good food, so that's why I can imagine. I mean, like Thailand, I was a little disappointed with Thailand. Like, I think the people they seemed a bit overly commercialized. So I think they didn't like, they just saw tourists as a dollar bill. And I've traveled to the developing world in so many places, and some places they're just lovely. Like Bali. Bali is probably one of my favorite places in the world. The people were so amazing. I just the Channel Island. Um, which Channel Island? Which one do you mean? I mean, I've been to the Azores. So I was in Mallorca. I was very disappointed with Mallorca. A lot of people rave about Ibiza and Mallorca and all that. I was not impressed. I'm sure Cuba's beautiful. I mean, I know the Dominican Republic. Well, I mean, I haven't been. I'm trying to remember if I've been to the Dominican Republic. I think I have. I've been to Haiti, which is the same island, and that was gorgeous. But Haiti's so ruined. I was there before all the political upheaval. Yeah, I mean that's the problem with Playa del Carmen. Tulum is almost a bit too undeveloped. So Playa del Carmen, I think, has access to all the more native areas close by, but it has like modern sanitation and modern internet and all that. Tulum is still a bit undeveloped. Plus, I've unfortunately been hearing more and more problems of crime that the cartels moved in, tried to, but I don't know. I mean, Tulum's definitely gorgeous. And it's definitely more raw than Playa. Playa's quite touristic. Well, no, I mean that's the thing I liked about Bali is that I didn't find the people um, cynical yet. I found the Thai far more cynical. The Balinese were really lovely. Yeah, I mean, right. I mean, Edie, if you're in Australia and you haven't been, now I haven't been in so long. I'd like to think I was there before it got overbuilt, but I think Bali's still amazing, and think they've retained their culture. And I've heard good things about Cuba, and I'm sure it's beautiful because it's again tropical jungle. So I'd probably like it. I like Cuban food. And that's the thing too is I like I like tropics then combined with really yummy food. I India's got to still be on my bucket list because I just love Indian food. So I'd either die of dysentery or I would just eat frickin' Indian street food for the rest of my life. Exactly, Edie. Yeah, that's the way I understood Bali. Because when I was in Bali, I met tons of Australians, and that was my impression that Australia treated it like Mexico or Hawaii. But even Hawaii's a pretty good jump, and Hawaii's gotten really expensive. So how far is Australia? I mean, I don't know which side of Australia you're on, but how far is it to fly from Australia to Bali? Because from the west coast of the U.S., Hawaii's still 5 hours. Because we had a house in Hawaii. I used to go to Hawaii every summer and even most Christmases for 10, 12, 15 years or something. Yeah, I'm not as interested in going to Northern Europe just because, again, the weather. I mean, I'm sure Scandinavia's gorgeous. I'm sure Ireland's gorgeous. I have thought about going back to South America. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing Machu Picchu, going to Peru. I wouldn't mind seeing um, the the Amazon. Okay, from Sydney to Bali is 6 hours. So okay, so it's like Hawaii. Still far. It's not that close. Because like in Southern California, I used to live in San Diego. We used to drive to Mexico in half an hour. It's only a 2 hour drive from Los Angeles. And that's why, I've been thinking if I sell this house, I could probably buy like three small cheap properties. I could maybe buy something like in the Mayan Riviera somewhere. I could buy something in like Italy, and I might even be able to buy something in like Athens. So then I could be close to my girlfriend. Then I was thinking about maybe buying like an Italian villa and renovating it as a long-term project, and maybe renting it out as a bed and breakfast sort of thing or something like that. And then maybe also renting out a condo or maybe even a house in the Mayan Riviera, and then just I just go back to the U.S. to see my mother in Los Angeles, but I could fly from L.A. to the Mayan Riviera in maybe 3 hours, and then I could fly to Europe. Because I even found out recently that because I'm half Italian, it was my great grandparents that were from Italy, but apparently I can get a passport. I can get an Italian passport because even though I'm only half Italian, and even though it's only my great grandparents that were from Italy, apparently I can get an Italian passport. So then I could get EU membership. It might be able to then save some of the money buying real estate. So I've been thinking about doing that, buying like a couple investment homes and then maybe living in between the Caribbean and the Mediterranean. That would be cool. And just retiring. Probably east. So probably I've been looking at like Abruzzi, which is my grandmother was from Abruzzi. So it's like it's not completely south, but it's closer to the south than the north, and it's going to be warmer there, and it's cheaper. I could buy like amazing property for probably $100,000 or something like that, and because it's a bit more expensive in the north. And then from there, I could take a ferry to Greece, like an overnight ferry to see my girlfriend in Athens. And I was even thinking about maybe getting an apartment in Athens too. And then my girlfriend could go to work as a doctor, and she could maybe fly over on the weekends to Italy, and I could then go back and forth to Greece, and then maybe in Italy buy some like old villa. I think in one of my lives I showed some like old villas that I could just as a project. I mean, it sounds like a fun project. Even AK said he was interested. I said, "You bring your whole family over for the summer, and you can help me do the renovation." Parma. I haven't been to Parma. I mean, Italy's so amazing. So many, also quite varied. Good night, Mary. Thank you for everything. Don't let the cheese get you down. No, I got bacon on my side. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. Thank you for coming, and get some sleep, and we'll talk soon. Thank you for coming, hanging out with us. Um, yeah, where is Parma? Isn't Parma more in the north? Oh, sorry, more in the west? Isn't it like northwest of Rome? I know it's where Parma ham comes from. I know the USTC crew don't represent the whole US, but it's made me very uncomfortable, and now I have zero desire to go there. What do you mean, AF? The USTC? What do you mean, TC? More north. Yeah, but northwest, right? I mean, it's south of Milan, isn't it? Isn't it like between Rome and Milan, but more west? Yeah, what do you mean, AF, the USTC? Oh, true crime. but closer to Milano. Yeah, I mean the north's very different style. It's more sophisticated, more organized. The south is more raw, more laid back. It's also a bit colder. It's a bit greener. So I'm trying to remember the area right above Abruzzi. They're calling it sort of the new Tuscany. Um, so I've been looking in that area. It's like Abruzzi and then a bit north. I mean I lived in Tuscany for only a summer in Siena. I absolutely love Siena. I mean I love all of Italy. So and Italy's the best food I've ever eaten in my life. Now, yes, I'm biased. Yeah, Venice was is gorgeous. Very different. I've only been to Venice, but did the train from Interlaken to Venice. That sounds fun. I think I did take the train to Venice. I bet the train through the Swiss Alps was great. Yeah, see, that's the stuff I feel like I've missed a little bit. I mean, I had a car most of the time. I'm trying to remember where I drove in Switzerland. Usually I was like in a friend's car and we'd drive it up the Alps, like to a ski resort or something, but we didn't really drive cross country. Once I went to Lucerne, which was gorgeous. But yeah, everybody says you got to go to Interlaken. Those just landscapes, massive landscapes, like something out of, I don't know, Lord of the Rings or something. Switzerland is surreal. It's almost like too perfect. The way the true crime community from the U.S. have attacked me. Oh, it's really put me off even thinking about the U.S. as somewhere I would want to visit. Yeah, well, the U.S. I mean, there's good reasons from the outside looking in to think the U.S. is creepy with all the whatever the gun violence and crazy politics and whatever. But I mean, I was very down in the U.S. before I moved to Europe. Then I moved back, and I mean, there's so much wonderful stuff in the U.S. I mean, even stuff that I would like to explore that I haven't. Like so much variety. I mean, you have Hawaii, you have Florida, um, you have amazing mountains, you have Yosemite, you have Northern California with the redwoods, you have Oregon, you have like I don't know, even place like North Carolina and stuff, just gorgeous forests and beautiful sea, beautiful beaches. Obviously, Florida, some of the best beaches in the world. California, everybody talks about the beaches, but screw that. It's not even close to Florida. Um, but Northern California is absolutely gorgeous. Yosemite is absolutely gorgeous. Um, yeah, I mean, it's just and the Grand Canyon. I mean, you have just so much variety. So, I mean, it does sound sort of fun. Maybe someday, sort of a cross country drive or something. And the people are really nice. I mean, I'm down in the U.S. too, but Americans are very friendly, very helpful. Like my Greek girlfriend when she was here, she just really kept saying that how friendly the Americans are because Europeans are more standoffish, so they don't just trust strangers. They're just not your best buddy. In America, it's like everybody's your best buddy, but it's relatively superficial. But they can be very hospitable and very friendly. And no, I mean I hear you, AF. I left California, you know, screaming at 21 years old, or no, 24, 25 years old. Um, but I mean, there's so much amazing stuff in America, and most of the world are decent people. But U.S. is definitely going through some weird stuff. Yeah, the redwoods, Edie, aren't they amazing? I mean, that I took a trip when I was like, I forget, I was pretty young, but my mom and I and my father, we took like it was the only really long drive. We drove all the way up through Northern California, through San Francisco, up through Northern California, through Oregon. I think we went to Idaho and Utah, and we saw the Grand Canyon. And And oh my God, the scenery, Yosemite, the redwoods, unreal. You drive your car right through a tree. They're just those trees are I don't know how old, but old, very, very, very old. Yeah, I mean there's jerks everywhere, AF. But first of all, they would love you because you have that lovely accent, so everybody would cater to you. Oh my God, where are you from? England. That's like, where's that? That's next to Japan, right? They're not very good with geography. They love the Aussie accent too. Yeah. Where have you been, Edie? You said the Redwoods, so you've been in Northern California. What other parts of the U.S. have you been? I mean, I don't really want to travel anymore. I used to travel so much, but travel sounds like it's just gotten worse and worse and worse. But whatever, that's just the process. My brother is an airline mechanic, so my parents traveled a lot, free air. Well, that's convenient. When I was a massive business traveler, I had so many miles, so many frequent flyer miles that I also got lots of free flights because when the company was flying me, business international flights, I collected lots and lots of miles. You're asked to say tomato. LA, San Diego, San Fran, New York City, Chicago. I'm from LA. I went to undergraduate university in San Diego. I was there for, I think, 4 years. I've been to San Fran a few times. Been in New York City because my father used to live in Manhattan for about 10 years. I've not been to Chicago. I'm sure I've heard it's great. It's just pretty sure the winters are frickin' vicious. But the coldest winters I've ever spent in my life were in New Jersey. So New York City was about. I mean, it was whatever a bit north of New York City, I guess, just across the border in New Jersey. Coldest winters. I thought I was gonna die. I bet Baltimore is also freezing. I'm sure Chicago is beautiful when it's not insanely windy and icy. Like I'm sure the summers are nice, but I think it's even colder than New York City, right? With like just blistering wind and stuff, right? But I'm sure it's great. I'm sure it's a nice city. Yeah, right, exactly. Lake effect. Last time I was there was in 2017. It was August and beautiful weather. Chicago architecture was unique. Yeah, I imagine the summer would be lovely. And I think it's a great city. I mean, I'd like to see like Boston too. Like my family's originally all from Boston. I've never been, or maybe I flew into an airport, but I've never been to Boston. And I'm sure those cities are. I'm sure it's a great city. Right, great food, great architecture. Because the whole thing about America is that it doesn't have any history, and um, certainly as you move west, so the only history that you have is the East Coast, and what history we developed then sort of west of anything on the East Coast just gets replaced. So like California, nothing stays. They just rebuild every few years. So it's just a completely different landscape all the time. But I think places like Boston, for example, I think and I'm sure parts of New York too, but I think even more like a city like Boston's probably, about the last place where you have sort of anything resembling American history and American heritage, and like maybe I don't know, Philadelphia, maybe Boston. I mean, New York, I think, is mostly modern now. I don't know if Chicago has a sort of like an old district. It's probably still a relatively young city, but I know that like Boston has, like old Boston and things. And that's what I love about Europe. It's like the joke in America. It's like, oh my God, that building's from the 40s or the 50s. And you're like in Europe going, "Psh, yeah, like the 250s, like the 250 BC. And my girlfriend and I, we used to go for these hikes in outside of Geneva. And they had this amazing system, this online website where you could just type like um, how far away you wanted to go, how long you wanted to hike for, you know, give you some options to, like ruins or whatever. And you just find yourself in the middle of nowhere. It'd be, I don't know, like a Roman road or a medieval church or a Middle Ages building in the middle of nowhere. I mean, America has no history. In Europe, you're standing there where somebody stood two 2,000 years ago. Exactly so. You got the camper van, huh? I I have since I was thinking, you know, go to a minimalistic lifestyle, sell my house. I have a lot of equity in this house. Um and but I'm not cash heavy. So if I sold this place, I'd be cash heavy again, and then I might be able to retire to a more minimalistic life. And so I looked at a few different options. I looked at even like I looked at the van life, but I looked at a few different options, like buying one and buying some raw piece of property in, like Tennessee or places where you don't have to have, um, they don't have any zoning laws. So I could buy like a camper van on like 5 acres in, I don't know, South Carolina or something, someplace probably beautiful in the countryside with beautiful views, and then like buy a camper van and then get and have access to all the utilities. So whatever, buy a great camper van for 20 to 50 grand, a really cheap piece of 5 acre plot of land or something like that. Have a place in the U.S. for maybe $50,000 because you can't buy anything in the U.S. for under $500,000 these days. But that would be like an option where I could then have a U.S. base. I could still then maybe drive around and explore, but then I'd have a base, and then also maybe still have my little Italian place and maybe a Mexican Riviera place because it's so expensive in the U.S. My overhead is ridiculous. Just my house insurance is ridiculous. I mean, when I was a big corporate executive, it wasn't a big deal, but corporate politics suck. Yeah, I love that stuff. A 400-year-old farmhouse in York. I would like to go to Australia. So I guess on that note, I guess I'll go have some dinner. I think I'll go make some bacon somethings or other. And thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you for yeah, that was weird drama. I did want to make a case study. I just didn't think my case study would show up in the chat room and allow me to, it's like Exhibit A was right here for us to analyze. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you learned a little bit of stuff, things, critical thinking stuff, logical fallacies, how to reason, how to make better arguments, and I hope you had fun. And I don't know when I'll do the next one, but I'll figure something out. I had a couple ideas for a show, so we'll figure something out. So thank you, Cell and Quink and Edie and AF. and Doohickey. Thank you so much. Wish you guys all a lovely evening or morning. Yeah, you missed the drama. You have this whole thing where I challenged a topic in thank you, Fluffy. The same to you. A skill set alleged to be part of forensic science, and it's a pseudoscience, and because that's sort of what I do, scientific skeptic. Um, um, Not only expose bad truth claims, but also try to help you guys be able to recognize the difference between something that's legit and something that's not legit. And somebody took great offense to it, and they tried to strike me, and then I got the strike overturned, but they're still threatening to sue me, and it's just completely unfair because somebody is being very unreasonable, and then one of their little acolytes or sycophants uh, came after me today, and so I was going to use the arguments they used to show sort of bad faith and logical fallacies and poor use of critical thinking. And then that person ended up showing up in my chat room, and we had quite a little event. I tried to address all the claims intellectually, and this person was just completely incapable of it. And then, yeah, you saw that part, Mozzie woman. Well, it wasn't Mozzie. Well, we don't know. We wonder if it might have been her and a puppet. So, sort of, it seemed like most people think it was, but I'm not going to claim it was. And that person was all over my channel today, making all sorts of dumb comments, and accusing me of all sorts of false, ridiculous things. So the chat room got into it with her, and I got into it with her, and it was unexpected, but it was made for whatever. Hopefully, it was entertaining. But you know, I'm not into the drama aspect, but it is a good example of how to show what good reasoning and bad reasoning looks like. So hopefully, that's good practice for everyone. And thank you, Edie. And yeah, what Doohickey said, it was weird. Oh well. So all the best to all of you, and we'll talk soon. Big hugs to everyone. Good night.